I know. I know. Well, it's the paddock runs out.
It's not really what he was on. So I had to strike myself.
Because I'm not saying open base now, I don't need.
Land's gone.
Dramas happening.
It is shocking.
That would be very good to be nice.
Are you? I might do it.
Actually, where he has to bring a support person.
Wasn't it?
Foreign today. Oh, really? Where's he work?
5 minutes or.
Thank you all very much for
They
that.
don't have anything to contribute.
That's right.
But they've been.
I haven't read Jackie's post this morning yet, but apparently he's messaging me and saying, my God. Jackie says, I haven't read it yet.
Another one of those.
I'm shocked that he's- Yeah. Maybe we just.
Yes.
Fabulous. You know,
At what stage do you
You just feel if you're
call
gonna.
it and say,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's easy.
yes.
Yeah, that's easy.
I haven't read it yet. Oh, I've read it. Checking. Eh?
It's as bad as doing it.
Yeah.
Just.
Right now.
Yeah, I
I haven't read it yet. Nathan,
Now, when we have that.
that comes from that conversation.
Yesterday.
Nathan would have.
Peter, are we expecting Brett?
I haven't read it.
Yes, he said, sent me a text earlier on, said I've got a,
Two leases come.
drama happening.
Okay.
And I said, well, he said, but I'm there as quick as I can, but I said, well, start at 9. But Jamie, text Jamie last night.
Yep,
said he
yep.
was coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess.
Gee, the poor Nathan.
Yeah.
Is it Paul?
Use my clock, which is always a couple of minutes late.
Yeah.
Routine.
But anyway,
I did text Jamie to make sure, because we were worried about the sleeping rain.
Yes, yes, yes. It'll be him or Nathan. If he's done some of hers.
Fred will be us there.
Yes, he is.
She's there.
Yes, he is.
Time for I coming, Paul.
He has been out.
Yes.
Is he on board?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yes, he is. Cool.
Fred, Jamie, anyway, so.
And Ash is here by Zoom. But if he's asked a question and doesn't respond, he's down staff, seriously down staff, so he'll be in and out, but he will certainly be attending.
He's here now, but he might have to duck in and out as customers demand his service being sole charged today.
Might just defer the start for a minute or two, to say, in case your client is en route about to do something.
Yes.
yeah,
Did Simon say he's on his way? Did Simon say that Jamie's here in person?
No, Jamie's coming in person.
He is coming in person.
Yep. Council Cummins is just delayed temporarily.
is he coming though?
He's coming, yep. You want to get around here, Doug, or? Sorry? We get it right round here, or you want to have it over?
You want to camp on, we can put it around here or around there.
Where do you want it? What's it for?
Well,
Just for the staff, for people to. Wherever it goes, will it?
yeah.
Thanks, Adrian.
Thanks very much, Joe.
Thanks, Doug.
Right, trouble. Let's start anyway.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
I've got some of my paper on.
Yep. All of them are represented.
All right, well, in the interests of moving through the next few days, I think we'll make a start. acknowledge that Mayor Klein and Councillor Cummings are en route. So we'll just see them when they turn up. So welcome to this meeting. And we'll hear in a few minutes about the process for actually running the meeting. In particular, as I welcome people, I welcome the planners, the TA members who have been involved since 2019, some people, and particularly welcome them to the meeting. This will be a formal meeting, of course, but if there's a need during the discussion for a pause, for caucusing with technical advisors or something like that, I think it's best that we try and handle that as we work through. So I don't know what secret system you'll use to wave and say, I need advice on this, but if it comes to that, don't hesitate to get involved, because we want to make sure the process is as effective as possible. Turning to apologies, I don't think there are any apologies for today.
Start.
Oh, thank you.
And we have an apology from Graham Nayland, and his alternate is Joanne Howard.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you,
apology from her. And an apology from Daryl, who's away. Welcome to Joe instead. So I turn to the minutes of the last meeting held on the 26th of August in Westport. Any commentary as to the accuracy of the minutes? Any changes? None. I'll move that be a record of that meeting.
Happy to second that, Rex.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Casson. Thanks, Ashley. All in favour? Aye. Yes, carried. Then turning to the actual process. Oh, any matters arising from those minutes? There are none. Turning then to the process of this meeting, I'll ask Joe Armstrong to take us through this, please.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a very much just a brief process paper, because there are things that we need to do at this meeting, because it's going to be a multi-day meeting, so that we can get through everything, but will be on public record. So I think you're all aware of the background of this process to date, that we've finished the hearings and now looking at the recommendations reports of hearing commissioners. And that it's going to take us more than one day to get through 26 topics. So our plan is that we have meetings set for today, tomorrow, and then Monday the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, by which time we would hope to see a decision on the reports by then, because I've got a deadline of the 25th of September to get all the updated plan to the printers, if we want to have physical plans out by notification on the 10th. It's not a requirement for us. I should just mention that this is an e-plan under all the national planning standards. We have to have it online, and we have to have the maps online, and they will definitely be there. But we want to have that out there for the community, part of the community that prefers to go out and have physical copies. So we will get the plans done then. But we do have the 26th, a couple of hours, continue a little bit longer. So the process parts that are that we require this resolution under clause 4.2 of the standing orders, that to do so. Because it's going to be over a number of days, that is acceptable under the standing order 4.1, where at the end of the day, the chair will put a motion as to when we will reconvene, give the date and time, and we have the at the end of each meeting for you to approve. And then this is something that we will probably need to deal with over 2 or 3 meetings. With some late reports received, we would have received a late report already, so one of the things we'll look at in the, under my recommendations for resolution is that we will accept this first late report so that we can discuss those as well. Is there any questions on any of those procedural matters?
You're moving or you've got a question?
No, wasn't a question, it was just, I'm just going to comment. I didn't agree that this meeting should go ahead be rushed through before the elections, and I fully disagree with it now. It's a mistake. And I think member of the committee would at least agree that the amount of paperwork that's come through and the reading in such a short time is unreasonable. And I don't think it makes a good decision making. I understand, about the elections and the possible, change. Well, there will be some changes at the table. I understand that. But this is bigger than that, and I think it was a mistake. Should have been delayed.
Thank you. Turning to the recommendations then concerning the process, any further questions or comments? If there are none, could somebody, sorry, yes.
Mr. Chair, at number 2, or number 3, you need to give reasons behind.
The late reports.
Yes.
I need to, do I? Can you do that on my behalf?
I can
Thank you.
certainly do that on your behalf. So the reason that that item wasn't on the agenda Tuesday morning when it went out was that the independent hearing for recommendations reports in the slate report hadn't been received in time to be published on the agenda. And the reason why the discussion of the item can't be delayed is that it forms part of this whole discussion that we're having over these next few days. In order to make the decision on the Te Tau Potini plan, we need to have it discussed in this meeting that's planned to conclude on the 24th or at the latest the 26th of September.
Thank you for that.
Can I just, through the chair, make and this sort of probably backs Paul to a certain extent with that comment, is that with having jobs, which entail other reports and a lot of other detail, it is very hard to get late reports on something as significant as this and to actually get the coverage that's needed in your own mindset. So yeah, not best practice ideally.
I agree.
Sorry, through the chair. So are we talking about the one that just arrived this morning?
Last night, I think. Yep.
About the
What was introduction to general provisions and general district-wide matters?
So that's actually called
Late noting of 732.
noting that someone's haven't read it.
No.
As I understand it, that topic's not coming up.
Well, they are.
No, well, sorry, through the chair, I thought that Joe just said that it has to be discussed first up because it impacts everything else.
the introduction will be discussed first.
Yeah. So are we willing to accept the recommendations, including that question about late reports? Recommendations on the decisions meeting process paper? Someone willing to move that the committee receive the report, agrees that the meeting will be continuous and that in accordance with clause 8.12 we accept late reports. Someone can move that.
Happy to move.
Chair. It's someone to second. Thanks, councillor. Favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Yeah. Francis here, I'm against that, mate. I agree with Paul that this is ridiculous. So I just want to be noted as being against this process.
Thank you. But the matter is the recommendation is carried. So moving then to the next item on the agenda, which is the summary of the hearing recommendation reports. Ask Lois to make a start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Presentation on the screen, it's visible. So, just in terms of how I'm proposing to go through the plan and the recommendations, what I thought I would do is I would just start at the beginning of the plan and work our way through, which does mean that we've got some of the more interesting topics today, but we have here I guess, parking would be a kind description of it. So what I thought I'd try and do is work through the plan with you so that you've got an oversight of all of the recommendations, and then we come back to the things that you want to talk about in more detail. I guess if you've seen from my summary, a lot of the recommendations certainly my view is, and at every report we'll be checking in with your staff, but my view is that many of the recommendations are just improvements to the plan. They don't change the kind of direction in terms of your policies, so they're just things that make the plan a bit easier to use, simpler to use. But of course, there are things that are substantive recommendations, and I'll highlight this in my presentation. So firstly, I'm just going to go through an overview of the recommendations at a plan level as I've done in my report, and then that chapter by chapter review. I'm anticipating that we will probably need tomorrow as well to go through the plan the chapter by chapter, but I guess we'll see how we go today. And so I kind of, in my mind, I thought probably Monday is when we'll end up having a discussion about the sort of things that we put on the parking lot, but we'll see how we go every day. So I guess just moving to an overview. So there's some themes that I really wanted to highlight. And the first of those is, this is something that was talked a lot about in development of the plan, reverse sensitivity problems that you're seeing, and particularly the planning staff are seeing, about the tension when development, particularly residential development, occurs next to industry or primary production, mining, farming being what primary production primarily is, and that these are being effectively being pushed out by neighbouring development, or certainly having to restrict their activities. So that was something that was a theme in the proposed plan, but it's something that the commissioners have heard from quite a lot of submitters about. And so their recommendations strengthen that approach to recognising reverse sensitivity to ensure that industry and primary production can continue to operate. The second thing is there are quite a number of recommendations that simplify the plan and make it easier to use. And this was something that a lot of submitters sought. There's limits to how simple we can make the plan because we have the national planning standards and because RMA documents are inherently complex. Unfortunately, even though when I started my planning career, things were written in plain English and normal people could understand them. It's more than 30 years later, and unfortunately, it's got a lot more complicated. So I'm honest with you, the plan is not a document written for lay people anymore. It is a plan written for essentially planners, unfortunately. But the commissioners, within the constraints that they have tried to simplify the plan and make it easier to use. The third thing is, to support that really, is providing a lot more explanatory material to help interpretation of the plan. So that's to make, I guess, deliver a bit more certainty. I think that's something that we heard a lot from submitters was, is this going to affect me or not? I'm not sure. And so they've recommended a lot of new definitions and also additional appendices to help interpret the plan and to give more certainty to people about what's going on in the plan and what's likely to happen as a result. Then the fourth thing is really about the national direction and not being illegal, which is what ultra vires means. And that's something, I guess, all of the commissioners are professional RMA commissioners, something that they're, as part of their training, they're very mindful of. We're not legally allowed, obviously, to produce a plan that's illegal, and they've been very careful to ensure that that is the case. We've also been in, it's been like this in the entire development plan, but it's a difficult situation where national direction keeps changing. And we've had new pieces of national direction come out both during the development of the plan and then now during the hearings process. Probably the two pieces of a national direction that have been particularly significant in terms of the recommendation are the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity and the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. And so those say very clearly in them, you must implement these as soon as practical. And so they are required to do that. And they have, within the scope of submissions, made recommendations that align the plan with those pieces of national direction. And because those pieces of national direction were out when we drafted the plan, that means that those are two areas where there's quite significant change in the recommendations. I think the fifth thing, which are original numbers, which has been really important to me and obviously to all of the committee members and the technical team throughout the development of the plan, is that it is a West Coast plan. I think I said to those of you who've been with us from the start that it's really important that decisions are made on the West Coast, that ideally decisions on this plan are not made on the West Coast because they have a national lens rather than a regional lens or a local lens. And so one of the risks, I guess, in hiring commissioners who all but one are not from this region is that they might bring, and they did bring, that kind of national experience to them. We're very fortunate, I think, having Commissioner Becker as one of the commissioners, because he is a local community member. He was a Grey District Councillor and on this committee at the time of developing the plan. So he was very useful to the panel in terms of keeping that this is how we do things on the West Coast. This is the context for the West Coast. I think that's a very vital role that he's played. And I think in keeping with that, actually, I've read all of the reports, and I know that many of you haven't had that opportunity because it's been so short a process, but I have felt they have tried very hard to keep that West Coast flavour and way of doing things. And that's to the better for the West Coast. As a whole, and appreciating that there are these two areas which I mentioned in my report where there is recommendations for more stringent regulation, but as a whole, if we look at all of the provisions across the plan, I think that it is less stringent than the proposed plan. So that's, again, I'm quite pleased about that, because the general tenure with regulation is we only regulate more, we don't regulate less. And so it's, again, a testimony to all of the effort that was put in by submitters and very strong at the hearings to talk about the impacts of regulation on their activities and on them. And the commissioners have heard that. And I guess, again, that links to that theme that I'm saying about keeping the West Coast flavour, which is a bit more pragmatic, and we do things this way, and, let's not sweat the small stuff kind of approach. And so particularly that reduction in stringency affects urban uses and infrastructure. And obviously we had a very strong representation throughout the hearings from various infrastructure providers. They submitted on every part of the plan and they attended every single hearing. So particularly people like NZTA and Transpower and your own West Power and Manawa Energy. So they've and well resourced in terms of planning expertise and legal expertise, which has been very helpful as well, because obviously though I know this plan has cost a lot of money, it's still a shoestring plan compared to other parts of the country. And so that has been a real benefit to have those submitters who have had brought along their legal advisors and their planning advisors. And you'll see through the reports, there were a lot of times when there were expert witness caucusing, where all of the planning advisors or the submitters are put together with the author of the report to the commissioners to talk about what was an agreement, I guess, in terms of the planning context. And we also had times when all of the legal advisors provided further legal opinions on particular matters. So that's been very helpful to the hearing panels and recommendations. So that's a bit of an overview. I might just stop there in case there's any questions before moving to the chapter by chapter discussion.
Thanks, Paul.
Through the chair, hats off to the panel, the independent panel. Done on the whole, they've done a fantastic job, and unenviable. There are some pieces in here that I disagree with, some that I disagree with strongly, but overall, I do agree with Lois that they have tried to simplify, tried to inject more flavour in there. Unfortunately, of course, that flavour is diluted by these national standard things that overrule everything, and that we have to click our heels to. But generally speaking, I'm really impressed with I was impressed at the hearing that I went to, the way they handled the submissions, and they've carried that through in these reports, even though they're hard going. One comment through the chair, about the language of it. It is very much a planning document, but right at the start of this, we talked about trying to make it in plain English. I remember the discussion. We've ended up with the reverse. It's plain and speak. It's hard going. And I don't know how the public is supposed to digest that, but anyway, that's not a fault of us. That's the way that the national standards are dictated, I guess.
Chair.
If I don't.
Sorry.
Oh,
You go first, Tom.
Just as a follow on to Paul, Lois, you mentioned Anton earlier. I know when we were setting this up, there was a little bit of opposition to having Anton in there because of his previous involvement, but I was probably one of those at the time. But I'm grateful he has been there with his knowledge and insight and been strong enough to keep that coast flavour in there. And we've got a lot to thank for that. Because when you're one person on your own, it's very hard to press that forward. So, yeah, very grateful that we've actually been able to maintain that coast flavour in there.
Yes, and just to, I guess, to reassure everybody that he's a new commissioner, but he took that independent very, very seriously. So I just wouldn't want anyone to think that he didn't. He came very much, with the understanding about the need for him to be fresh eyes evaluating the submissions and the information given, and I think he did a really good job of that. But of course, he's from the West Coast, so just had the local knowledge that some of the other commissioners didn't have. So
Let's wait through for us.
Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I just agree with Paul's comments there about the commissioners. There has been over the last year or so some reservations about why this committee actually appointed the commissioners to do the job. But as I've said before, it would have been an impossible task for the members of this committee to attend all those submissions and make reports. And given that you have to be a commissioner and have done that course and be a certified commissioner, we've got very few people at this table that have got qualifications, so it wouldn't have stood legally. But in reading all the documentation, and there's over 2,000 pages of stuff, but that's in the legal form, and the reasoning why the commissioners made the decisions and how they come to that, and it's quite a long document, but that's all summarised here, and we've been going. We had a workshop yesterday and went through, and I've been reading through those summaries, which is great. Thank you, Lois and Joe, to actually give us that overview of it. But at the end of the day, I think the commissioners have done a really good job here for us. There's so much. There's so many people waiting on this plan to be enacted. There's so much development waiting on it, and I think there's some people not going to be happy with some parts, but generally what I've seen, the general outcome has been very good, and I thank the commissioners for the immense amount of work they've done. I know it comes at a cost, but all the district councils need a plan, and it's a common plan to work for, which will bring cost savings to our ratepayers by having one plan for the West Coast. So, I just want to thank not only the commissioners but also the staff that have actually put so much effort into this, and I know even the committee members, the hours and hours of work over the last 4 or 5 years is incredible to go into it.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Any other comments? Ms. Close, carry on.
Thank you. Right. So the first, just starting at the start of the plan. So this, unfortunately, is the report that was circulated at the late item. And I did debate leaving talking about this till later in the meeting, but I decided that it's important to at least give you this overview. You're not making decisions today, you're making decisions next week, but I thought it was helpful for you if I just work through the plan in order, because the start of the plan is quite important for setting the scene. So my apologies, I know you haven't had a chance to read the report, but at least when you do come to read it, you'll have had a bit of an oversight from me about what it's about. So I think the first thing to say, and through this, the way I'm doing this presentation is I'll introduce what the chapter's about. So just to remind you, get you back into that space, and then I'll talk about the recommendations. So this chapter, this part of the plan, section of the plan, doesn't have objectives or policies or rules. It's very much an explanatory chapter. It explains how the plan works. It talks about other national instruments. It includes the definitions. So while it doesn't have objectives, policies and rules, definitions are key to understanding the objectives, policies and rules. So they're very important. It includes a glossary of Māori names used through the plan, and we have a large number of Māori terms and names used through the plan. It includes the tangata whenua chapter, and that outlines the relationship between Potini no Taku and Te Taipotini. So it is really important, but it's also just not something that has doesn't have the objectives, policies, and rules. So it's got a different function. So moving to what the hearing panel's recommended on this. So in this hearing topic, we dealt with all of the submitters who said just ditch the plan. So you can read the reasons why, but essentially it's not legal to just abandon the plan. You have to have a planning document. You know all about this, the setup of the order in council. So they have said, recommended that the plan is retained, but they have said simplified as much as possible with individual topic areas. So that's the theme that came through strongly in those whole plan submissions. The complexity, I've talked about that. The recommendations are that the explanatory chapters, quite a few errors in them, they need to be updated to reflect those, and also to put a bit more descriptive content in there, that information that helps people understand the plan. They've also dealt with, in this topic, the definitions that apply right across the plan. So when we come to individual chapter topics, definitions that related to that will be in that topic. So they only looked at definitions that are plan-wide. So, for example, what I mean is if there's definitions that relate to earthworks, they're in the earthworks topic. If they relate to mineral extraction, then the mineral extraction topic. So these are things that are across many chapters of the plan, are the only definitions they looked at. And so this is where they started. We need more definitions to help people interpret the plan and to give more certainty. And I've just given some examples of 3 that are key, and I'll talk a bit more about those in the next slide. So minimise, that's used really widely in policy. So they felt that's really important. This is what made by submitters. I should just emphasise, the only things they recommend are things which submitters asked for. So it's really important to understand that they can't go make this change because we think it's a good idea. It can only be there is a submission which asks for this. Therefore, we talked a lot through the hearings about this matter called scope. Is there scope in a submission to change a subjective or policy or rule? Is the submission asking for the change that's being looked at? And so they've been very, very careful about that. And sometimes that means, and you'll see that in some of the reports, they say the Section 42A author, who was the writer who gave the report to the commissioners about what all the submissions said, has suggested this change. We don't think there's scope, so we don't recommend that. And so they've been very eagle-eyed on that issue, because if changes are recommended and made, which there is scope for, it really opens us up to appeal that, it was kind of not based on the process. So all of the recommendations are based on submissions made. So we had submissions seeking that these terms be defined and with suggestions about what those definitions might be. So then there are some definitions that we already had in the plan that they are recommending are changed to make them clearer. I've got a couple of examples there. Potini no Taku, reverse sensitivity. Obviously, reverse sensitivity is a really important definition in the plan, given the sort of theme that I talked about earlier. And then also the tangata whenua chapter, there were errors, particularly in parts of that in the statutory acknowledgements and no hono sites, which are in the appendices. So recommendations to amend and correct those parts. So just move now to those new definitions, just so you can see. So statutory agency.
Sorry, excuse me, look, yes.
Clarification through the chair. So there are a number of spelling errors, etc., and some inconsistencies in the tangata whenua section and scattered throughout. Will we deal with them through appeal?
My preference is all possible is to deal with them now. And you will see in the recommendations I've given to you in my second report, I've actually asked for your approval to correct spelling mistakes and obvious errors that don't change the, that don't meet that kind of test in the RMA about it actually changing the provisions. So I've specifically sought your approval to do that because there are spelling mistakes I'm aware of. If there's ones that you want to highlight to me, I'd be very grateful. We do intend with both the tangata whenua chapter in particular and the strategic directions to get them read by Te Reo speaker so that we can make sure that we haven't made, poor as we did with the proposed plan, we had sort of errors of dialect and things.
There's other things through the chair. There's others like Ngāti Mahaki or Makawhio, Ngāti Mahaki, Ki Makawhio. We will standardise it to just Ngāti Mahaki, things like that.
So those were recommendations from the commissioners to do that. So anything that was highlighted in your submission, because the Pōti Ngā Tahu did highlight quite a number of errors in their submission, and so the commissioners have said, great, yes, please do that. And so they've got whole plan recommendations around those things to standardise the language and not mix dialects. But I am not a Te Reo speaker, and so it is actually really important that we get a second check from someone to see that even though I think I've done all of the corrections correctly, that I have done so.
So just a point of clarification, when you say your, we're talking about Kaiwhakahuri Madgewick's view on these rather than the committee. So I think there's specific reference in the recommendations to getting an expert to through the plan. That's what you're saying.
Yes. So I mean, there are many parts of the plan.
Check.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's specifically referred.
Yeah.
You're okay with that?
No, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But there are other inconsistencies.
Right. Okay. We'll pick that up. Councillor.
I just wonder if this scope, I noticed quite a few figures and tables have been incorporated to obviously make it more understandable and give examples, but I know a few of them don't have legends or explanation what the tables are, and does that within our scope to add those?
So my view is, particularly in this chapter, and we have got legal advice on this, so it's not just my view, is that most of this chapter has no it's not an objective or a positive rule. So it's not got legal weight in that sense. And the definitions do, but the descriptive material does not. And so therefore that is something which there is a part of the Resource Management Act called Clause 16 of Schedule 1, I think it is, which is to deal with minor errors. And so things such as adding a legend, and in this chapter, there is scope for quite a lot of change to correct things because they don't affect land use decisions. So in this particular chapter, there's plenty of scope for those kinds of corrections. Less so in some of the other chapters, but where there are things that the commissioners have identified, they've said we recommend as a clause 16 amendment, and you'll see that in the reports. There are lots of things where they've picked up inconsistencies or not so much spelling errors, a few of those, but those kinds of things, and they've recommended let's fix them all at the same time. But I do have to say it's a big document. There'll be more. Assuming that we get through this next phase, I'll be coming back to you, or my successor will be coming back to you saying, hey, we've got a list of mistakes that we found in the plan. Can we have your approval to do another clause 16 amendment to fix these things? So the RMA has a mechanism for an ongoing process of fixing mistakes that doesn't require all of this notification and submissions and everything.
Yeah, Councillor.
So you can change it. This is before we make a recommendation.
So I can only change things that have no legal effect. So things like a spelling mistake, a numbering, that there's a caption missing from things, those kinds.
So through the chair, you will be able to correct those pronunciations, or as said, they will be able to be sort of, because I'm not changing the overall plan.
So I've in the recommendations, I've sought your approval to be able to do that.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
And that's even down to the iwi that Paul was talking about, putting it into one.
So there is actually a recommendation in this report to correctly identify both Ngāti Waewae and Ngāti Mahaki, and that was sought in the submission from Ngāi Tahu. So that is a recommendation. And there's quite a number of errors that the Ngāi Tahu submission identified in the Tangata Whenua chapter that the commissioners are recommending we address.
Through the chair that, yes, there needs to be distinction at times between Pouta Ngāti Waewae and Ngāti Mahaki, but then beneath that as well, there is the inconsistencies that I just referred to as well, that they weren't referred to in that submission. I didn't think.
Well, certainly they've been referred to. Maybe what did happen, of course, is that Ngāi Tahu also contributed really significantly to the hearings. So there was your Ngāi Tahu planner was present at every hearing, and so in her evidence that she presented to the commissioners, she would also highlight errors that may not have been identified in the submission. And so where possible, the commissioners are recommending picking those up and focusing those as well. So that may be where that came from, because it's certainly something in their recommendations to address that specific matter.
Okay, something was highlighted just this morning in an email from her family.
Any other questions or slide? So I'm just going to run through some of these definitions in terms of the changes. So these are two new definitions that the commissioners recommended. So one of them is statutory agency. And so this is used in quite a few chapters of the plan, but it relates specifically to construction of natural hazard mitigation structures, so flood walls and things like that. And so we'll talk about that more when we get to that topic, but just as an example of it's quite a significant definition. So they've recommended, it was used in the plan quite widely but didn't have a definition, so they've recommended definition, so that it includes the councils, Wakatahi, Transpower, Kiwi Rail, the Department of Conservation. And then the second definition that they've recommended that I wanted to highlight to you is minimise, which is used really widely in policy. And so that's a definition that's used in other parts of the country, and they've recommended that definition be added to the plan. The second ones I wanted to talk about was Pouta Ngāi Tahu and reverse sensitivity. So our definition is in the proposed plan for Pouta Ngāi Tahu did include Te Rūnanga o Ngāi Tahu, but the commissioners are recommending that Te Rūnanga o Ngāi Tahu as the iwi authority be added to the definition of Pouta Ngāi Tahu. And then in relation to reverse sensitivity, which is a really widely used term, particularly in policy in the plan, we had quite a complicated way of describing the things that are already there as approved, existing or permitted, and they said lawfully established, and we have a definition in the plan for lawfully established. So that's, I guess, was the trying to simplify things. It's like, okay, if it's lawfully established, that you're all good. We don't need to go into huge detail about that in the definition. So that's those are two examples of quite significant changes too. I guess just in summary, and this is my view from reading through the report, I consider that the recommended changes will make the plan easier to use. They correct errors. They will assist interpretation, and I haven't identified any matters of concern for this topic, but I would like at this point in time to ask my colleagues in the technical team if there's anything any of them would like to add from their district perspective or their regional perspective. maybe starting at the seam of new sweater. So unfortunately, we don't have a planner from Poti Ngāi Tahu on here, so I appreciate that she's sent through to. I'm wondering, just because it would be really helpful if there are errors to know about them, whether it would be possible if you could share that information.
What now?
Well, if you're comfortable, you could forward me an email so that I'm just aware of it and I can bring anything back to the committee that's in.
Through the chair, I agree that lawfully established is a much better terminology for a lot of the existing industries and the likes. I know we've got a meat packing house in one of our close towns, which has been built out by houses, and that's given the protection to that facility that can't, people can't build around it and be complaining about the noise all of a sudden. So I think lawfully established, that means I've had a permit and I've been there. Was quite a good term for that, I just, I'm not quite sure about the minimised term. I hope that through the plan doesn't become too constrictive on some things, but that's just a comment we'll see as we work through it. But I think it is very good reading some of those terminologies. I've taken a lot of other words.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, what I will always be doing is trying to highlight things to just for you to watch and be aware of, which is what I've been doing as I read it. So minimise and mention is a term used a lot, though actually a lot of the recommendations you'll see in the reports are to replace that term with some other terms. So the commissioners, once it's defined, it makes it much easier to go, is this the appropriate word to be used here? Whereas when it wasn't defined, there was a lot of debate about what it meant. And so that actually occupied many hours of discussion between submitters and the hearings commissioners about this term, because it's used so widely in the plan. So including a definition means that it can have a kind of sharp focus on, is it the right word for this circumstance? And then you will see that there's many instances where they've said, in this circumstance, it might be to be managed, or it might be to be avoid, remedy, or mitigate, or something else.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the first topic. I will move on now to the second section of the plan. So that first topic actually covers a whole section of the plan. The others are much smaller bits. So district-wide matters is these are the parts of the plan that apply everywhere and sit across all parts of the West Coast. So the first of these that is very important, well, all of them are important, but this is a particularly significant chapter because it sets the strategic plan, the strategic direction chapter. It includes objectives and policies, so these things have legal weight, and it's for matters that apply across the three districts. When we developed the plan, this was actually almost the first section of the plan that was developed. Way back in 2020, I think. And there were 6 different chapters that were developed in policy areas. So energy, infrastructure and transport, hazards and risks, historical and cultural values, natural environment, subdivision. Oh, apologies. Thought I'd replace this slide.
While you're fixing that, welcome, Councillor Cummings.
You're welcome. Sorry, I'm late. Just had a bit of a
That's all right.
situation going on.
Oh,
Good to see
sorry,
you.
I'm thrown because the slide is incorrect. But those matters are, there were agriculture and agriculture, connections and resilience, mineral extraction, natural environment, Poti Ngāi Tahu, tourism and urban development. Those were the 7 strategic directions that you set at start. And I guess that really reflected, so a big grouping of those are the key economic activities that go on the West Coast. There was a lot of discussion about the issues around resilience, that, we've got one big road, and if we lose the state highway at places, it has a huge impact. The reliance on electricity coming in from out of the region, those kinds of things were a key part of that strategic direction. So there were a lot of submissions on this part of the plan. And the recommendations have come back from the commissioners as follows. So the first key recommendation I wanted to highlight was renaming 2 of the strategic directions chapters. So the agriculture chapter, they recommended it be renamed to rural production. And I guess that I recall actually when we were discussing this with the committee way back years ago, and I think I could see that Mayor Klein can recall this discussion as well. We were searching for the right word, and agriculture was the word we used, but wasn't necessarily perfect. Not sure rural production is either, but I guess what they've tried to say is that it needs to be a bit wider, that the agriculture sort of brings this idea of, you know, someone out there hoeing the fields kind of thing. More than that goes on. So they've recommended changing it to rural production. They've recommended changing the connections and resilience chapter name to climate change and resilience. And there is a stronger theme you'll see on my slides shortly around climate change that they've recommended goes into that strategic direction. So those are 2 key naming changes. Then the other thing they said is that, and this was a point raised by many submitters, is that many of the objectives were more like policies in their drafting, and they felt that there would be benefit in fleshing out the objectives, that sometimes they were quite, so take the agricultural objectives as they were, there was 2 of them, they're quite short. They recommended that actually more detail is provided on that strategic direction, that there be strategic objectives and policies. So that addresses the issue about how they're written. Policies are written differently in terms of objectives or an outcome, but also they noted that having strategic policies actually helps a lot when your staff are assessing resource consents. It gives more detail about what's trying to be achieved. Then the third thing, and this is subject to quite a lot of discussion from submitters and legal. There's some legal advice that came through from various parties that you can read if you're interested in this, is the weight that strategic objectives policies have compared to other objectives and policies in the plan. And so they're of the view that it should be clear that they have equal weight with other objectives and policies. So they don't overrule other objectives and policies, but they are actually very important. And this really becomes significant when you're planning staff are assessing discretionary activities and non-complying activities. And so particularly the kind of the more complex resource consents, the bigger activities that might have bigger effects, things that are unintended or not anticipated by the plan, the strategic direction provides a really strong help to assessing those things because of these clear objectives and policies. So then moving to the additions, they have proposed a range of new policies around climate change and support. In particular, the focus of that is about support at a local level for emissions reduction through things like adopting new technologies, supporting renewable electricity generation, low carbon transport modes like cycling and walking and electric vehicles. And then also a policy that highlights the role and value that nature-based solutions, things like sand dunes and sort of natural buffer areas can play in helping us adapt and sort of survive change. So those are kind of 2 key things. So just going into the detail a bit more, the objectives that they have recommended a rewrite of what we had before. So there is this resilience comes through strongly in objective 1 about recognising that the West Coast is subject to adverse events and that our infrastructure needs to be resilient to that and our communities too, and that we're going to have to adapt to the effects of climate change. And the second objective is about the greenhouse gas emissions reductions, but that the focus of that and the role through TTPP is about support for the kinds of economic things which reduce carbon emissions, including new technology. So those are the recommended new objectives, and then the recommended new policies. The first one is about our regionally significant infrastructure. So I'll talk about that a bit more, that term in shortly, but it is another thing that is actually a very strong theme in the plan, the support for regionally significant infrastructure. This policy, an adaptation of one of the original objectives, thinking about the quick recovery from adverse effects of natural hazard events. So if it gets taken out, that we can quickly repair that infrastructure, get it running again. But that over time, some of it might need to move, and that the plan should support that if it's needed. So if, for example, the state highway's falling into the sea, that plan is supported moving further inland. The second policy is about any new regionally significant infrastructure and trying to move that away from natural hazards, but also recognising that there could be a functional or operational need for it to be in a location of a natural hazard. So, for example, a hydro scheme is going to be on the river, and so obviously that's a functional need for it to be located there. And policy 3 is about infrastructure self-sufficiency, something again I know is a really strong theme when we were developing the plan, being able to back up regionally significant infrastructure as well, and building just a bit more resilience into that. And then the fourth policy, sorry, there's another page of this, is about supporting communities to make good decisions around hazards that are exacerbated by climate change, by identifying and providing for location to safe locations. And I guess that's, an example of that would be the work the Buller District Council's doing for Westport and looking at the opening up the Ulmer Road area for development. Then 3 more policies they're recommending for this chapter: supporting at a local level reduction in emissions around the low carbon transport options, and we see that kind of talks to the transport chapter. And then policy 6, expansion of renewable electricity generation, and that also talks to the energy chapter, which has where all of the objectives policy rules around that are. And then the final policy I mentioned, the recognising the role of the natural environment and nature-based solutions in supporting resilience communities to climate change. So I guess maybe I should stop there in case there's
Just pause there, yes. So if I could just, for my simple mind, the chapter previous section connections and resilience is now renamed climate change and resilience. Previously, there were 4 objectives. There are now 2 objectives and 7 policies. So in simple terms,
So more words, but I guess that the view of the commissioners was that actually helps better explain what you're trying to achieve with the strategic direction. They haven't, they've done this to every chapter. I highlighted this chapter as being the most different because though they've restructured the other chapters, they've kept the direction very strong. And I guess that this was when I mentioned before about the West Coast flavour. This was the first hearing we had, and the 4 commissioners who weren't from the West Coast, this is where they started to learn about the West Coast. And so they I think have by now they're coming to their recommendations, they've understood that. But at the start, there were lots of questions and trying to understand the West Coast economy and what are the big industries here and the significance of mining. So I feel like they've got that. This would be my view. Again, I'll pass over shortly to the technical team for this.
yes. Any other comments? Yes, Chair.
Just from the layman, it would look to that we're looking as if we've turned to a sort of green movement here, and but to counter that, I accept and acknowledge a lot of those things are very important. With the nature-based solutions, we're doing that in Westport at Organs Island. We're putting in planting up there to stop the flow path down the Orowaiti Lagoon, which actually caused most of the flooding into Westport. So that's a nature-based solution. Regional Council also taking common nature-based solutions there to pick up retention or of water so that it doesn't actually flood the lower common areas, retention ponds and nature-based solutions there. So that's there. But also it's important, I think, that the plan going forward, our major towns were probably placed in the wrong places and flood zones and that, but going forward, the plan needs to identify where the places of people in the future should actually not build or that are behind hazards. And we are all seen how places are susceptible to landslides and that. I've seen that up the coast road and that which is happening. So I think this plan will give effect and point out that as it goes through, and I think that's a forward-looking policy going forward.
No, sorry.
Agreeing with Peter with his comments there, yeah.
Thanks, Lois.
Okay, so I guess that, again, my view is that, largely these are improvements. They clarify the intent of some of the policies. As the drafter, I take it on the chin that some of them weren't, the objectives weren't drafted as well as they could be, and that's helpful to improve the drafting, using wording more consistent with the national direction, but also, and I think that's really important, that is retaining that really strong strategic focus on the economic drivers of the West Coast, the rural production, the mineral extraction, the tourism. These are the cornerstones of the West Coast economy, and that it's really important actually that strategic direction recognise that, because these are the kinds of things that there might be something we don't expect, that we haven't imagined now, that comes forward, and having that strong strategic direction, the objectives and policies saying these things are really important, but the exact detail of the activity might be different to what we do now. That's really helpful. So I think that's really good that it's kept that. I think that, as Chair Haddock has said, that strategic support for natural hazard provisions is really useful. We have heard from the government this is a really high priority for them. You know, that's because of the insurance risk to our country. It's not just a West Coast problem. And so that's something that they're putting a national policy statement out on. So we're very much in line with central government thinking there. So we don't need to worry that suddenly we'll be caught in a sort of crossfire. But it is focused on the things that are within the scope of local government. There were lots of submissions from people asking to do all sorts of things around emissions reductions. It's like, well, no, those aren't roles of local government or of district. They have focused it very strongly on the things that are about, you know, what district plans do, and they're adapting new technologies, you know, thinking about the resilience and as the environment, as the climate changes. That's a good direction. And it's particularly, I think that it sets a good strategic support for regionally significant infrastructure, and that is, you know, given the nature of the West Coast, there's going to be lots of need for that to continue to be invested in, and these, particularly the local renewable electricity generation solutions, strongly supported by the strategic direction. So that's my view. So I would just at this point probably like to pass over to the technical team, and I'll do it from the other direction just so that Sweta doesn't feel like she's always been picked on and it started. Nothing anyone.
Got NPC online as well, just in case.
Oh, great. Is Rebecca or Gina, is there anything you would like to add?
Paul, you had a comment, please. Question.
Yes, through the chair, the climate change resilience strategic objectives. So the CCR02 greenhouse gas emissions reduced, an opportunity to transition to low carbon emission economy provided. How is that going to affect, for instance, Stockton?
So we have 7 strategic directions, and one of them is mineral extraction. I haven't highlighted that in this presentation because the changes that are recommended keep that very strong, just wording changes to make it a bit clearer. They keep that very strong direction about mineral extraction being a core part of the West Coast. I think it is also important to recognise that the coal that is produced at Stockton and also at some of the other coal mines on the West Coast is used for steel making, which steel is used to make wind turbines and things like that as well. But you know, this is not a matter where it's a black and white coal is bad because it produces emissions. We do things which reduce emissions every day, but coal can actually be used to help transition us to a lower carbon economy. So I think and it is important, that thing about weighting. So the fact that all of these things have equal weight, that's really important. This doesn't trump any other part of the plan. I think
That's the point.
that is the point to make. And so it's supporting a direction around emissions reductions through technology, and through low carbon transport, if there's options that are available. Sometimes that gets quite difficult on the West Coast because it's so long, but it's not trumping any other policy, and you've got very strong direction around mineral extraction.
Yes, because through the chair, I mean, they are actually diametrically opposed almost. And this has been a strategic objective, and a lot of this is, it's high level stuff. I just wanted to make clear that it's not going to, it's not going to interfere with the operation of on ground, because we were really clear about protecting that rather than enabling that, rather than having something come over the top that will ostensibly mean it's not in the future not going to be compatible. So
I guess that my view is that because we've got 7 strategic direction topics, we've got one specifically on mineral extraction, we have dedicated zones, all of those things that we've layered through the plan are not they're not threatened, if you like, by including this objective, but this objective in many ways supports some things that might come through that will assist in reducing emissions, like wind turbine schemes or whatever new thing that someone cleverer than me thinks of that's a new technology that reduces emissions. So carbon capture and storage. So I'm just throwing terms out there, but I guess that's what the intention of the objective is, and I think that it does have no greater weight, and that we have very other strong things like objectives and policies in the plan. It gives me reassurance anyway, and I hope it gives you some reassurance that it's not going to trump things.
thank you.
So, Lois Francois here. So, just cutting to the chase, was this going to add any hurdles to coal mining currently? Is this going to impose any more problems for their applications going forward?
I don't think so. No, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think so.
And one question, I asked this yesterday too, because I was concerned about that, but I think it's actually leading towards discouraging the development of non-renewable electricity, which such as a coal-fired power station, but not the mining or of coal for other purposes, but just discouraging the likes of a coal-fired power station, which has been tried, and I doubt will ever get off the ground. Anyone goes, but that's the way I was told yesterday.
But personally, I disagree with that. I think that the door should be left open for that.
I think that's a rabbit hole we could run down for the rest of the day, so we won't continue with that.
That's my ideology, as opposed to this ideology that's been inserted in the government.
Thank you.
Okay, so
just another little process detail. During the reports, there's a reference to section 32AA.
oh yes.
Would you mind slowly explaining that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we produced the proposed plan, for every chapter of the plan, we also produced what is called a section 32, which is an analysis of the costs and benefits of the objectives, policies and rules for that particular topic. And so we produced 22, I think, it's quite a labour of love, reports talking about why the provisions that we proposed in the plan were the right ones, that they were efficient and effective, what were the benefits, what were the costs, what was all the technical research that was done to support them. All of that information was in section 32 reports. And then where the commissioners have felt that the changes to the plan are significantly different to what was in that section 32 report, they have done a section 32 called AA, because that's the part of the Resource Management Act it is. So it's like a further analysis So if this change is made, which is a significant change, is it still efficient and effective? Is it still, got, the weight of costs and benefits, are they still on the right side of the ledger? So they have done that, and I've just signalled that in my summary where they've done that additional work, so where the change has been significant. So obviously with this, there was a significant change, so that's been done.
In some of the other chapters, like I think noise, where there's no significant change, then there's no section 32AA. Have I chosen the wrong example?
We'll get there.
But sometimes 32AA is done, and
Yes,
sometimes it's not done.
yes, and that's been, the commissioner judgment about
Yeah.
whether they think it's significant. And sometimes, and noise was a bad topic because I disagree with their judgment, but you'll hear more about that in a little while. But generally, where their judgment has been, this is not a significant change. And in that, they really have been advised by the Section 42A author. Now, for 16 of the 22 topics of the plan, I was the Section 42A. So yes, I'm all over this plan. So we went through this process. We did a Section 32 analysis. Yes, I think it's previously done. I've said in my recommendation to them, the changes that I'm suggesting don't need an additional analysis. Sometimes an example of that would be heritage. They came back and they said, no, we disagree, Ms. Easton, we want you to do a Section 32AA analysis for this matter. And I had in my right of reply, had to do that. So they were live to that, but they did rely on the judgment of the 42A author. But there were 6 topics that I wasn't the 42A author, and those planners all came from out of region. So sometimes their judgment about what was going to be significant to the process is the same as it may benefit I've been responsible. So noise is one of those topics, sorry.
Bad example. But these 42, 32, 32AA are used by planners like
Constantly.
and for those of us who are just on the edge of these things, we have trouble thinking about which is which. So let's be very careful and slow in referencing.
And maybe it's useful to actually just write up on the board. So what those things are. So Joe, if you could, Section 32 cost benefit analysis. Did the benefits of this outweigh the cost? And Section 32AA is an update of the cost benefit. And then, because I do talk about it a lot, Section 42A was the report written summarising all the submissions to the commissioners and hearings with recommendations about how to change the plan based on the planner's view before the submissions were heard. So if you could just maybe record that. So then,
sorry to be a bit slow on behalf of the committee, but I've found some of these things to be challenging.
of the submissions.
Okay, thanks.
Through the chair, before we move on, I just, haven't read the recommendations to date. I just note for those that haven't too, number 14 on it, that I think it's quite relevant that TPP staff have not identified any specific matters of concern to the councils and to Tini Ngātahu in relation to this topic, though do note there are some typographical and spelling errors within the recommendation. So I think it's a relevant sort of point. I know you've asked the staff if it was in that one or each one of the reports. I think.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Haddock. That's a useful thing to highlight because when I've read all of the recommendation reports, if I have noticed spelling mistakes or typographical errors, I've tried to highlight that in my summary. And I guess I've done that so that if you're comfortable in that recommendation to give us approval to fix those things. Shall I move on?
Yes, please.
So the next topic is energy infrastructure and transport. So this is a sort of a standalone part of the plan in that it applies to these energy activities, the generation, the transmission, the distribution. So that's we had strong representation at the hearings from Transpower, who are the transmitter, from Manawa Energy, who are a generator, but also some of the small hydro schemes on the West Coast made submissions, and distribution, which is West Power, were the principal people who turned up for the hearing, but also Bill Electricity as a distribution company. So their activities are regulated principally in this the energy chapter. Transport is road and rail because we're a land-based plan, so we don't deal with the shipping. That's the regional council. And then the third chapter is infrastructure, which is a kind of a everything else, but it does have quite a strong telecommunications bent, I think it would be fair to say, but it also covers meteorological facilities and wastewater and stormwater and water supply infrastructure. And so the key thing is that for those activities, the zone chapters don't apply. So the provisions, and that's to make it easier for those who are realistically the people most often using plans, actually, because they've got, I mean, if you think of the networks, they cover the whole of the West Coast. So they've got to think about these things a lot more. And so that's why the national planning standards have them having a dedicated area. But the district-wide chapters for things like historic heritage and ecosystems and biodiversity, they do apply, but the zone provisions don't.
So can I just clarify, what you're saying is they can do the same thing through rural and residential because they're zones and that's fine.
That's right.
But if it's going to cut across, go through some historic heritage house.
Then you have to look at the historic heritage rules. Sometimes what that means is that though the zone rules don't apply, the rules in the energy chapter or the infrastructure chapter might refer to the zone standards. So a good example was just looking at this, the recommended change around renewable electricity generation. It says this is all fine, you can do it, provided you meet the height limits in the relevant zone, for example. Otherwise, the resource consent might be. But they've tried to address the amenity issues, which is a lot of what zones are about, by referring to maybe key standards in the zone. So this is also part of the plan where there is just a phone book of national direction. So we've got national policy statements and national environmental standards around renewable electricity generation, electricity transmission, telecommunications. And then obviously this is part of the plan where we had a lot of very detailed technical submissions from the utilities providers. So those people came to the hearings and spoke at length, and they were usually supported by lawyers and planners, so very technical submissions. In relation to transport, there's also an appendix, which is all the detailed turning circles for roads and site distances for driveways, all of those kinds of technical transport standards, roading design standards, most of which I'm afraid I don't understand. So what has come back from the commissioners, the hearing panel, is a recommendation, a key recommendation I just wanted to highlight. All the way through the plan, when we had it as a proposed plan, we talked about critical infrastructure, and we had a lot of commissioners that said you should be consistent with the regional policy statement, which talks about regionally significant infrastructure. And the commissioners have said, yes, fair enough. We recommend that you do talk about regionally significant infrastructure. And however, they've said, but for the purposes of a district plan, there may be additional infrastructure, which it's important to treat in this bucket. And they've said, we'll use the RPS definition, but we've added, because we're aware of these things actually are really significant, the Turnbull hydropower station and Fox hydropower station, because those are, particularly when those communities are cut off, they're really key pieces of infrastructure. The special purpose roads, so that's the road to Karamea and the road to Jackson Bay, because they're not state highways. And then defence facilities, which was in our definition of critical infrastructure. So they said, yes, the regional policy statement definition plus these three things. And all the way through the plan, they have recommended we replace the term critical infrastructure with regionally significant infrastructure. But also, as I will talk to you, no doubt, all the way through the plan, they've put an emphasis on, actually, we need to make sure we're providing for this. This is really important. That normal activities for these types of infrastructure should be permitted. So that's kind of fits with that theme. So moving to energy, they probably the key thing there is Transpower. And they've done this all the way through many topics, have pressed very hard that they need to have separate policies and rules. Transpower, the transmission function is different to the distribution function, and that's in statute. So at a national level, they've got their own national policy statement. So they were very strong on that, and the commissioners have recommended that we do that, that we provide separately for them. Otherwise, the redrafting that they've recommended is really, I think, about clarity and consistency. There's no kind of fundamental change there, but they have more strongly emphasised renewable electricity generation as being something that is very important. And I guess that fits with the discussion that was had earlier about climate change and connections chapter. They've proposed a lot of changes which just mean that the day-to-day activities of maintenance, repair, operation, upgrade are all permitted. And that was the useful contribution, or one of the many useful contributions actually of the infrastructure providers, as they talked about, we actually get caught by this rule. It needs to change because an activity that might just be happening quite often is being caught. So they've made recommendations that hopefully address that problem. They also, so for example, introducing a new permitted activity for new electricity distribution lines. So that's connections to the West Power and Buller electricity network. They've also, because of really mindful of the, natural hazards and frequent severe weather events, specifically provided a permitted rule for backup generators. So that might be backup generators for when the cell towers go out. And as we went through Cyclone Gabrielle, I heartily endorsed that. It was awful. But also it might be for, some other aspects of your electricity network might need backup generators. They've also, I think this is quite significant in terms of it's quite a big change, reduce the restrictions on renewable electricity generation. So in the proposed plan, we had a two-tier approach of small and community scale and large scale. So the small and community scale being more like the Turnbull hydro station, and the large scale being something a bit bigger that might serve a kind of a larger community. They've said that's pretty arbitrary and it's not very, what are the effects is the question they had. So they've said that they've recommended that actually it really relate just to those zone standards that I mentioned before. So if, for example, someone wants to install, I understand they do, a solar farm near Reefton in the middle of a area of general rural zone, provided it's not too close to the neighbouring boundary and, meet some of those kind of basic kind of amenity things, there's no reason why it should make a difference if it's a 1 kilowatt solar farm or a 10 kilowatt solar farm. It's about just managing the effects on neighbours. So they've said remove that and just base it on your key aspects in your zones. So that's quite significant.
That's a question.
Absolutely.
I see one of the new policies is discouraging the development of non-renewable electricity.
And so that's and that speaks to
Peaks Power Station.
Pardon?
Well, discouraging the use of non-renewables.
Yes, so that's what they're recommending, is that to counter the more enabling for renewables and then fitting with the kind of national direction current national direction
Shane Jones as well.
Well, he's not the. I guess that well, I'll say this too many times. We've got three parties in at the moment for our government, and so we get individual ministers say things, but they're not necessarily the government policy, and we have to go with what is the government policy, which is what they put out in their legal directions. So ministers can say things, but they don't necessarily mean that's what we end up with, and we have to. I've said this to you lots of times. We have to obey the law, and so until they change what someone's statement is kind of irrelevant. If it's the minister in charge of the topic, and so Bishop speaks about RMA reform, I think we need to listen very carefully, because he's the minister in charge of that, and he gets to change all of those things. But if Minister Jones says something about RMA reform, it's his view as a New Zealand First MP, really, until we see something.
So question.
No, Jamie.
Sorry, Councillor, you
Yes.
finished? Yep, thanks. Who was next? Nick,
My question was around, I kind of get why you make it enabling for the lines companies and things to install infrastructure. But I guess, is there a risk here around them just doing the easiest thing? And so someone's bought a nice subdivision, there's no power lines there, and then down the road, someone develops something, and next thing, West Power puts massive, or electricity, puts massive power lines because that's just the cheapest and easiest practicable thing. And so what's their obligations around consultation with communities when when they're putting new stuff in that wasn't there before, if this is really permissive.
That's a really good question. I feel like, yes, our plan will incentivize people to do things that are permitted. So they will do the easiest thing, because I mean, that's rational behaviour, isn't it? That if, you know, I've got the choice of doing, going this way, don't need resource consent, or going that way, need to get a resource consent. But I do think that, and you know, this in a way goes back to that definition of statutory agency. I do think that these organisations do recognise that they have a social licence as well to operate, and that they are part of your communities. And so even though they, and I'm sure they would say this, they don't always have to do things. They often still choose to do things in terms of talking with communities, because they know that otherwise they're going to end up with a lot of protests or concerns. And so I don't think we should rely just on the district plan to ensure that that utilities behave properly. That they also are, you know, organisations that make choices, that have, you know, they've got communications departments, they've got all that thing. And I guess we get actually the last topic, so I'll get to talk tomorrow night, but designations would be a good example. So they can do they've got a lot of power, but they do know that they have a lot of power that should be exercised carefully. So, I mean, I can't promise you anything. If it's permitted, and we won't get a say. But I guess I do rely on the fact that these big organisations do have some kind of element of social licence as well.
Just a question about the reduction or reduce the restrictions on renewable electricity generation. So that will include hydro,
yes,
wind, and solar. So that's encouraging those. So that'll help out small hydro schemes that we've got lots of water on the coast. So that can make that hopefully a bit more easy. So
that would be correct. And I guess, I mean, I don't know what new renewable thing someone might invent next year. So there'll be other renewable electricity generation that provided it meets that definition, that would be also have reduced restrictions. So you don't deal with the sea, but a tidal power station, if it was, we were thinking about some of the other types of renewables, there's probably others that I don't know about.
They like some biogas.
Yes.
Off the dairy farm. That's what's going on.
Yeah, that's to do. Question? No? Nothing else?
Just clarify.
Yes.
That discouraging the development, does that mean it's banned?
Nothing is banned.
That's what I mean, yeah.
It's recommended to be a non-compliant activity. So that's a tough resource consent.
Yeah.
But it's not you can't do it. And there's a general aversion that the Commission's had, and I have, and probably most planners have, to prohibited activities, because they assume that you can see the future beyond anything that we actually can. So they're certainly not proposing anything as prohibited, but they're recommending it as non-compliant. So that would mean that the activity would have to demonstrate that it was not inconsistent with the objectives and policies of the plan.
So you'd have to apply for the resource consent.
And it would be a tough reason.
Yeah, that's right. I just didn't want to see something that was just banned.
No.
I don't think we've got the right to do that.
No. Okay, so moving to infrastructure. So this is just to remind you, this is mostly the telecommunications. It's your infrastructure as well, your wastewater, water supply, stormwater lines, and your what else isn't it? Meteorological facilities, so the environmental monitoring network for the regional council. So mostly I feel like that most of the changes to this are reasonably minor. They're just kind of, you know, tidying up, making objectives and policies clearer, more consistent with the national direction again. Better provide for day-to-day activities that theme right through these chapters, and then just making the rules a bit clearer and easier to understand. So there didn't seem to be anything profound at all in the changes. And then the third chapter, transport. So introducing some new transport policies around and better providing for the day-to-day activities again. Probably my apologies, I didn't do this topic, so I'm not very across it as much as other topics. But the thing that I noticed as being that I thought was significant that I wanted to highlight to you was a change to the approach to high trip generating activities. And this came through, I'm thinking, from NZTA, and how, you know, they're concerned about when you get just any vehicle movements, what damage it does to the road. That's why we regulate that. That's their view around that. And so there is a new table in the standards for high trip generating activities, and the regulation of that depends on the type of road it is. So if it's an arterial road or a collector road or a local road. So we've also updated the appendix in the plan that talks about all of your roading network, all your roads, and what sort of road they are. So I worked with your roading departments to just make sure that we had all of the most up-to-date information, so that the roads were correctly classified. Because for a high trip generating activity, if it's on a local road, obviously it's going to have quite a big impact, and so it's much more the number of vehicles before they need resource consent is smaller than if it's on an arterial road. So that was my understanding what that change does. The other thing is some introduction of some additional standard for sight lines at railway crossings, and because the railway line goes through all your towers, I wanted to highlight that to you. I don't know what difference they make. I assume there are safety sight lines, so I guess we could say that hopefully it will mean that new activities don't establish that block the view and make your intersections with the railway lines safer. But I mean, obviously they have a big impact on your towns, the Greymouth one all the time, because it runs right through the centre of Greymouth. And then other updating of the transport standards, which mostly seem to me to be relatively minor, not being a transport expert, and to be just about making them meet the current good practice. So those are the changes that I could see to the transport chapter. So I guess again, this is one where I felt like I've highlighted all of the things that I thought were significant, but overall I think that what the changes would do is clarify the intent of the objectives, policies and rules. They'd be more consistent with the national direction, and better provide for day-to-day activities for the infrastructure providers, and focus the requirement where adverse effects need to be more carefully managed, and represent some good practice in terms of transport standards. So I didn't identify any specific matters of concern. I just again like to ask colleagues.
Could I ask a question? The only concern I had in that one was the high trip generating activities. And I'm still a wee bit confused on that, and perhaps staff might be able to clarify that, but I'd hate to think that simple wording was restricting vehicle movements in and out of a site. For example, if someone's operating a quarry or they're excavating a section, they're limited to a certain amount of vehicle movements that's constricting a lot of development happening in the next couple of years. I can see this right across the coast. We're going to have a lot of subdivisions and the like, and I'd hate to think that one wording in there, I'm not sure I'm on the right track, but anyway, lots of clarification that will also people on resource consent because they've gone over 5 vehicle movements a day. So could I have some clarification on that, please?
So through Mr. Chair, I definitely can't give you that now. I've said this is not my area of expertise, but I will joke it as a thing back, so I'll dive into that in detail and bring back information.
Have the staff got any more?
And I will work with my colleagues and hopefully can connect, particularly with the transport people.
Thank you. Yep.
I bet Peter with that one, because the first thing that came to my mind was more than sense, which is going to be an increase in state highway, irrespective of housing developments, etc. We've got a retirement village coming into town. We've got a lot of new investment coming in, which is going to generate that trigger. So I'd hate to see it actually being a stumbling block to investment and growth and development. So it's got to be very, very cautiously worded and controlled.
Councillor Gibson.
Totally agree, because it's one of the biggest stumbling blocks with Berrytown.
Yeah. If we start going to our.
Yeah.
Yes, your port's another part, yes. So it's actually quite compounding through all our regions, actually.
We'll get some answers on that, I think.
Appreciate it.
Good. Question, the term catch-all.
Oh, this is the first place I've used it. Right. Okay. So catch-all rules. So we in the Buller and Westland current district plans, they have catch-all rule is a rule for everything else that's not listed in the rules. And so often you don't use catch-all rules. You use them quite sparingly, but they're very common in zone provisions. And they're also used in this energy infrastructure and transport. So if, for example, in a zone catch-all rule, we'd say take a general rule zone, permitted activities, agriculture and all of these various things. And then we say, oh, but at this level you need a resource consent. And we list, but it's done by activity. And then we have what I call the unanticipated activity. So you usually clear in the zone, this is what we want, and it's all permitted. This is what we need to look at more carefully, and it needs a resource consent, and this is what we don't want. And mostly we make that non-compliant if with some strong policy direction saying really there should be some remarkable circumstance before you'd want that to happen there. And then we have but what about the things that we didn't think of? And so they use a catch-all rule, which is called any other activity not listed in the rules. And in the Westland and Buller district plans, current ones, that's a non-complying activity. So we didn't think of it, it's unanticipated, it's a non-complying activity. In the Grey district plan, it's a discretionary activity. So when we produced the proposed plan, we didn't discuss this, WADA ended up with it as a non-complying activity in most places. The commissioners have come back and said, well, this is often things that aren't necessarily inappropriate. It's just you haven't thought of them. So we think non-complying is pretty staunch, and we recommend that it be a discretionary activity. And they've taken that view right through the plan. So they've recommended it first. This is the first time we get there, but it's you'll see it in lots of other parts of the plan. You had a non-complying catch-all rule. We think it should be discretionary. Discretionary still, it's a reasonably significant resource consent. It still has to look at the objectives and policies. So it's not a, green gate to anything you haven't thought of, but it just is, it changes that kind of assessment to being not about you must approve, it's not inconsistent plan to, oh, well, what are the policies that support it? How would you fit within the plan framework?
The discretionary is the key word.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry,
Can
Councillor.
I just go back to the transport one? Probably better sight lines for railway crossings. Who would be responsible for that?
So when, gosh,
Yeah.
ACES chapter. So when someone wants to, I'm just imagining, so in my mind, I'm imagining that intersection in Grey where the railway line goes through the roundabout. So it's quite a complicated intersection. So the property next to that intersection wants to redevelop, for example, and build a building on it. They would need to meet, and these sightlines are figures in the plan that show the distance that mustn't be in the kind of cone of vision for the train that mustn't be blocked when that development occurs. So it would be when, we've got quite permissive rules there, so that redevelopment's probably just needs a building consent, but the building guys would be checking that it doesn't afford the planners. This doesn't trigger any rules in the plan, does it? And the planners would do a quick, probably talk to the transport engineers, do a quick assessment. Oh yeah, it doesn't infringe into the sight lines. That's all good. Or if it does, go back to the developer and say, you're going to have to pull the building back or get a resource consent.
I was just thinking it was more of the responsibility of the railways. I mean, they have a 6 metre centre of the railway line's boundary. So I think anything, you can't build inside that anyway.
So the sight lines are around intersections. So where the road meets the rail. So it's really that, because I guess it is really important because the trains can't stop. So it is really important that that there's good vision, and I guess they're thinking about road, thinking mostly about car versus train incidents, and so those are the sidelines. But yes, I guess your transport engineer to say to Kiwi Rail, are you happy with this? Pass that one over to them rather than do that assessment themselves.
Through the chair, an example would be the Mawhera Pā, just the development there, so that's actually well back from the railway line, but if the developer had wanted to their boundary, staff might have said, well, no, you've affected the lines, is that the visual lines for the train and that, is that what you're sort of saying?
They check that.
Yep, they check that.
I mean, if you're way off the boundary, it's not something that they need to worry about. So it really comes into play when you're close to the boundary.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Yes.
I'm just checking in the transport chapter. I'm not sure if I read it in here or if it was in the noise one, and probably is in the noise one about the rail corridor.
So we're talking about setbacks, and that's in the noise chapter. Yeah.
Just before we break for 15 minutes, the definition of transport related to air transport. Airfields are in a special purpose zone.
That's
So
correct, yes.
transport is land transport.
It is, and so we have special zones for our airports and aerodromes and heliport, and we've got special zones as well, so it is land.
Anything else? So thanks, Lois. We'll take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
So we're just gonna be doing this.
I think for the next couple of days. I think so.
request from media to take a photograph of the meeting, and I'm wary of that. But I think it's a decision for the committee, and so unless there's a strong objection, we'll put on our best face. No, we stand somewhere and take a couple of photographs. The whole thing will be over in 20 seconds.
I'll take a couple of them.
Photographs.
I can't get you all in.
Yeah.
Now, this is a group photograph.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe not.
Come on, Joe, you followed the TV last night.
Let's go. Seriously.
Where we lay the blame.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And,
It's not working. Really.
this one on this side of the table, don't mind.
Shoot the math over.
You're gonna. Hey, I'm leaving it. It's like great. Andrew said you're gonna go.
I love it, we're all smiling.
Get the planners in due course.
That'd be mean.
The smiles you got from everybody.
Okay, thank you. The meeting is resumed.
Thank you for your deal.
Resume the meeting. Back to Lois. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, okay, so the next chapter of plan, I've only got a little bit of this chapter here because we haven't received the natural hazards yet, but I'll just talk through the contaminated land and hazardous recommendations. So I'd like to say this is it's the second most vital part of the plan, I think. These are chapters that just contain objectives and policies. There are no rules, so it only has any effect if someone needs a discretionary activity resource management and is doing something with a hazardous substance or contaminated land, then they might look at these objectives that were the plan for these objectives and policies. So the main recommendations are to add a policy that specifically talks about used and closed landfills, since those are probably one of the more common contaminated sites that you have in the region. And then including some new definitions of hazardous substances and major hazard facilities. So this is that example of these things that are included in the policies, those words, but they weren't defined. And so there's definitions that they've recommended be added, but both of those definitions are from the relevant legislation, which I think is the Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act. So those things, and major hazard facility, I think, is defined in the Health and Safety Act. So they're referring to the definitions and other pieces of legislation. Also, a new policy to make it clear that major hazard facilities should be located outside of natural hazard areas. And I guess, when I think of what are major hazard facilities, this might not be terms you're familiar with, but probably the one that I know definitely meets the definition would be Western Milk Products, and that's because they use ammonia in their process somewhere, and so they store ammonia on site, and so it is where it is. But if you were to build a new milk factory, ideally not in the floodplain of a river right next to the coast would be a good idea. So that's essentially what their policies say.
Can I just ask, given the number of historic landfills dotted all over the West Coast, does this objective or rules, say if a farmer's got some historic landfill on one little wee part of his thing and he wants to do something somewhere else, will that then trigger a requirement to remediate and all the rest of it?
So there are no rules because there's already a national rule set. So the National Environmental Standard for Contaminated Land and Human Health, something like that. And so that's already used as the rule book. And so what these do by having policies in the plan is that if there's a discretionary activity consent triggered under those national rules, for example, then they'd look at policies plan. But almost everything that to do with contaminated sites is regulated through that national standard. And just in terms of where the contaminated sites are, that's that database maintained by the West Coast Regional Council, and they also have rules around it. So we did feel that additional rules in TTPP would be over the top. So that's why we just have objectives and policies.
Any questions?
So for me, not really any matters of concern. This is a bit of my part of plan, but just want to check with my colleagues. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just really thinking about this now. I'm just thinking of the fact we've got two meat processing companies on the West Coast, one in Grey and one in Westland, which potentially leave room for contaminated land if their disposal's not as it should be. Do we have any protection mechanisms in there to strengthen the ability to manage those risks?
So not in this plan, but I think those would be regional council matters that in their land and water plan they'd be addressing. So discharges of contaminants, for example, that's regulated through the regional land and water plan. So this plan being a land plan deals primarily with, you could kind of say the thinking about where we put the new things, and then making sure if we've got contaminated sites that we don't put inappropriate things on top of contamination. But dealing with the contamination sits with the regional council.
So if either of those facilities were to expand or sort of redevelop or whatever, then these rules would be applicable to them as opposed to being existing.
They're not rules. So they'd only
Guidelines.
be if they needed quite a grunty resource consent. So a minor expansion wouldn't trigger this part of the plan. It would have to be something reasonably substantial. I'm trying to even think what it might be. And I'm not even sure that Meatworks would count as a major hazard facility. I know the dairy factories do because of the ammonia, but it's usually about what are the kinds of chemicals that are used there. And it's, I mean, the examples that they use in all the planning literature are, you know, all the things they have in Taranaki. They've got big plants with lots of hazardous things, but we don't have much of that on the West Coast.
But most of our, beg your pardon, Mr. Chair, but most of our waste plants have all got they're hazardous. They produce ammonia or whatever, if the wrong things mix or whatever.
Yes, but they might not be a major hazard facility. So they could be, so we've got lots of hazard, petrol stations, for example, of a hazard facility because it's got petrol there, but there's actually a national regulation for petrol stations. So it's really the major hazard facility is something really big.
Right.
Okay, well, in that case, just want to check with colleagues, anything any of you would want to add on this one? No? Okay, well, quick jump to a totally different world, to historical and cultural values. So there's 3 chapters in this topic, and the first of these is historic heritage. So I think that just to remind you that all of the objectives, policies and rules in relation to historic heritage relate to the schedules, so scheduled items and areas. And the heritage schedule that we have is largely a rollover from the 3 operative district plans. So we didn't add any new items. This was one of those areas where we cut our cloth to fit the budget, and we relied very heavily on Heritage New Zealand to provide technical support. All of the owners of heritage items sent letters to say you've got a heritage item, but not surprisingly, really, I guess, as they were previously listed, that didn't really elicit much concern. We didn't get any submissions from people opposing scheduling of the individual heritage items. It is one of those chapters where the rules have had legal effect from the time of notification. So we had the advantage of the planning staff actually having worked with these rules and finding out how well they worked. And that also is useful in terms of understanding where did we have accounting problems. So the recommendations from the hearing panel, just to give you some context of the hearing, it wasn't a big hearing, it was quite a small hearing, not that many submitters. We had Tahu submitted, Historic Heritage New Zealand submitted, and Heritage New Zealand submitted very forcefully. So they, we had a pre-hearing meeting with Heritage New Zealand because they said you have not met the national requirements here. So historic heritage is a matter of national importance under the RMA, and uses the word avoid in the RMA, and there's lots of case law and matters of national points on the use of the word avoid, and avoid means it shouldn't happen. This shouldn't happen, and they said your rules are too soft. So they were quite strong coming into the hearing. There were other submitters, I guess those were 2 that really sprang to mind as to having had a significant strong voice. So what the commissioners have recommended is that there are some amendments to the definitions and the new definitions, they're mostly just interpretation. So for example, heritage fabric wasn't defined or was maybe not very well defined. So things like that, things that are referred to in the policies and rules, this whole thing that I keep repeating of helping people understand what it means, make it clearer for the interpreting the rule. The other big amendments is we have this, right? So the amendments to the objectives of policies are actually a lot about infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure that we're talking on about. So that's providing more clearly for that, often regionally significant infrastructure will have very little impact on historic heritage, but we have some big, an example would be parts of the Denniston Plateau are a heritage area, so that's quite a large area. So there might be some regionally significant infrastructure there. So making the objectives and policies better recognise that. And then in terms of the rules, and this is I say that Heritage New Zealand came in strong, so these changes are all things that they saw. So the first one was repositioning a historic heritage item. So in the proposed plan, that was a controlled activity. So repositioning is moving it on the same site. It might be moving it 2 metres or 5 metres, but that's repositioning it. And so they said, if it's a historic heritage item, which therefore means it's really important to the West Coast, a controlled activity can't decline consent. They said you must have the ability to decline consent because it could be inappropriate to reposition it. So that was their very strong view, and the commissioners have gone with that. The second one is relocation. So that's moving it from its original site to another site. And again, the heritage people have the view that if you take a heritage item away from its site, you've actually substantially degraded its value, because it's not just if it's a building or whatever it might be, it's not just that thing, it's that thing in its place. And its place is what they call the setting. And it's that historic heritage item in its setting is what makes it significant. So if you move it off site to somewhere else, yes, you've saved the building or the structure, but you've lost a huge amount of the heritage value. And so they said that should not be depended, it was either controlled or restricted discretionary activity. They said it should be full discretionary activity. You need to consider all of the policies doing that.
Yes, through the chair. So this was actually for us earlier in the drafting of the plan. And in particular, the example of the finance that children which was moved entirely off its original site and split the town in two. The town's still split in two as a result of this. And I'm not going to go into the merits or otherwise of that, but the point was that it was the planning rules had you could drive a truck through it, and so therefore the Western Council allowed it without going through the public scrutiny and the public angst that as I say, still reverberating. So this is really important. I think, and it just tightens that and we need to at all costs to avoid that in future without having real close scrutiny from the public and from heritage groups. So I'm really behind that.
Lois, just on that through the chair, I'm just thinking, Peter, of the Custom House in particular with the stock bank work that's to be done. That is going to have to be moved and then potentially put back to somewhere acceptable for it to go. So that'll be affected by the restricted discretionary activity, but we can't have some of those sort of things stalling or holding up essential protection work over that. But we've done everything we can to secure the building and protect it. It's a matter of being able to move it temporarily to then reposition it somewhere back. So how is this going to fit into, I mean, because what we don't want to do is actually find that we've got to then put it entirely somewhere different again, because that impacts the planning that's already gone on.
So at the moment, so as said, our proposed plan rules are in effect. So at the moment, and I think under your current recent plan, if they were still there, they'd need resource consent to do that. So these are scheduled items. So and resource consent is needed to move it. So that doesn't change, but the level of assessment of the consent is. But I think if you're talking, it sounds like you're talking about you move it off, you do the works, and then you move it back to largely the same place. But it might be that's a repositioning, I think. So the fact that you're storing it off-site temporarily, but bringing it back to the existing site would be repositioning. So that's not the same as relocation. If you decided you wanted to go, actually we can't put it back anywhere near where it currently is. We've got to put it over the other side of Okotika. That would be relocation, and that would be, I guess, the thing that they're particularly concerned about, taking it away from its original kind of, where it gets its significance is about what went on at that location.
So that'll be okay, just to clarify that, to Colin's point, that that is actually just shifting it out of the way, slipping it sideways on some rails, so the works can happen, and then move it back and maybe lifting it slightly. So that's going to be okay.
Well, it's required reasonable consent now, I guess I'm saying, this is saying it would require reasonable consent, but the difference is, in the proposed plan, you were guaranteed to get that resource consent. To controlled activity, consent will always be granted. A restricted discretionary activity, in theory, has the ability to be declined. In practice, usually
It's good to know that, because I'm just thinking if for some reason we come across a stumbling block which actually then determines that we can't put it back there, we're going to understand what processes we're going to have to go through.
And this is where the other parts of the plan are quite important, because we had this whole discussion about natural hazards, and in actual fact, we've got many heritage sites that are built in risky places that, over time the erosion's got closer or whatever. And so repositioning and relocation are sometimes things that have to have the natural hazard. So the policy recognises that. So that's what would talk to the rules and apply for resource consent. So the policy is recognising that sometimes a hazard is going to destroy this building. So actually we need to,
Councillor Brett Cummings, you had a question?
On you.
I do. I'm just wondering, with the historical stuff, is it still from 1900 on as historical? Because just wondering about all these historical little drains and bits and pieces in the bush that people like to mine and build properties over. Where's all that fall into this?
so these rules, or these objectives policies rules, apply to scheduled items. So we've got a list in the plan. They're almost all buildings. A few of them are memorials and things like that. But the rules apply to those listed things. With items that were built pre-1900 are identified in national legislation as archaeological sites. So that's where Heritage New Zealand gets involved. So if you want to disturb an archaeological site, you need a authority from an archaeological authority from Heritage New Zealand. And what we do have advice notes and kind of information in the plan telling people that, but unless it's a scheduled historic heritage item, then these rules don't apply to it.
So just after that, so this list of stuff the doc has with little dots on the maps, they're not actually archaeological sites, then, are they? That's just
So they
something
might
they've come up with.
No, there's a list of, I would say there'd be in excess of 1,000 archaeological sites on the West Coast. That is held on a list by, which is prepared by the New Zealand Archaeological Association, and DOC have archaeologists, so they work closely with that. So it is a list of archaeological sites. Probably the main thing I'd say is it's not a list of all of them. So there are many archaeological sites that are unidentified. And that's why we have protocols around if you disturb something and find, human remains or archaeological remains, then there's a process to manage those.
No, I'm talking about water races and tunnels and mine shafts and hazards.
So that primarily is managed by Heritage New Zealand, and then if it's on public conservation land, by DOC, not by this plan.
Right. But if it's on Ngāi land, it's the same?
Well, everyone is subject to the Heritage New Zealand law, regardless of who owns it. So I'm sure that's something that we can have a conversation about offline, but that is the law at the moment, yes. So it doesn't matter who owns it. If it's pre-1900, it's subject to the Heritage New Zealand requirement for an archaeological authority to disturb it.
Right. Okay, even if it's a hazard.
But that's not to do
But
with,
that's not this plan.
it's not this plan, that's a
Right.
discussion for another day. Paul, you had a question, comment?
Through the chair, going back to the custom house, So if it's pivoting on the same side, not a problem.
Well, it
Generally.
still needs a resource. I think it's not a problem.
Generally not a problem.
Yeah.
But if it's moving offside, then it triggers.
A much more detailed assessment. And I think that, I'm just thinking about how, if I was a planner assessing that, the thing I'd be asking is, well, so what is the relationship of the new site with that building? So I could imagine a circumstance where, okay, it can't stay where it currently is for whatever reason, but actually there's a really strong historic reference and connection of this building to the new site. So that could be appropriate. So, these things are always grey.
So my point is actually that where the custom house is now, there's not the original site anyway. It was moved there in about 1980.
Okay.
In the mid-1980s, it was across the road.
Well, there you are. So that would be all information that you just include in the resource consent.
Next one. Won't stand in the way of topping up the stop bank.
No, but
Sure.
could there be a risk of us having put it back where it was originally cited?
The original site is already.
Exactly, my team is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I think it's
Supposed to.
so when it's, if you apply for a resource consent to do something, consent is either granted with conditions or it is declined. Decline's very unusual, but it's not, okay, you wanted to do this, but we'll make you do that instead. It's like, okay, you wanted to do this, we don't think that's appropriate, we've declined consent. It's not make you do something different instead. So if, for example, someone wanted to reposition or move a heritage building, then it would be assessed, what they wanted to do is assessed on its merits. And so it's not the job of the consent planner or the council processing consents to come up with ideas about what would be better. It's about assessing the application on its merits. So your choice about where you wanted to ask to move it to, not the planners.
Chair.
Just a question around making demolition or destruction of a historic heritage item or area non-complying activity where it was discretionary. Now, I just want to bring up two items in Greymouth, one being the old Royal Hotel and the other one being the former courthouse. Now, both those buildings have been unoccupied for some time and they've been through various processes of people trying to do something with them, but there's no appetite. So what actually happens here if we adopt this plan? Are they going to sit there and slowly blow away and fall down on the street, or will, because it's got to the stage where they're actually a hazard and they're becoming an eyesore in town? So in those situations, I'm just looking, the owners of those buildings have noticed that, they just want to get rid of them. I know we should save them, but I mean, what's the outcome of this?
So through you, Mr. Chair, this was a big part of the discussion we had in developing these rules, the situation in Greymouth and the difficulty in repair because of the land tenure. But I just want to check with my colleague here, but I feel like the Royal Hotel's already got consent for demolition. So under the current plan, so it wouldn't be affected by this. I don't know about the other building, the courthouse has no consent, courthouse, sorry. So that if people want to demolish it, would need a resource consent. And it would, under the proposed plan, it would need a discretionary consent. Under the current plan, it would need a non-complying consent. So that's quite tough. However, my first thought would be that if you were looking at what to do with it, maybe that is a building where relocation might be an option. Maybe there is someone else. No, I can't. That has happened with some other buildings. If that's been okay, but there is actually a place where it could be relocated to. But yes, so that would be a change. It would make it tougher to get to, no two ways about it, make it tougher to get consent to demolish it.
So through the chair, it would be tougher, but it would still be able to happen if a case was put forward that it was financially uneconomical and to do it,
Yes, and back to the objectives and policies, they recognise that. I mean, we have got particular issues, and just actually, I want to check the detail, but we discussed this a lot at the hearing, the situation in Greymouth, because the land tenure makes it really difficult to get funding for restoration as well, because the land is not owned by the owner of the building, so that makes it hard to get to financing. So this is recognised in the policy that this is a particularly difficult circumstance.
Could we get clarification on that? Just before we make our final decisions.
Sorry, Yeah, James.
Yeah, we were gonna bring this up as well because we've had the Revies, we've had the Royals, and you know, it's hindering development as it is, as it was under the old rule, it was tough enough. Now this is just taking it to another level, and people simply like, we want to keep the heritage, but people can't afford it. But again, throughout this plan, it was supposed to make development and things easier on the coast, but this is just the number one thing that we'll come up to start with. It's gonna cost people more and be more of a hindrance, so we haven't got as many of those buildings now, and of course we want to retain them, but we want development and it's gonna affect relationships. So pretty disappointing. And we see the states that they sit in for so long, they're unsanitary. Is it, you know, it's
They're having a negative effect on the.
well, they are having a negative effect. So this rule is just going to be a big detriment and more money for more people to develop that will put them off developing when we need them.
Yeah.
Royal Hotel is a good example. And the Heritage New Zealand has shown that even under the current rules, they can be convinced. And they firstly have to make sure that there aren't any viable alternatives to demolition, that it's actually economically unviable to restore. And so once they were satisfied with that, they agreed. And I think that's a good test, to be honest. I'm going into bat for heritage buildings because we have precious things left in this town. And before you know it, you'll blink and the next generation will have nothing. So we have to be careful about it. So, and the other thing I will say with when it comes to the demolitions within Greymouth, don't forget that this is a SASM. This is a site of significance to Māori. This is the PAR site, and underneath all of those buildings and underneath that tar seal of those roads, the PAR site. So when you touch it, when you boom down on any of those buildings on the PAR side, you're going to have to do an archaeological assessment because that is the untouched path just beneath.
What it risks, and this is what the developers were going to do, is just wrap it in plastic because it's too hard and it's too expensive. And that was, you know, like if that's the solution, and this is, but you know, no one wants to see that, and we've got over that hurdle for this. It's just going to make it more intense.
So we'll make sure that one's picked up on board. Change the subject slightly, just the detail, the term advice note. How does that apply? What does that mean?
So an advice note is, it's not got legal status. It's not an objective enforcement rule. It's paupa. It's a reminder. Think of this, or oh, have you noticed, or refer you to another part of the plan, maybe, or it's intended to help the user of the plan. Oh, just remember this, or just notice this. So it's intended as a.
So it's part of the plan.
Yes, and so one of the things that you know, back to that helping into the plan, there's a lot of recommendations to add advice notes to just help people understand what advice. So we've talked about that bullet point I only got to, but that's obviously a big change. And you mentioned before, Mr. Chair, the section 32AA and was section 32AA, additional cost benefit analysis done for that. Pretty significant change from a discretionary activity to a non-complying activity. And then the last thing, which is also reasonably significant, is the listing of a further 7 historic heritage items. And I'll just go through those. So what happened is that, so I mentioned we had a previewing meeting with Heritage New Zealand, and they indicated they've had quite a lot of matters they're very unhappy with. And one of the principal things they're very unhappy with is, though we had relied on them to provide us advice to inform the plan, we hadn't done any detailed work ourselves, and that felt that that was a big part of the difficulty for people applying for resource consents, is that they only had the Heritage New Zealand information and they didn't have information which talked to our plan. And that there should be a detailed heritage report for every single heritage item, which then the planners and the owners and the resource consent applicants could use, because it would talk about what are the things that are important and could help them actually, make them go forward if they needed resource consent. So this is a big piece of additional work that was commissioned at that time. So we commissioned a heritage architect, his name just temporarily slipped my mind. And totally slipped my mind. But anyway, we commissioned a heritage architect to provide an assessment, Anne McEwen, thank you, Dr. Anne McEwen, to provide an assessment of every single heritage item in the list. And also because we had submissions seeking additional heritage items to go into the plan, we got her to review all of those. And she came back to us with her recommendations that a lot of the items that people sought to list didn't warrant it. We didn't have sufficient merit. Often there's not enough information. So, just mindful you can't just kind of go, oh, it looks old. It's got to be some detailed historic information. But she came back with a recommendation that these items be added to plan. And so then we wrote to all of the owners of these items to let them know that they have been put forward and assessed as being of historic heritage, and that we were looking at whether they should be listed in the plan. And I'm not going to pretend everyone wrote back and said, oh, we love that idea, but no one said they objected. So we have gone forward, went back to the commissioners, this is what the response was, and the commissioners have recommended that they be added to the plan. So in terms of the ownership, I've put that up there. So the Taramako Rail Bridge, obviously that's owned by Kiwi Rail. They own lots of heritage bridges, so they were just kind of like, oh, another one. Dylan's Homestead is dock. And the
era there on the next one.
Sorry?
The era on the
yes,
third
it
one.
should be the Cobden.
It's actually Runanga.
It's Runanga.
Great.
When I saw that camera, I was like, it's not in Cooma, it's in Runanga. I knew it was a grey district, but there was something wrong. So the Hall and Hawthorne Payroll Robbery Memorial is owned by the council. It's in the road reserve. The Cobden Battery Observation Post is owned by the council. It's in Part on the hill there. The Copra Hot Springs Bathing Pool is another dock one. The St Patrick's Catholic Church in Kumara is owned by the Catholic Church. And then the Hannon and Seddon building is owned by a private owner who's already done it up, actually. It's a really nice building. Yep. And then Seddon House site, that's actually in addition to the archaeological schedule, and it's owned by HNZPT themselves. So I'm not sure why they felt the need for it to be listed in the plan, but they did. So those are the items that are recommended to be added to the schedule, and there is a detailed heritage assessment of every one of those. And you can see some questions.
I just had my hand up for what Peter said before. He's already got it. The whole help is Runanga.
Any other questions or comments?
Good, they're all good.
Oh, sorry.
There were, I know there were some items that were raised by submitters, but I understand what you say about that, but they didn't meet the test. But there were others, and we relied heavily on Heritage New Zealand, but there are a number of others when this chapter was first discussed that were raised, such as in Hokitika, that aren't on the Western District Council's existing plan, and they're not on this list either. So they've been missed.
Yes, and I think that it would be fair to say heritage is quite, I'd call it an undercooked part of the plan. We didn't have the capacity to put very much funds into it or time, but we did have a list of items that we asked Heritage New Zealand to give a preliminary look at, which includes many of those ones I think you probably put forward, and we have information on them. And so if in the future the committee wants to revisit the heritage topic, we actually have a kind of a ready-made list of items that we can look at in more detail and probably have almost an warrant deciding whether they should be scheduled. I should also say when we got Dr. McEwen to review every single heritage item and produce a report on it, she identified we had quite a lot of problems in our appendix with the descriptions of some of the items. And I did talk to you about this like 2 years ago, so you won't remember. But in actual fact, some of them are errors, and no one submitted on them, so we couldn't do anything about it. But there is some mistakes in the schedule, and some of them describe too large an area. So the building might be here, But actually the heritage schedule says that all of this area, way beyond the area that's associated with the building, is part of the heritage item. And so there is what I call a tidy up that is worth doing to the heritage schedule, which would be quite minor. But if we're looking at plan changes for kind of other things, then we'd want to put that into that. She also identified that there were some items on the heritage schedule that they didn't think met test of being of sufficient heritage merit to actually, or historic merit to actually be scheduled. So obviously, if we wanted to look at that, there's a process of, discussing that with Heritage New Zealand and that kind of thing. But I just want to flag to you that she did a really thorough job, which it would have been lovely if we did that before we did the proposed plan, but we didn't have the time or the finances.
So, yeah. So through the chair, she did a thorough job on the ones that were
Put forward as submissions.
put forward to her. But there were and still are a large number that haven't made that list, and these are not ones that are questionable. These are Hokitika is a town full of monuments, and we risk having another pioneer statue debacle if it's not listed in the schedule. And we've got lots of monuments that are like over 120 years old, and they're not on the list.
So my understanding is there is about 90 items that when Heritage New Zealand did that preliminary look for us, they said these merit in looking at whether they should be scheduled. So it's quite, you're right, that's across the whole East Coast, but there is, that I'm aware of, about 90 items that we haven't assessed. And some of those, at least some of those, would probably merit being scheduled. So it is a big outstanding issue.
So the only way to do that now is a plan change?
Be through a plan change.
Which is, who's going to do that?
Through the chair, can you not add those on? Can my council not request those to be added on for future?
It does need plan change, and I guess that's really important, that thing about, fairness, giving people the opportunity to submit and say, oh, you're recommending that my item that I'm the owner of is scheduled with, they need to have advice.
So Lois, it would fall onto the individual councils of those areas to do that, go through and look at what governs or what determines a heritage site, monument, statue, whatever, and then collectively get all that information to do one change going forward.
So the plan and the policy and the plan sets out the criteria for a heritage item. So that's all quite set, but what would be needed would be an assessment. And I guess there's two things that could happen. Firstly, an individual council could say, for our district, we think this is really important and we're going to do some work and we're going to put it forward to the TTPP committee, do a plan change for our district. Or it may be that the committee as a whole says, actually, this is an area we didn't have the time and the money at the time to get to, but now we do. We're going to focus on heritage and we'll do a comprehensive across the West Coast heritage plan change. So there's
did across the coast, not.
It could be two paths forward. If it was one initiated by a single council, I think that correct me if I'm wrong, but the terms of how the whole funding works, it would be the responsibility of that council to fund that.
Yeah.
Whereas if it was a committee initiative, then it's part of the TTPP kind of funding. And so again, I mean, there will be many matters that over the years you need to do plan changes on to maintain the plan. And so what commonly is done is kind of you schedule a rolling review. You say, okay, well, the most usually what happens when councils adopt a plan, it's terrible, isn't it? But as soon as you adopt it, you go, oh, there's these things that we because we wrote the plan now nearly 4 years ago, so things have changed. So there'll be a bunch of things, often quite small, but they can be kind of niggly. We'll do a sort of a quick plan change to tidy up some things that didn't get addressed in submissions. And then we'll embark on a kind of program of monitoring the implementation of the plan and doing plan reviews on topics as they become, rise up to be an important thing to look at. And that's the kind of normal cycle. So what we've done here and have this huge massive review to produce an entirely new plan is really unusual. It's kind of like I call it a once in a generation kind of thing. Going forward, you would just do, okay, this year for the next 18 months, we're going to focus on this topic and we'll see how it's going, and then we'll make any changes to the plan that are needed to kind of fit the current circumstances and just work through the plan over kind of a 10-year period doing rolling reviews. And so you could say, actually, Heritage, we didn't do a very good job of it when we did the big plan. We put that early on in our rolling review.
So the plan changes are actually quite burdens on councils because, I mean, they have to be funded, they have to be advertised, you have to get consultants, you have to have peer review, and that fall on the ratepayers.
That does. I guess what I would say is that's why I'm a very big proponent of what I call omnibus plan changes. So collect up a bunch of things you want to change and do it in one go. And I would say about plan changes is, again, we've just been through a massive process. You had 5 commissioners, 18 months of nearly 2 years of hearings. That's not a plan change. A plan change could be a single commissioner, could be a committee member who's a commissioner. It's this much smaller. I mean, if we think of the plan changes that we've done so far, I mean, variation 1 was tiny. We had 6 commissions. That was, it was a tiny plan change. The hearing, I think, lasted an hour. Very little. Obviously, plan change 2 was bigger. But you can roll up these things and they don't have to involve externals. It could be. I mean, there will be, I'm sure. In the next committee, there'll be someone who, at least probably more than one person, who is an RMA commissioner. Or you could decide, look, a few of us will get trained to be RMA commissioners, so then we can maintain the plan in a much more cost-effective way. And that's what other councils do. So they have other councils would have like a hearings committee, and they're all accredited commissioners, and they just do the plan changes, and just it's done in a much more cost-effective, routine kind of way.
So, but the intention of TTPP long term is that this committee is an enduring committee and will handle all of that. So the councils themselves would trigger one to this committee to run plan change process.
Yeah, I think though that we'd have to bear in mind that the budgeting of it would be the responsibility of the committee unless a particular district wants to do that funding for itself.
Yeah, so I can sort of see 2 circumstances. We've got the rolling review I was talking about, or there might be something happens that means an individual council says, actually, it's really important to us that this plan change occurs for our district. And so that would then be promoted by that council, and the costs of that would fall on that council unless it was decided that actually this is such a big deal, the committee will take it over as a plan change for the whole of TTPP.
Okay. Anything else?
Which could be heritage because it was done not so well.
So just to finalise that point, so it could also be like an individual who wants to do a plan change, like a private plan change. So they'd be able to apply, obviously meet the cost.
Yes, so if, for example, someone wants to apply for a plan change for rezoning, that would be the most likely sorts of private plan changes that.
Which happens all the time now.
It does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Useful.
I've still got a summary to finish this topic. We talked about a lot. I mean, I don't have this slide, nothing to look at here because I wanted to highlight all these things. It's a big deal. I realise that. So, but I think there are some real improvements. As you see, right through the recommendations, clarifying the intent of the objectives and policies and rules. I think that probably the big thrust is these changes to the rules are about recognising that historic heritage is a matter of national importance under the RMA, and therefore adverse effects on scheduled items should be avoided. But I do just want to reassure you that all of those things that we put in the proposed plan around, making sure that day-to-day earthquake strengthening, safety improvements, infrastructure connections, that they are permitted activities. And that was something we were very strong on, that actually we didn't just want to create this kind of horrible burden of layer of bureaucracy for things that need to be done. We need the buildings. If people have got the money to strengthen them, the last thing we want to do is put a barrier in the way of it, so that all of those things are retained in the recommendations. So if we move on to the next item in the heritage is notable trees. So this is another really small topic. So we have a list of trees, and they're largely scheduled rolled over again for the operative district plans. We wrote to everybody who had a listed tree. We didn't receive any submissions opposing the scheduling of individual trees. We did get submissions seeking additional ones be added, and we assessed those, but there are no recommendations for adding any new trees. Some of the ones that were sought to be added were already actually in the plan. But we have used standard criteria that are used nationally for notable trees, and they've already met the bar in terms of additional trees. So the changes that the hearing panel is recommending, again, we had probably the main submitters on this were actually the infrastructure people and West Power, so making sure that the objectives and policies and rules don't create problems for those operations, so safe operation of infrastructure and energy activities. And then the other main thing that there was a bit of discussion at the hearing about was the definition of arboricultural contractor, and I actually should have talked about that with historic heritage as well. A big theme that we, back to the West Coast flavour, that we talked about is the technical skill of the West Coast. And we don't have a lot of these experts. So if we were in another region that had a big city, then they've got, heritage people queuing out the door to do work, that kind of thing. But we don't have that on the West Coast. So we've got Dr. Anne McEwen, who did all this work for us. She doesn't live on the West Coast. So we couldn't get anyone local. And similarly, when we were looking at the trees, we knew that we had to have a broad definition of arboricultural contractor. So we didn't end up in this situation of saying you have to be an arborist, because we got very few arborists on the West Coast. So we just paid quite a lot of care with the definitions, and the commissioners really took this on board, that we need to, if we're going to say an expert needs to say it's okay for you to stick this digger through the roots of this heritage notable tree, then it can't just be an arborist. We have to have a wide definition of who an expert is. And so that's something that they carried through. So that's the only other thing.
So the notable trees was another one that I was interested in.
Yeah.
So not only Potonoto, where we did nominate some trees, which have gone forward.
Yeah.
But also some others in the Hokitika area.
So those were included in the proposed plan. So they're already there. So this is additions there were no additions on top of what was noted.
Submission.
So no additional ones were added through the submissions.
Right. Okay. So all the others though that were
They're in the plan. So when we were preparing the plan, we went through that process of doing the assessment against the STEM criteria, I think they're called, Standard Tree Evaluation Method. And so we've got, for example, the ones on the Haurengatahi land down at Mahitahi. Those are scheduled, the kōwhai trees. And there's some Te Kōka trees in Hokitika, I think, got added to the schedule, a few other trees like that. So that was in the notified plan.
Yes, the Te Kōka at the Hokitika Police campsite. And, Karaka trees.
That's right, yes. Yes. So they were in the notified plan, in the proposed plan.
Woodstock.
Yes. So I just check with my colleagues. Is there anything you wanted to add on trees? Sorry, I actually didn't ask you about heritage. So now I'm better, because I'm looking at Mr. McInerney there. He probably did want to say something. My apologies. Is there anything anyone would like to say about historic heritage or notable trees? Okay.
Sorry, I do have a quick one. What about when one was removed? And I'm not actually sure that it made the schedule, but I think it was nominated in the submission, so maybe it didn't, but it was the lone pine tree at Dixon Park Range.
I actually think that was evaluated.
Which is since blown down.
Oh, it's blown down. Well, that's an act of God.
So only a piece of it, rest of it's still standing.
So I would have to check if it's scheduled. I kind of have a feeling like it didn't meet all the criteria. If it wasn't scheduled, I think that, because even though it obviously it's significance to the community, the criteria are quite tough, which I guess, regulation on this sort of should be. That one was looked at, but it didn't meet criteria. Okay, so the third area in cultural and historical before lunch values is sites and areas of significance to Māori. So just a reminder that under the Resource Management Act, these are actually considered to be massive national importance under two sections. So they are historic heritage, so they're in the definition of historic heritage under the RMA. And so a matter of national importance there, but also they have their own matter of national importance, which I think is, can't remember the number now. And so they've got, they're recognised as being very significant. And this is a big area of change in the plan because the operative plans don't specifically identify them. And so everything we did here was new. I think probably all of the committees are aware of the kind of quite horrid process we went through around this and the errors that were made, which really, it really created a bad start to these provisions. Unfortunately, it was really unfortunate. So unfortunately, they were met wrong. We did quite a lot of things early on with amendments to try and fix the mapping problems, which I think has helped quite a lot. These are also an area where the rules have been in effect since the plan was notified. So, time has passed since people made submissions and were initially concerned to now we've got a better sense about how these rules are working and how these sites are working. So all of the owners for scheduled sites were spent in individual leisure at the time of notification of the plan. So not really surprising, it generated a lot of submissions. But I have to say the rules for the sites are largely a focus on awareness raising. Most activities are permitted, subject to consultation with the relevant rūnanga. And this is an example of where this is very different to the rest of the country. This is very West Coast bespoke because everywhere else in the country, scheduled sites of significance to Māori, you need a resource consent to do pretty much everything. So we're really unusual. And when we had the hearing, some of the commissioners were just really surprised at this and thought, well, come on, this is a matter of national importance. You should need a resource consent. Why do you have this whole kind of framework of permitted activities by the rūnanga? And so I think that submitters on behalf of Ngāi Tahu and myself as a reporting officer to explain the kind of the context about the West Coast, and they've gone with that. So also in this chapter, we have two overlays which relate to the taonga minerals of Pounamu and Aotea, and they really recognise the significant cultural value that these taonga have to Kōti Ngāi Tahu, and the rules in relation to them focus on mineral extraction, quarrying, and ensuring that the relevant rūnanga are consulted or that activity occurs. So what are the panel recommending? Again, I think a big part of the recommendations are about certainty, clarification, guidance, interpretation, helping people understand what these rules mean. So new definitions to help interpretation, addition of some methods. So we don't have very many methods in the plan, and methods are not rules. They are other things that we might do. So the methods that they've proposed, are about guidance and working with people. So they're outside of the regulatory framework method. These things will happen. And the reason why we have very few methods in the plan is because I am really staunch on this. I think you should only have methods in the plan that you're going to do. And it's very common for plans to have lists and lists and lists of methods. We're going to work with these people. We're going to do this. We'll prepare this guidance, all of these things, and they never get done. So there were very few methods in the proposed plan. There are some new methods recommended by the commissioners, but still quite a small amount, because if we're going to have them, we need to do them. A method is kind of a promise to the community. It's not just a rule book. We'll work with you and we'll produce some guidance. We'll, it's that kind of thing. So there's two new methods, one around guidance and one around working with landowners who are the owners of SESMs around access issues. There was quite a lot of concern that the objectives and policies talked about access, and people like, well, this is my private land. It's one thing for you to say it's a significant site. Well, quite another thing to have people marching over it. And so we clarified that's not what the objectives and policies are saying. Access can only be with landowner permission. we have a method that is about Tahu and the councils working together to look at access issues. So it's the same limits, objectives and policies to clarify that and emphasise that access is only with land consent. And then in terms of the rules, I just have to say they're completely rewritten, but the actual effect of the rewriting is minimal in terms of it's negligible really in terms of the implementation or the effect, but they're just easier to read. So they're very complicated rules. Again, I have to take that one on the chin because I drafted them. And so redrafted to be much clearer which sites, what applies to them. And the other big thing was this approval process for the permitted activities. So that's been running for the 3 years, and I think there's been probably maybe now a dozen different approvals issued as people have done things in certain sites. But the discussion that went on, we had legal advice on this, was that we need to move to a certification process. That's what the RMA provides for permitted activity, and a schedule that outlines how that process will work. And that's because for something to be permitted activity, you have to know, it applies a degree of certainty to know if the rule applies or not. And they felt that certification with a schedule is much more meets that test than what we've had in the way we drafted the rules previously. And then the other change is just recognising that even though it's a SASM site, it may be appropriate for quarrying or mineral extraction or infrastructure maintenance repair and upgrade. So there is some reduction in stringency for the rules around those activities in the SASM sites. And I guess if we could just consider, for example, a site might be have been a traditional area for the gathering of pounamu, for example. So it's obviously entirely appropriate that that activity would still occur. So just recognising that Māori occupation and use wasn't just kind of people sitting on the land, they were doing things and they were using the land. And so that's part of the appropriateness of activities that go on. So keep going, yes. Then we had a lot of submissions on the map sites. And I should just say we had a lot of submissions from people whose concerns were addressed by the minor amendment that we did back within a few months of notifying the plan. So those ones were addressed. So we didn't have nearly as many people attend the hearing as might have if we'd not done that. But in terms of recommendations from the panels, they took a view. We have quite a lot of SASM sites that fall below mean high water springs. This plan's jurisdiction is only to mean high water springs. It's a land plan. So they said they shouldn't be shown on our maps. They should go into the regional council. They should be identifying this in Ka Whakahare Magic's got a question?
Yes, I have on this one, because this one came as a bit of a surprise to us, where they're trying to whip out a number of the SASMs which are below mean high water mark. However, they still remain as sites and areas of significance to Māori. And although this is a land plan and it's above mean high water mark, what happens on that land potentially affects what's happened if it's a Kaiwana gathering site, but a very old one. If you're disturbing the land and you're disturbing the creek that runs through it or whatever, it has a direct effect on that area below the mean high water mark. And so it is still SASM, and we will be appealing because we want to make sure that remains in the plan. I think it's a moot point about, this is only, above mean high water mark, therefore we're just going to put a line through that. We don't agree.
Yeah, well, that wasn't my recommendation, but that's what the commissioners have recommended to you as a committee. So there were a bunch of changes to the shapes of SASM that we weren't able to include in the minor amendment because they would actually change their area on a property. And the commissioners have recommended that all of those be made where there is no new landowner affected. So it's a changing of the shape on an existing property that's already got a SASM on However, there's a couple where they have not recommended changing the shapes because deemed this as an additional landowner's property, and I felt that actually it was really important that that is done through a separate plan change so that the landowner has the opportunity to submit, should they so desire. Then there were some additional SASMs which Ngāi Tahu sought to have added to the plan, and they've recommended adding those where they affect public conservation land or a water body only. So again, that principle, if it was a private landowner or the Great District Council in the case of one, that should be added through a plan change so that there was a process which enabled people to express their views on it. There were 2 SASM sites where they affect private landowners, and the commissioners felt the exact location couldn't be clarified at the hearing, so they've recommended removing those. And then also recommended a redrafting of Schedule 3 to make it clearer which rules apply to each SASM. Again, just that clarification thing. And then final mapping change is the map area of the Painamula overlay, and it's essentially pulling that southward. So I have I have a picture of that. Yeah. So the left-hand map is what's in the proposed plan, and you can see the Painamula overlay goes up sort of towards Barrytown, or maybe a bit beyond Barrytown, and the recommended amendment is pulling it back southwards, so that it doesn't include. It starts at Greymouth and then goes across at an angle, so it reduces the area that the Painamula overlay covers.
A question now, Paul? Yes, yes, please.
Yeah. So two things. The 2 SASMs that they recommended removed is one is at Taniko and Scenic Reserve, and the other is at Tortara Reserve in Ikamatua. Where the Ikamatua one, the mapping was an error. And so yeah, we were clarifying that one, and the one at Taniko is a very important site, but we just wanted to move that slightly so that it doesn't intrude on private land, and it'll be entirely on public conservation land. So rather than remove that, can we just fix that?
So you can't. So if the committee doesn't want to accept the recommendations of the commissioners, you can refer it back to rehearing. So you can't change the recommendation, because this is what the commissioners have heard all of the submissions and received all of the evidence. They've made this recommendation. If you don't agree with that recommendation, you can say we don't agree, we're not accepting that recommendation, but you can't substitute your own recommendation. So it would have to go back to rehearing.
Okay. I mean, either way, it will go through, because when we're going to.
So what I would say is that, and I mean, we'll get to this with other topics as well. I'm very pragmatic. I'll be upfront about that. And my view would be accept the recommendations and appeal. Okay. So that would be 2 people doing that. Te Tai Posting Plan Committee, accept the recommendations, Ngāi Tahu appeal. And when an appeal happens, then, other parties get to join the appeal should they so desire. I'm not sure that there'd be that much interest, except probably possibly the landowners of those properties. And then next is mediation, to kind of work things out. And I feel like that's probably a matter that could be resolved with mediation.
Yes,
similarly with the Mean High Water Springs one, I think could be resolved at mediation. Don't anticipate you'd end up fighting it in the environment court.
No. Okay. So yeah, we'll appeal.
So just to clarify, the mediation between this committee.
No, the mediation is, and this is important, the mediation is Environment Court mediation. So it does got a formal process run by the Environment Court. It has an Environment Court mediator. And it's good to have this conversation, because there'll be other topics that we need to have this about. So I'll just run through what might happen. If, for example, the committee decided to accept all the recommendations of the panel, various matters will be appealed. I think we could all probably make it a list and go into sweepstakes about what will be appealed, and we might all have this, I think, on the list. We can even kind of have a little list of who might be the appellants. And so the first stage of that is firstly people can appeal, and then people can join appeals. So if, for example, someone appeals and then there's someone else who was a submitter on that matter goes, I want to join that appeal. So they can come on either supporting the appeal or opposing the appeal. So there's quite a lot of scope there to go, this person's appealed that because they don't like it, but I like it, so I'm going to join the appeal to defend it. And then the committee is kind of, you have yet to decide your position. You're the receiver of the appeals, and that the appeals are on the plan the committee has adopted. And you will have to, and I will work through with you next year, adopt a position on the appeals, on each of the appeal points. And so then, so there'll be a committee position, there'll be Joe Bloggs as appellant 1 position and Pete Hughes as appellant 2's position. And those 3 parties and the mediator get together to do the mediation. And then if the 3 parties can agree, then that's settled. And then we write something up that goes to the Environment Court judge who says, great, appeals settled, this is the legal permissions. Yeah. And so the aim would be for as many things as we can to settle on mediation and try and get a position where we can get everyone to agree with this. So in mediation, that's the only thing. It's all planners and lawyers. It's an expensive process because it involves technical staff and our lawyers. It's always preferable to get it right and not end up in appeals, but there are quite a number of things that I don't think, actually probably doesn't matter what decision the committee makes, it'll be appealed, by someone. So, yeah.
Through the chair, we went through this mediation with the regional council's wetland schedule, and they were all lawyered up. It was not a pretty easy process, and there wasn't a lot of give and take, to be honest. But that was that back then. But that was all to do with wetlands and SNAs. It was the early days of SNAs. If I could just make a general comment about the SASMs before we move on that. Despite all the frothing from some of the submittals in the public, in the media and the like, we've had this now in place for 2 years since the plan was notified. It's taken effect, and the sky hasn't fallen in, and people have learned the practicality of these SASMs and how we intend them to operate on Taipōtini, and it works. It works for us. I mean, I'm pleased that Lois has noted that we've got a far more permissive regime than they have elsewhere in the country. But we do it because we're West Coasters, we have to live here too. And the SASMs are they're very practical, and we've had many instances of landowners who have applied to do things on SASMs, and we've authorised that, no problem. And I can't think of one we've declined. And so that's the way it was intended to be, and I think it's a good process, and I think people will come to live with SASMs comfortably.
Hope the rest of the country are watching.
I was just asking a question since you raised the topic. Are lawyers involved in this generally, or sometimes in getting that certification?
Of certification.
Is it not appropriate to?
I mean, the way it's drafted is about the Runanga will nominate someone who is the appropriate expert, cultural expert, and then so it's not a lawyer process or a planner process. It's a cultural process about is this activity going to affect the cultural values of the site? That's the expertise that's needed.
Through the chair, Rex, just a question to Paul. I accept your good comments about what's happened with SASMs, Paul, working in with the community. That's great. Hey, just with the mean high water one, given that the plan really is only from the council jurisdictions, from that area, would the inclusion of SASMs out beyond that not be better directed at DOC or something, or the body that actually administers that, or like the council stop it? Well, it's just a question from whether it actually can go into the plan, you know.
Well, the impact's coming from the land, not the water.
That's right.
So,
I understand. Yeah, okay, yep. It's the impact from the land actually affecting the sea.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
so I think the outcome of this is we'll just have to appeal it because that's probably the most palatable way.
Yeah.
Right. To get a good outcome, rather than any other way.
Yeah. So, sorry, did you finish the previous screen?
The previous screen was the Pineham overlay.
No,
the
summary.
And then my last, I guess that again, there's it on paper. So if you look at the recommendations, it's just lines crossed through everything, and you know, all of that kind of thing. I just really wanted to be clear that actually, even though it looks like it's changed everything, this is redrafting. It's not changed the substance. So the intent of the objectives, policies, and rules be clarified. The chapter is considerably easier to use and understand. And the methods recommended are about providing more guidance to help landowners understand the process and for that guidance to be provided. And generally the recommended changes to the chapter, I'm not talking about the mapping now, give greater certainty for landowners, but they retain the West Coast approach. And it is absolutely the most permissive in the country for sites of significance. I have to emphasise that.
I'm sorry again, but regarding the Pineham overlays, that change is quite a change to bring that northern boundary from Kararua, which was specifically intended to cover Kararua, and now they're proposing it coming back to the Grey River.
So this map has been provided by Ngāi Tahu. That was, I guess it was canvassed at the hearing, so I'm struggling to remember, but this was the map that was put forward by Ngāi Tahu as an acceptable amendment to the Pineham overlay.
Just quickly from the irony from this was shrinking this Pineham area when we were going through the no new mines debate would have caused significant damage to the mining industry had this been played, had the no new mines gone through and this plan gone through. All the area, so where we got to with the Crown was any Pineham management area was open to alluvial gold mining. So theoretically, if this had gone through, it would have shrunken that area. So that it has a wider impact than just Pineham, because you can bet your bottom dollar that will come up again sometime in the future.
So I'd probably just like to ask my colleagues at the Regional Council if anything you'd like to add on this topic. So obviously it's quite a big topic, it was a new thing, and I'm just aware also of the fuller folk on the on Zoom as well.
I just want to ask Francois a question. Didn't that Panamu thing go all the way down to Haast once, down to the Arrow Water?
There's there's sections of it for sure.
Oh, there's two different
The
sections.
northern, yeah, but I'm sorry.
It's only looking at it's only looking at the northern part.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a whole
But out of interest for you, Brett, was where we got to was that they were going to allow alluvial gold mining in Pineham management areas.
Yeah.
So we could have lost a shitload of alluvial gold mining had this have happened.
Yeah.
And it will come back. You can bet your bottom dollar at some time at the point with the new government will come back. So we want to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah.
So it would have been better to keep the old one coming through Barrytown and
Sure would have, mate. Sure would have.
Well, that was the context that Francois was quite right. That was the context that map was provided now.
Through the chair, I guess that's going to be part of the appeal, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, let us know and I'll
because-
support you.
Well,
Because it's changed.
we're looking out for alluvial gold mining, mate.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think that these little side discussions on these topics are very helpful just at the moment, because you're making a decision on these things. So I'll restrict the side discussions, interesting as they are.
Just while they're fresh.
Yeah, and some of it is actually backfill for us.
I know, I totally, that's why I let it flow a little, but we just gotta be careful, we don't.
Through the chair, actually ask some questions, really.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which will go to some extent, but not too far. Okay, could I change the topic slightly? Just the mapping, when we had the errors, simply the errors, are there any issues still arising from those errors? Is it 100% confident that the mapping is correct?
So we've got the GIS shape files, we've put them onto a map and they've been checked by Ngāi So we will need where we still had a problem last time was when we went to the printed copy, the errors on the printed copy. So we will need to get, and that's one of the reasons why we would need to triple check the printed maps. So we haven't yet done that because we need your decision before we produce those, but that will be a final step because triple checking is very much in our mind. It feels like this topic, the mapping's been cursed. Really don't need it to be happen again. But to the best of my knowledge,
We'll
we've got
put
it
triple
sorted.
check on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Move on.
Okay, so not sure what time we're breaking. I'm just aware. Okay, we'll start on this. Okay, we've got the interesting first. So I guess here we are, ecosystems and biodiversity, just before lunch. All right, so just a reminder of what's in the proposed plan. So the objectives and policies outline how significant natural areas will be identified and set a date to do this for Westland and Bulla. And that responds to the requirement in the West Coast Regional Policy Statement to do that. There are also objectives and policies around a bunch of other things, how we're going to look after threatened species, natural character and wider biodiversity values. And then in terms of the rules, what we have in the proposed plan is general vegetation clearance rules, and they're in place until the same time as the significant natural areas are identified. However, in grey, they have been through a process of identifying significant natural areas. They've put in the plan as a rule that specifically relates to those. All of this was done before the government came out with the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. So all of this, what we have in the proposed plan, is in response to the West Coast Regional Policy Statement requirements. Okay, tracking forward now, the very complicated situation where we have an NPSIB, part of which has been deferred, and we still have the RPS. So this hearing, we had lawyers from all sides talking to the commissioners, and we had planners from all sides talking to the commissioners. So the commissioners asked the lawyers a number of questions, which they all came back to, which you can, if you enjoy reading legal advice, you can read. And the key question they were trying to understand is the relationship between the West Coast Regional Policy Statement and the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity requirements. And across the spectrum, the advice came back that we still have to identify SNAs to meet the West Coast Regional Policy Statement requirements. So despite the fact that the government has put on hold the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, the wording in that doesn't get us out of SNAs because it's in the RPS and it says you still have to do things that are in the RPS. But, and this is where it starts to technically do my head in, we have to use the criteria from the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, because while the government pulled some clauses and said you don't have to implement these clauses, it didn't pull the criteria. This was the hours of legal discussion. Really did my head in. And so that was a key point that everyone agreed on. And then the other thing, and I know this is really quite a horrible sticking point, is that they all agreed an assessment is needed as grey because the criteria are different. So there may be missing SNAs. So that's the kind of legal summary. Then what we had was all the planners got together through a series of multiple meetings to do what's called joint witness expert caucusing, with a specific focus on what should the rules look like. Because the other thing that came through very strongly from people was the rules are quite complicated and hard to read and understand. And because these rules have been in effect for the last 3 years, also had feedback about some of them are quite hard to implement. There's issues with the rules as in the proposed plan. So given all of that, what the hearing panel have recommended is that as much as possible within the scope of submissions, address the requirements of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. And that's meant quite a lot of rewriting, some new objectives and policies. And so, for example, the redrafted Objective 1 is pretty much a paraphrasing of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity and things we're supposed to achieve in relation to biodiversity. They've also recommended that we have to meet the requirements of the RPS where they don't conflict with the NPSIB. And so there is an element of judgment there and no doubt legal debate in the future. And then they said, okay, it's like everywhere else in the plan, we need to make it easier to interpret, some new definitions, some amended definitions to help interpret this in the rules. So I'll just work through these big changes one by one so you're really clear on it. So this is the new objective that's been added. I'm not going to read it out, sorry, it's a bit small. But essentially, this list of things, A to G, are all the things that the NPSIB says we have to do when we're maintaining Indigenous biodiversity. So we have to do all these things. So that's what it means. And they've got these statements in the NPSIB about no overall loss. So what they've tried to do is they've tried to help clarify that by including all of this. This is what it means is in this objective. Then the other key policy.
Can you just go back?
Oh,
Go
go
back.
back. Sorry, that's too fast.
Maybe read that.
Just drink my water for a moment. You don't need to read them. Yes, please, Joe. All right.
No, I hope people can read.
Okay, is it all right? You
Just
can
get
see it
people
all
to
right?
read. It'll just take a minute.
Favours biodiversity over
Yes.
economic
So I guess the thing I'd say is the difference between an objective and a policy is an objective is where are we going? What are all the plan bits trying to achieve? So that's saying this is what we're going, and it's pretty much saying what we're trying to achieve is what it says in the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, because that's the national higher order document. We have to do what it says. So it's said that's the objective. But when we come to assessing resource consents, you're looking at the policies and what do the policies say? And when we're implementing the plan's trying to achieve the objectives, but the policies tell you how to get there. So it's a good way of thinking of too. So if people are okay for me
It's
to move
actually
on.
really far reaching, isn't it?
It is. This is the policy which I appreciate is the huge sticking point. So this is the policy 1, which is redrafted from what we had in the proposed plan around significant natural areas. And so it says that what the things it does do is it keeps the same dates that we had in the proposed plan. So it's the NPSIB SNA process. You've got till 2030. When we went out in the proposed plan, our policy 1 says we'll do SNA mapping by June 2027. And this says we'll do SNA mapping by June 2027. The realisticness of that now, when we're in September 2025, is questionable. But when we went out with the proposed plan, we said we'd do it by June 2027. And so they've then said, and then that means once you've done the mapping, it's a bit of time to prepare a plan change. So a plan change to be introduced within 12 months. So that's the first thing. The second thing, of course, is that it says that we'll do that assessment across Grey District as well as Bull and Westland. Whereas in the proposed plan, we said we would just do that in Bull and Westland. And then the other thing that is different is that in the West Coast Regional Land and Water Plan, there are Schedule 1 regionally significant wetlands, which the West Coast Regional Policy Statement says are significant natural areas. And so if they're significant natural areas, which the higher order documents say they are, we have to treat them as significant natural areas. And the NPSIB says we need to check, which is all quite a torrid process, I would think, for the landowners involved. So the policy says that the areas that have already been identified and scheduled have to be checked that they meet the new criteria. So that's all of that. And I do appreciate all of that is really unpalatable, but that's the view of the commissioners is that's what meets the legal requirements. The only thing I would say about that is the RPS doesn't have a data. So we weren't complying with the RPS when we went out with our proposed plan. We should have already identified SNAs. We hadn't. We put a date in because we knew that otherwise we were going to get slammed by people saying, yeah, you say you're going to do it, you're not going to do it, you've got to have a date. And so the commissioners have gone with, okay, we set a date, so we'll just go with that date. We don't have any other basis to make a different date. So that's the origin of the dates. So should I stop there? Or, yeah. Ross?
So,
Well, you know, we're gravesetting if that management for this the whole way along, and we won't be voting for anything like part rejecting for this. You know, anything that's going to compromise property rights. We're talking with the government. They've said that they're going to change the RMA. It's just, you know, again, valuing ecology over economic development, and we're already 84% locked up, and we are going to be more. So ecology is not going to suffer, but economic development is, and we've had all these proposals for new development, and we've already got cases in council where people are being tied up in knots and costs, and we won't be. And I can see they probably predicted it for us, so where we stand. So we're not having far of it, and yeah, too bad. Well, things are going to change. We feel we wait for those changes.
Yeah, 100% agree with Tanya on this one. I don't know why we can't just stick with the status quo and leave this until the changes are done, and just chuck it out for now. To be honest, this is going to cause so much grief everywhere, and I don't see why we're wasting our time when it's going to change.
yeah, fine.
I kind of agree. When you read it, it's quite far reaching, but I think that, I guess we'll throw in the mix. My understanding is that this recommendation effectively reflects what the Environment Court would impose if it was to go down the path of a judge making these decisions.
And I'm just some guidance on that. If we were to park this and then it was somehow yield or whatever.
I think that's what I'd like to
I think
do.
there was some experience with the regional council over
Wetlands where effectively they held the line on rules that they thought were better for the West Coast, and at the end of the day the decision was made by a judge somewhere that was in line with the law, and it was a lot worse outcome.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to bring back some more information to you and talk to you about this in more detail. And what I wanted to do today, I know that is to sort of get this out on the table, so you understand what's being recommended, but I fully expect it to be up on the board, and I'll bring some more information back. But I guess that I cannot predict what a judge would do. I just have to say that, I'm not a lawyer, and you can have an army of lawyers tell you your case is wonderful and you're going to win and lose. So we can't predict what might be the outcome process. And that's the really difficult thing, is that there's a lot of judgment here about risk. But all I can say is if you don't want to accept the recommendations of the commissioners, you can't substitute your own.
No.
So we worked through that, what that might mean if you don't want to accept the recommendations of the commissioners. And the other thing I'd say is have a look at all of your recommendations and think about whether it's all of them that you want to review, that you don't accept, or whether it's only part of them, because that's something to also think about when you come back. I know there's other questions.
So Councillor Cummings, then Gibson, then Mayor Gibson.
I was just wondering why we can't change the regional policy statement, because that's out of date. It's coming up nearly 10 years old. If it's out of date, then maybe we should park this up until the regional policy statement's changed.
Thank you. Councillor.
The requirements for an SNA of over the top, I think. I mean, it must be the last bit of bush in New Zealand, or for the land to find all these bugs and snails and things on it. It's ridiculous. You can find all them anywhere.
Talking with government, they're proposing, well, they're saying that this is going to be done in December. So any appeal, surely, like we're in October, well, nearly in October now, there is time in there, but we would be remiss that if something did happen and they didn't get around to doing this, and we voted for this and it ended up not being changed over time, we are not representing what our ratepayers and our farmers and everybody else with their land. We're encroaching on their property, private property rights. And if we're just going to say, oh, well, let's just do it and hope for the best and change it later and things don't change, well, where will people see us in, you know, history? They will say, well, you did this to us. So whether it happens or not, we still have to make a stand.
It's not so much, if I can through the chair, it's not so much the perception on us, it's the impact on those that live here, that have invested here, that believe in here. That's the long-term, in-depth consequences of it. And I think around the table and those on the screen, we're hearing that nobody supports this. And we've just gone through this with Water's Done Well, is that, you know, if you don't sign up, there's a gun to your head saying there'll be consequences with that. And this is no different really with what Jamie's just said. And it's not, and that should not be in this political environment that we're working in. This is for our future, and there shouldn't be a repercussion because we are standing against a decision for very valid reasons. So it's how we manage this going forward, this situation, because I think we're unanimous that we don't support this part.
Chair had it first, then we did.
I think Paul was ahead of me when you.
Sorry.
Okay. So my view on this is I think it's the plan as a whole. We're going through, there's so much good stuff in here, but the eco and biodiversity is a real problem with me. I went up and actually spoke to the other Secretary, Simon Court, about the regional policy statement, how it was constrictive and how that when the NSB comes in or MPSIB comes in, that it should override those the regional policy statement, because what we don't want is a government to change the legislation and all of a sudden we're stuck at the regional policy statement, which is overriding. But I think given that the government, and this is just my views, I think we should go through and look at all the items and make some notes, but I think it's premature to be actually accepting this one when the government haven't come up with their full criteria yet, because I think, and that's why I need to ask a question, if we did adopt it, it'd be set in concrete, and I think we'd have real trouble later on if the government go and change the NPSIB government, policy statement, and then that would actually that could mean we haven't got the options to in the future. So I think we need to be very careful here, but I think we should go through and listen to what's been, and then we'll make a decision obviously in a day or two when what we choose. But we will need some proper legal opinions around this. I think.
Yeah.
So I think we're just getting comments and we haven't finished yet. But the topic, the matters to come up again on Monday.
So, I anticipated this obviously, and what I wanted to do today is I just wanted to get you familiar with all of the recommendations. So then we'll come back and we'll talk in more detail about where you want to go and what are the options there, because I've obviously been thinking about options, and so I'll probably. So you just have to bear with me that we'll be talking about this a bit more, but thinking about what are the ways forward in terms of this this topic, and particularly, I guess, this policy I think see is, but you take a point on the objective as being the particularly problematic issue. But so I'm keen to get an understanding if, in actual fact, from the committee, if your concern is about the whole chapter or whether there is parts of the chapter that actually. Is it all of the chapter? So I'm keen to go through the recommendations to see if you get a sense where you sit on that.
Nick Gibson first. Sorry.
Paul's first.
Paul, sorry. You being a gentleman, sorry.
Thank you. This is the 10% of the plan that was always going to be a sticking point. And so I won't be voting for this one to go forward the way it is. There may be parts of that in that section that could go through, but I don't like, for instance, the recommendation about the vegetation clearance rules where they've shrunk it from 5,000 square meters to 2,000 square meters. It's like, that's a big change just like that, just with a stroke of a pen. It's like, nah. So I see some big issues around this. I'll leave the rest for Monday.
Yeah, we prefer the whole chapter, to be held or, to be rejected, because and the government of support, you've seen the government come out in criticism of councils that are carrying on with this planning. And of course, they said that we can't stop this plan, but people are saying, well, why are you carrying on? And they will come out against us on this too, because they are all for it, and we will be in the firing lines. But again, we're thinking of our people, and no, we're not.
Yep. Yeah,
I just think that with that consensus, and yes, I know you want to run through everything, which we should be doing anyway, but I do think that perhaps rather than discussion point, we need some clarification on whether we can take that out until a set decision or indication or whatever. Is that permissible?
So the short answer, which you want to hear, is yes, and I've got a drafted resolution for to deal with this. So we thought about it. So you know, I mean, and we talked about this was the option 2 in the paper. So we've thought about how you would do this. So we can talk about that more Monday. I'll bring some information to you about and we've had legal on.
Oh, good, excellent, thank you.
So I'm not disagreeing with anything anyone's saying. I'm not comfortable with this at all either. I think one thing we should put on the table or have in mind though is that currently in Bulla, everything's an SNA until you prove it's not. So it's affecting a whole heap of people who apply for consent, who again have to, there's a slight, and correct me if I'm wrong, any of the technical people, my understanding is if there's any hint that it might be an SNA, then they've got to go through the whole gamut to prove it's not with biodiversity, you know, reports and whatever. So there is, you know, whereas if it was put in to identify them, then there's a whole lot of people then that know they've got no SNA and they can just crack on with other parts of the plan. So there is that element as well, considering. So maybe the advice on Monday needs to include get us some kind of I don't know, quantification of what that actually means in terms of cost on people who are currently unsure. Because you know, I guess what am I trying to make it clear? With the system haven't been mapped, then nobody actually knows where they are. So it's assumed that everything is until you prove otherwise. And that's not helpful either.
Yes, and I guess that just in terms of the submitters who spoke at the hearing, that is the view of all of the infrastructure providers. They are like, get out there and identify your SNAs as soon as you can. They're outraged, actually, some of them, that they haven't been identified, because they're like, you make us go through, and we do, because the infrastructure providers, you know, do see that they do a good job. They do all of that assessment, and they say, you put us through the hoops every time. And they are probably the people who apply for consents and get hit by more than others, because the million nature of their infrastructure means that they cross a lot of areas. So I guess you know, it is a really difficult situation, because and we did canvass this when we put out the proposed plan, we did discuss this, but on the one hand, that SNAs, we know that it affects landowner values, value of their land. We know that it you know, affects what they can do on their land. So by not identifying them, we benefit a certain bunch of landowners. But what we do is we put more restrictive rules across everybody else.
And great, because we've already done ours, but also we have to spend $1 million for each district doing it. Every ratepayer pays, and look at the rates now. How can we justify it? They can't afford it, no matter what happens. It just can't be done.
So just to clarify this discussion, you're clear on that. What will come forward? What do you think?
I'll bring you a paper, probably. So it will be a late noting paper. No, it won't be a noting paper. I'll probably have some options for recommendations for you on this topic. We've probably got some legal advice that I'll include.
So through the chair, I think it's really good we go through and listen to what the commissioners have actually recommended, and just sort of so we're all informed of that, and then on Monday we can make get a feel of what, you know, the whole thing is and what we like and what we don't. Make a decision.
Tanya's just on a call with government at the moment regarding this, so maybe
that might be a late paper.
To pick up on your you pick up on your point around the infrastructure providers commissions and this might be something you want to work on. Is a go forward, or if this was to be rejected, is there an avenue that there can be rules in place that exclude infrastructure providers or network infrastructure or something from this or some lower bar?
So your problem is that your only options are to say, no, we don't accept the
Yeah.
recommendations and we'll send it back to hearing or we'll prepare a plan change.
Yeah.
So and what that means is that if you reject the recommendations, the what's in the proposed plan at the moment is what's continued. So it just continues on what's in the proposed plan. So we don't have, there's not a legal way for you to substitute some different rules. We just have to, it's an unfortunate situation.
One last comment.
I was just gonna say, like, the Grey District's already done theirs, but you said the new regulations don't comply with the way the Grey District done it originally.
So that's our main problem for Grey is
Yeah.
that the criteria that they use to identify SNAs is different to what's in the National Policy Statement. The National Policy Statement criteria are much wider.
That's a shame, because it cost them $1.5 million years ago. you know.
Yeah, it's
Very difficult.
not.
Process is run by bureaucrats.
So
All
I'll
right.
just
Move on.
I'll run through what the recommendations, the rest of the recommendations we'll talk about, and then probably you want to break for some lunch. So in terms of the rules, I guess they follow on from this context. So just the NPSOB is obviously driving everything. But one thing was that this is a complicated part of the plan already. And so they heard from a lot of lay submitters as well, spoke to this hearing and said it's really hard to work out what we can do. And so they, with the joint expert witness caucusing, was primarily sent away to try and make the rules easier to use, as well as addressing some of the submission points. So it was 10, I think, planners. It was horrific. But anyway, so they came back after 3 sessions with some recommended redrafting of the rules, and that's been picked up by the commissioners in terms of the structure of the rules. The first thing is that they've pulled all the kind of area limits into one rule. But they've recommended reducing the permitted level of clearance to 2,000 cubic square metres from 5,000 square metres on any site that hasn't yet been assessed for an SNA. On a site that's been assessed for an SNA, including those already completed in grey, they've said the maximum of 5,000 square metres. They have recognised or tried to recognise their grey SNA process in the redrafting of the rules. And then a long list of exemptions. So this is you can see all the infrastructure providers are in this mediation, but a mediation expert witness caucusing. So minimum clearance rule. So for the national grid, telecommunications, electricity distribution, transmission, network utility operations, but also, at planted garden vegetation. So currently that's our proposed plan doesn't exclude planted garden vegetation. It's probably not catching many people, but all your towns are in the coastal environment. So if someone had really gone for it, they haven't. But I think in theory, it could catch people. So I guess that's the getting rid of the potential. Shelter belts, plantation forestry. So exemptions there. And then they've restructured the rules to be activity based. So if you're a network utility, you just look at rule 2. If you've already got a bunch of stuff established and you're wanting to maintain it, you look at rule 3 for lawfully established activities. If you're in the urban area, you look at rule 4. If you're in the Māori purpose zone, posting no tahi land, specified Māori land, you look at rule 5. So they've tried to make it easier to navigate. And then rule 6 was still, we had a lot of other things that were in our very long original rules. It's everything else, but it's a bit shorter than it was in the proposed plan. And then they've recommended a new rule 7, which is for a very limited circumstances where permitted act clearance in an SMA. So at the moment in the proposed plan, all clearance, even a twig, pretty much is discretionary activity. And they said, oh, well, there could actually be some very limited circumstances where clearance is appropriate, so a new permitted activity there. Then I guess, this is in my report, I've tried to look through and work out how this changes things for people. And I sort of summarize as this: if you're a rural landowner and you're not in an outstanding natural landscape in Grey District, it's much more restrictive. But if you're a rural landowner in an outstanding landscape, it's much less restrictive than the proposed plan. And that's because there's no permitted clearance in an ONL in the proposed plan. It's a slight reduction, but it's negligible on restriction for the grey SNAs. In Buller and Westland, rural landowners are more restricted than the proposed plan because the area of clearance has gone from 5,000 down to 2,000. urban landowners are least restricted, but I think they mostly would be in court. Infrastructure is least restricted. Māori land is least restricted, much wider application of the permitted rule to Māori land beyond what's in the proposed plan. And then there's also a general allowance, which we don't have in the proposed plan, of you could clear 2,000 square metres, because there's all the things that we didn't list that actually people want to do, like put a new rainwater tank on, and so they need to, their properties in the houses in the bush, and then they need to clear it, and we didn't provide for that. So they've provided for that with a sort of a general something else, as long as we're within the 2,000. We don't need to list every single activity that a landowner might do on the property. So some of those things are good things. So I guess, the message is it's not completely more restrictive, but overall it's more restrictive. Then they've got a method recommended, which recognises that once the ECNA process is complete, there will be a plan change, obviously, to introduce ECNAs, and it will also likely review the rules. And if you've got identified ECNAs, then it's possible then to have much less restrictive rules everywhere else. So essentially the panel has said, this is what we recommend to you, is that until you identify ECNA rules, and they could be less stringent once ECNAs are identified. So then we move to, if a resource consent is required, they propose some changes to make the rules clearer and also specify the level of ecological assessment that is required. And that might be a helpful thing in terms of that way people know what they have to do, whereas at the moment it's uncertain. And they've also kept a differentiation between Grey and Buller and Westland by retaining as a restricted discretionary activity for clearance beyond permitted standards, whereas in Buller and Westland they said you haven't done ECNA identification, so it should be discretionary. So that's an increase in stringency there. We've met standards are met. And then I just wanted to cover the subdivision bonus lot rules. So the one thing that we felt we could do positive about this topic in the plan was provide something that recognises that if people legally protect an area, that's a benefit, that's a community public benefit. So we have bonus lot rules and subdivision rules. So we had duplicated these in the eco chapter just so people knew about them, socialising them, but they're recommending we just have them in the subdivision chapter. That doesn't really have any actual effect, but it changes the plan and shows a whole lot of crossing out on your amendments. They've just added in a bunch of things that are more consistent with the other subdivision rules. So, that you do need to connect to infrastructure and be able to have a building platform on site, that kind of thing. But quite significantly, they've decreased the minimum size of the bonus lots from 4,000 square metres to 1,000 square metres. So that, I think, will have quite a big difference in terms of the ability for people to access the bonus lot subdivisions. So at the moment, I think it's, we allow up to 3 bonus lots if you legally protect the ECNA, but that means that if it's a 4,000 square metre lot, you've got to have 12,000 square metres on your property that's not covered in an ECNA to put those lots on. Whereas if we reduce it to 1,000 square metres, you only need 3,000 square metres on that property. So I think that would make quite a lot of difference in terms of the eligibility or ease of eligibility, because I think in practice it means it would be much easier to get bonus lots. And just finally, the maps and the scheduled ECNAs. So we did have 4 submitters sought that the grey ECNAs on their property be reduced in size or removed. And so a ecological assessment was redone for all of those ECNAs. And they recommend, oh no, actually more than 4, but ecological assessment was done from all the ones that people sought to be reduced. And they've recommended that 4 of these, based on that ecological assessment, be size. And they've also recommended that in the interests of where that the ECNAs that were before, that the Schedule 1 regionally significant wetlands are actually listed in the ECNA schedule and shown on the map so people know. So just finally, my summary is this is the big part of the plan, 1 or 2 parts of the plan where there's significant recommendations for increased stringency. The legal situation seemed to be reasonably clear. The lawyers and the planners from all parts of the spectrum agreed on the relationship between the NPSIB and the years. However, when we had the plan piece with witness caucusing, we only had planners involved, and some people who are likely appellants didn't have planners. They did provide legal submissions, but they didn't have planners, so they didn't participate in that. So I couldn't say with confidence that the rules that are drafted everyone would agree to. So that's something to be aware of. But there was general agreement from those planning experts on the substance of the permitted activity rules. And I guess, the bottom line is that they represent an increase in stringency for some landowners and activities and a decrease in others. It's not a kind of straightforward thing, it's complicated. So that's my summary. I don't know if there's anything my colleagues like to add at all. Yes, just one point, and it's sort of been about these discussions. Was around reduction of the 5,000 square meters to 2,000 square meters. And that under the notified plan, that was originally over a 3-year period, but that 3 years is gone, that's actually down just a maximum square meter. Yes, thank you. That's a good point. And in actual fact, this is one of 2 recommendations. So Commissioner Becker had written to the back of the report 1 page, which is his dissenting opinion, and that's on that matter. I don't know practically how much difference that makes, because I know that if I myself in the position of being a hypothetical landowner who wants to do something on my property and clear bush, I'm not going to go, I don't think I am, I'll clear 5,000 square meters in 3 years, and then I'll wait 3 years and I'll clear another 5,000. I'll do it incrementally. I want to develop this land into a farm that's currently bush. I'm just going to apply for consent and to clear the lot. But that had been kind of the discussion we had about this technical terms. How would that actually work? But just asking my colleagues if they've got any comment on that from your experience of the rules that have been in place for 3 years, and also actually your previous rules. What do you think? How big a change it is in terms of the actual impact on people?
I'll correct you on the 2,000 square meters. Product we still haven't seen.
Right.
Yeah, I think we all know the changes are great. There's no clearance rules because we haven't seen this outside of very emergence.
Unfortunately, Gina, are you good way to make a comment there, or the situation, or?
Or Rebecca.
Or Rebecca. Is Rebecca there? No.
Yeah, she should be there.
No.
She's dropped off.
Okay, well, it is a significant decrease from 5,000 to 2,000. So, yeah, we don't normally see, like you said, if people are going to apply, if they want to clear more, they're going to apply for resource consent at the time. They're not going to wait the amount of years before they can do it again. So, don't really have too much on that.
Oh,
through the chair, that recommended decrease is horrible. Well, I think what's even worse is the ONLs. They're even more pervasive in this plan, in my view, and they're not getting a lot of airtime as to just how widespread they really are. And you just need to look at this. It's there's no clearance whatsoever in ONLs, for instance, and they're all over the typotony.
Sorry, I just had to leave because I was talking to the minister's office about this chapter, and that's it. If we hadn't have been so far along, this would have been stopped, and has been notified. So we're just talking about how this is going to affect us again. But I see the government are against this, and they've indicated all their messaging, and we've seen what has been happening around the country, and what we don't want councils to be pushing on with. But I think there'll be some ramifications if we do go forth with this chapter, because the messaging has been the same the whole way through.
The trouble is, through the chair, is that the government speaks with forked tongue.
Yes. But again, for the sake of our landowners and our people, we
Okay,
Just
so
before we break for lunch, can I just ask at paragraph 55? The Commissioner recommendations reflect the agreed position of the joint witness caucusing. What does that mean?
Okay, so that's the minor experts
Hmm.
who got together, recommended a redraft of the rules and how they could be redrafted to be clearer and separated out into these activities as per this here. So that redrafting of permitted activity rules and that structure is what was recommended by the expert witness caucusing and the recommendations from the commissioners of kind of just picks that up largely. Yeah, so the representatives of the submitters, so the Transpower and West Power and Manual Energy, DOC, Federated Farmers. Yeah, so a range of across the spectrum. But as I did know, we did have some submitters who didn't have with us.
Yes, that's the
But that's always, I don't, that is always the thing to be aware of. I mean, the expert witness caucusing we did, well, not me personally, but which was done for the energy infrastructure and transport. I mean, most of the submitters are all the infrastructure people and they all had the experts. And so I think you can feel reasonably comfortable that they all agreed, then it's, you know, they've all agreed. Whereas with something which has got a topic that's both of interest to lay people and to organisations, then not all interests are necessarily represented around the table when you've got expert witness caucusing, because only people who have an expert will be there.
Thanks for that. Yep. Now, something else to tidy up just before lunch. Did you have some?
No.
No, okay. Thank you. If no other questions, we'll break for lunch and resume at 1:30. Thank you. It's James due decision through on the
So how much time will we go to today?
Just about to ask Lois and Joe. Why? Now that we've got a sense of how things are going, we might we're allowed to adjust the hours of play to match the conditions. So we'll get a sense. If I could.
We haven't sit down till 6 o'clock, but I guess it depends.
So we're moving fast compared to my plan. So I see that probably the options before you are, let's just keep cracking through it and make tomorrow a shorter day, or set a time to go through to and say, oh, well, we'll just go till 4 o'clock or that, and then but maybe you don't need to start at 8 tomorrow, would be what I'm thinking. Because I it's the end of the natural environment stuff today, but we're going to get hopefully through the end of natural environment in the next hour, and then we'll start on the exciting topics of subdivision, general district-wide matters, signs, boys. By then you might be ready to say we've had enough and do zones tomorrow. But if we did that,
We are live streaming that.
it's a possibility.
Yeah. So
Today.
what's the feeling of the meeting? 4:30? Would you compromise with 4:30 and a 9 o'clock start tomorrow? Well, one of your number is interested in a 4 p.m.
Where's tomorrow's venue? Down the road.
Right.
It's a bit easy on our Westport colleagues at 9 o'clock in the morning rather than
Anyway, so
And Joe, I think you're going.
I want to leave it for.
Zooming in. Yeah. Full T-Dot. You attending tomorrow?
I'm going to zoom in.
Zoom in tomorrow.
We're better off pushing on today. I don't get as much done, but
4:30?
If it's 4:30, that's covered. I'll just have to bail.
Okay, let's see how we're going at 4 o'clock and we'll make a judgment to claim the extra half hour or call it quits. But we can assume that we will not be going to 6 p.m. as was originally set out. And so at 4 o'clock, we'll rejudge and then we'll determine tomorrow's starting time also.
Yeah,
We can think about it at 4 o'clock. Okay, let's push on, please. Now, you had a couple of preliminary comments if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, so the chair's just mentioned to me that my colleagues over here have been rather quiet and haven't had a lot to add. And I guess I just wanted to, for those who haven't been with us for 6 years, just sort of outline a bit of the process. So we worked together with your technical team members from hospital councils and Poshini Ngāi Tahu to develop the plan provisions. And we did take largely a consensus approach of doing that. We were obviously a lot of trying to merge together 3 different plans and that kind of thing. So there was some winners and losers in terms of this is the rule that was in grey and it's now inflicted on Westland and Buller and vice versa. And we did try and do that. And then in developing the responses for the Section 42A report, we also did talk with the technical team. So trying to, when we came back to the commissioners, trying to, infuse the reports with this is the likely implication of this for the West Coast. So because of that, they're on top of this, I guess, and a lot of the changes that are recommended, many of them, particularly the simplification, reduced complexity, standardisation, are actually things that were part of the submissions of the 3 district councils. So all of the 3 district councils and Ngāi Tahu all submitted on the plan, and all of the submissions that they were making, a lot of them were, oh, this rule doesn't quite work this way, you need to change it this way. So a lot of that has gone into the recommendations from the commissioners as well. So just, I guess, just to that's why it's quite quiet, because they've actually been, invited all the way through. And also I think that when I say, essentially nothing to look at here, don't worry, these are minor changes. A lot of those changes are changes that were sought in submissions from the councils. So one I'll talk about tomorrow in zones, for example, have relocated buildings. That was a submission from Buller District Council. So there's lots of things that were amended based on submissions from your councils about, oh, actually, now we've looked at this in detail. This work better, it works worded this way.
So excuse me, I just thought it was worth making that clear so that people understand it. Planning colleagues made a huge contribution already to get through to the stage.
Thank you, Chair. It's also a good note, I think, just go as we're going through these items to note the amount of submissions that the numbers of submissions that the commissioners and also the staff have had to look through and deal with, and it just shows the complexity. I know this next one we're looking at 551 submissions and a further 496 submission points. It's a huge amount of work. So I think it'd be good to note those so the general public can see that this has been quite a complex process.
Thanks, Lois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our next topic is natural features and landscapes. So just a reminder what the proposed plans it includes objectives, policies and rules. Outstanding natural features and landscapes are one of those matters of national importance under the Resource Management Act. And it's also an area where this is a topic that has produced some of the most seminal environment court decisions and case law. So it's one that's been well canvassed, I guess, nationally. A lot of context there on how to manage this topic. It relates to mapped and scheduled outstanding natural landscapes and outstanding natural features. And I should just note that includes most of the DOT state. So the overwhelming majority landscape. And at the time of the proposed plan, we calculated it affected about 50,000 private land on the West Coast. All of this land is vegetated, so that's what gives it its landscape values, is the indigenous vegetation on it. But the rules in relation to this chapter relate to buildings and structures and earthworks in those areas. So in terms of the hearing panel recommendations, to just say again, this was a topic where there was a lot of interest from the network utilities and infrastructure providers because their networks traverse this landscape. And in many cases, if we think of somewhere like the Paparoa Ranges, you know, the state highway winds through the national park and it is an amazing landscape. Similarly, South Westland, you know, all of the infrastructure runs through the area, so very interested in this topic. And the amendments that are recommended from the hearing panel to the objectives and policies really around, again, the clarity. One of the things, this is possibly a little bit of a theme in the plan, the better providing for lawfully established buildings and structures. And that's when I say better providing, it's like getting the words right. It's because often we haven't quite got the words right. And so people are getting accidentally caught or it's not clear. And so that's been a big thing about making it clear. Use and development of Māori land is something there's quite a lot in the policies about that, and infrastructure, so that those things are, it's clearer that those things are supported through the policy. The new policy recommended to be added would actually contains the criteria for identifying outstanding natural landscapes. So we've been through this process of identifying it and felt it was useful, like the other topics, to have those criteria clear. And then amendments to the rules to be clearer. There is one area where there is a recommendation for an increase in stringency, and this recommendation is the same in this topic and the natural character of water bodies, which I'll talk about next, and in the natural hazards. So it's the same rule appears in 3 different places. And so I'm trying to align them the whole way through. And really the fundamental thing that is being threaded across those 3 topics is that, back to that definition I mentioned at the start, statutory agency, that where we're talking about natural hazard mitigation structures, which are constructed by a statutory agency, so that's the councils, NZTA, can't remember all of this now, but it was in that definition, those are a permitted activity. But when we're talking about new natural hazard mitigation structures constructed by effectively private landowners, a resource consent is required. So that's the big change. And that stringency is, it needs to be a resource consent that is a discretionary activity, so the ability for it to be declined as opposed to a controlled activity. So that's a plan-wide change, but it pops up for the first time in this chapter. However, to counter that, they've proposed a specific new rule for mineral extraction in outstanding natural landscapes, where this is in the mineral extraction zone or the bullet coalfield zone, and that's a restricted discretionary activity. Previously, there was no kind of exemption. It would have been a discretionary activity, but just recognition that actually if we've gone ahead and zoned these areas for mineral extraction, then actually there's some decisions that have been made through that process that mean a reduced level of stringency is appropriate. And I think that also, and I did, when we were developing this topic, did think about this, that landscape is one where there are quite a lot of mitigation options because it's about what people can see. So you can screen things, and so your ability to absorb things in outstanding natural landscapes is definitely there. There is an increase in stringency recommended for plantation forestry. So because all of these areas are vegetated, that would be clearance of indigenous vegetation and replacing it with plantation forestry. So that's probably not a very likely activity, to be honest, but that is a recommendation to increase the stringency to non-complying for that. I should just mention, sorry, that new definition for minor upgrade. So this sits with the being a bit more enabling for the infrastructure providers and ensuring that that is also provided for. Yes.
What about tourism operators? Is there scope for them to put a building in or have something there? Or?
So the rules is drafted that most new buildings would need a resource consent. So, and I mean, but that's what the proposed plan says as well. So there's not a big change there. Yeah. So the other big thing, and probably the major thing, the focus of the hearing was the mapping. Sorry, there's just a question. Is there?
Question from Councillor Cummings.
I was just wondering, so you've taken for granted that stewardship land is part of the DOC estate. So I see later in your papers you separate stewardship land out of the dock estate.
So legally, stewardship land is part of the dock estate, and we have zoned it as it being part of the dock estate. However, there is a review that's been underway for stewardship land, and in that zone, that the dock lands in the open space zone, we've got some changes recommended to the plan to take into account that review of stewardship land.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So that'll flow over through the chair for this as well.
So that's in the open space zone, that stewardship land discussion.
But what you said through the chair is just, basically all the Department of Conservation land is natural landscape. So how does that affect then if stewardship land comes into that?
So the landscape evaluation is about its inherent values, not about its ownership. So it's probably not surprising that most of the dock land is outstanding natural landscape, but it's not outstanding natural landscape because it's dock land. It's because it's outstanding natural landscape as assessed by a landscape architect with visual assessment expertise. So that's the basis of the mapping. And for all of these overlays, it's about the value, and the ownership it doesn't influence the identification. What then is done in terms of rules might talk to the ownership, but the actual identification of is an outstanding landscape or not is about its inherent values. So moving to that, this mapping has had quite a long history. So in 2013, the West Coast Regional Council commissioned Stephen Brown Landscape Architects to do an outstanding natural landscape and outstanding and high natural character assessment of the West Coast. That was then used to provide layers of outstanding natural landscape and outstanding coastal natural character and high coastal natural character in the West Coast Regional Coastal Plan, which was proposed in 2016. So when we started this work on TTPP, we had that mapping that had been done by Steve Brown in 2013. And so that was what we pulled forward into this plan. When we got to the draft stage and people started commenting on it, it became really evident that time had moved on. There had been activities which had changed the landscape, but also principally when the mapping was done in 2013, we didn't have LiDAR, and we had the quality of the mapping wasn't as good as we could do now. So we then commissioned Stephen Brown to do a review of the areas where we thought there was, targeted review, and that's what was included in the proposed plan, the amendments based on that targeted review. Then it became evident the closer we got to notifying the plan that we were finding more mistakes, and it's like, oh, this is not good. So we commissioned a full review of Stephen Brown. It was too late to go on the proposed plan, but the committee's submission said incorporate the new mapping where it does not increase the area of outstanding natural landscape. So get the boundaries right, but don't make it more. So that was the submission that was made. Just aware of a question there.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's just me again.
Yes, good to hear from you.
I find it hard to believe that one guy's been around and examined all the dock estate or stewardship land, because there's a lot of land in there that's not that outstanding that I can see. It's just basically cut over scrub, and there's nothing outstanding about a lot of it up around No Town. That's just my
statement or a question.
That's a statement.
Can I follow that up with a question then? So
Yes,
who actually did the assessment? Because I would hope it would be from a neutral stance as opposed to a dock employee.
Oh no, it's Stephen Brown Landscape Architect. So he is kind of one of New Zealand's foremost landscape architects on visual assessment. So wrote the visual assessment guidelines for the Institute of Landscape Architects. As I say, this is landscape something that's been, it's been in the RMA since the start. So it's been thoroughly canvassed. There are set methodologies to do landscape and visual assessment, and a bunch of landscape architects who are experts in this. And so he was who was engaged with the regional council. We kept him on until, as you'll see from this, we came to the submission, we came to the hearings, and then he is an older man. He's been doing this for a long time, and he's scaling back his work, and he said that he wasn't available to keep working with us on this. So we then engaged Bridget Gilbert, who's another landscape architect with considerable experience with visual assessment, and we got her to do another review, a comprehensive review of the maps. And the recommendations from the panel are that the Bridget Gilbert review of the Stephen Brown review is adopted, where this reduces the extent of the open house. And what that means is a reduction in a range of areas. That's where they've landed.
So Lois, you said a review of the maps.
Yes.
So this wasn't actually on the ground, actually observing what that
No, she
meant.
went out to do field assessment. So the
Right
original
through.
maps were produced from field assessment, and Bridget Gilbert's reviews from a combination of field assessment, and then also we've got the LiDAR now, so you can see the vegetation really clearly, whereas when the 2013 work was done, they were using aerial photos that were at quite high resolution.
Yeah,
So you always do this work with the field work to identify the landscapes, but to find the exact line boundaries will be done on a mapping basis.
Because I agree with Brett, there's a lot of land there that's not what I'd call bush that you'd be wanting to protect. There's a lot of bush that should be protected that isn't currently. And there's a lot of stuff that's got no value, and I would think even to iwi, because it's regenerative old scrub, in those areas. I'm really concerned about how much land is actually tied up with this. We've got 84% of the coast, and we've got another 50,000 hectares of land.
So I guess the thing to consider is the recommendations, and I'll show you some maps at the moment, from the commissioners are to reduce that based on the review done by Bridget Gilbert. I'm not saying it's like by 20,000 hectares or anything, but it is a reduction. But that's the options in front of you. You can accept that recommendation, or we just go with what's in the proposed plan, and it's another thing we send back for review. We don't have the ability to pull out bits of the ONLs and say we don't think that's outstanding. And that if there's been 2 landscape architects with expertise in visual assessment that have largely agreed, so that's quite a high bar for arguing that it's not the case.
I just worry though that they're doing the assessment based on this instruction as opposed to that instruction, which would probably give you potentially a different.
So the assessment is based on the Resource Management Act definition of an outstanding natural landscape, and the method is being nationally agreed, I guess, by the Institute of Landscape Architects as a method for visual assessment of outstanding landscape. So it's pretty nationally regarded as being the way we do it.
Through the chair, which is essentially driving around with the map and felt pen.
And taking lots of photos.
Sound assessment.
Well, we spent 4 years on this shit. 4 years of 1 million hectares, right? I've been over every inch of this bloody thing, and I can tell you, I guarantee you, they've got it wrong. So I've been down this exact same track. No disrespect to the team, Lois, because this is the standard, obviously. But I'd have no faith in it. Paul and I know exactly what this stuff's like, and how you can get caught up, because that's exactly the same process Doc took when they cocked it up, to be quite honest. And we ended up saving the day with a lot of land. So I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that I don't have any confidence in it because we've been through this process.
Stewardship land.
Yeah.
So it's a question, Chair, just Lois, my concern is that in that one of those slides you said that most of the Department of Conservation land has been, as part of the outstanding natural landscape. And, with the government mentioning, they want to sort of consider utilising stewardship land, for commercial activities and the likes. I'd hate to think in this that we agreed and then all of a sudden we've placed that stewardship land into the ONL, which means we probably can't do anything with it. So the question I've got is, if we do, next week, if we do adopt this recommendation, the government do sort of open up the stewardship land or the review is completed, what happens then? Are we sort of stuck with a second conflict then?
So,
Change. Plan change. Well enough, we go for a
there's
plan
no
change.
indication from the government that there's any substantive change proposed to the landscape provisions. So we've heard a lot from the government and various ministers about significant natural areas and Indigenous biodiversity. We have not heard that about landscape. So in that respect, I can't suggest that it's likely that there will be a big change. The only thing that we've heard is that they're likely to make it a regional function, but that's part of the whole amalgamation RNA. In terms of what we have in the plan, it is, it's different to what was in the operative plan. So it is, this is when we put out the proposed plan, this is a new area of regulation because it didn't regulate landscape before. But it's, I've got no indications that something is likely to be really substantial change. If there is stewardship land, which is taken out of Department of Conservation Management, then probably the first thing to look at is whether it needs to be rezoned. Because at the moment it'll be zoned open space zone, which kind of imagines it's a park. And if it's going to be used for something else, then rezoning would be the first thing you need to do, because that's probably the biggest restriction on it, is actually the zone, because you can't, do commercial development in an open space zone. So if there's, but what I would suggest that if there's a real wholesale change with stewardship land, you would do a plan change, which actually looked at the whole issue of stewardship land and how it should be treated in the plan. So at that time, you could look at the landscape issue as well. But at the moment, we don't have any basis to do that. I mean, I would struggle to even map exactly all the stewardship land. I mean, it is available as a map, I think. You've probably seen them, but it's not on our plan at the moment. We've just got the DOCA stage.
Councillor Gibbs.
There's 50,000 hectares of private land. How many people could be affected by this?
So
it obviously backs up to the national park because it wouldn't be valuable, outstanding land otherwise.
So that's mostly what it is. It's people abutting onto DOC land, and so it's where the vegetation's crossing over into a private boundary. So all of this information, I'm sorry, I don't have it to hand because it was in the Section 32 report, because this is what's in the notified plan. So this is what we went out with, this proposal.
It tells you how many people are affected.
Yep, we did an analysis of how many landowners were affected. I can't remember.
It would be good if the committee could see that on most of the projects.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that's what's in the proposed plan. So that's not a recommendation from commissioners. That's what we went out with that people submitted on. The recommendation from the commissioners is some remapping that slightly reduces that. But that's what we went out with on the proposed plan. So that's what's in place at the moment.
I think that ONLs are just as bad probably as SNAs, but we've all just been focusing on them, as has the government, and I think that they've radar a bit, but they're going to be probably just as restrictive on private property rights as what SNAs will be, and this one should probably head in the same direction as biodiversity. Can we get those answers for Monday when we talk about the affected? Can we get the numbers for the private property affected that you just said that you had for Monday, so that we can have a look at that? And yeah, I think it's something that we probably need to be paying more attention to, but SNAs were a distraction, and or not a distraction, but we knew more about them. Yeah.
We have got the maps too.
Yes, so I was going to go through that. So just I've got some maps here just to give you an idea of where the recommendations is for reduced area. So all the red bits are where there's a change, where the proposed plan had that as an ONL, and the recommendation is to remove those areas from the ONL. So this is just to give you an idea. Obviously, this is up at Karamea, so it's sort of area all around the edge. The dark green is National Park, and the sort of grey is DOC land, and the purpley is private land. So you can see the private land that's currently affected by an ONL is that purple colour. Then here we are around Granity and upwards, or Goldfield zone here. So pulling back around the boundaries here. This is pretty much all DOC land.
Sorry, What is the area going back?
It's it's sort of the orangey red is where it's recommended to be removed from the outstanding natural landscape.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, certain areas there.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Is the one going back to Caribbean?
So that's sort of lobe around the bottom here. People can see my mouse along here, around the edges here. So pulling it back, around here, around here.
Can I just clarify a question? I mean, we have to map these by law. I mean, what's wrong with all the national parks and things we've got now?
So
These are extra ones.
yeah, so we went through this in preparing the plan. And so this is a matter of national importance. It's a feature of outstanding natural landscapes. And so, as I explained, we went through the work that the regional council did. They met in the regional regional coastal plan. We then took up that map and defined it for TTPP, but it's a national requirement for us to have this.
Crazy.
It'd be interesting to see what it looks like with the SNAs on top. I think it'd be quite scary.
Yeah, exactly. So this is around Granity, Nakawa, and then Urlas, to give you an idea. I mean, it's relatively minor, I would acknowledge that, but it is a reduction.
Scripts.
And then in the Grey Valley, bit more pulling back here, big area there. So for example, I think that there were some forestry blocks that had been caught in the proposed plan ONLs, and so they've been removed from the ONL. And then we're down Taramako down to excuse me, Hokitika, and some big areas removed there. Before we move down to kind of southwest one, these adjustment here.
Are there any additions?
No, there's no additions because our scope and submissions, that thing I was saying on scope, no one asked for more. So the only submission was reduce and correct, and so that's what they've recommended.
Where the hell's got that?
And then just right down the bottom of southwest one. That map. So I guess in summary, the recommended changes reduce the mapped area of ONLs. They mostly just clarify the objectives, policies and rules and better provide for infrastructure, lawfully established activities and mineral extraction, and they're aligned with other parts of the plan in terms of the approach to natural hazard mitigation structures. So those are the main changes.
It says lawfully established activities and mineral extraction. So what if it's a new one?
So, sorry, those are two different things. Lawfully established activities, and then we've got a new rule, the restricted discretionary rule for mineral extraction. So that's decrease in stringency there. So I'd just like to ask my colleagues if there's anything they'd like to. Nothing from Eugenia?
This
No,
The problem with ONLs, of course, is this Lois says they're in the RMA since the beginning, the same as the SNAs. And now they're being pursued, and we absolutely have no option on it. This is what we need to reinforce with the public, I think, because the ONLs will come as a surprise to a lot of people.
So, is there any more?
Anything else on that topic? No.
Right, so the final chapter in the natural environment part of the plan is natural character of water bodies. And the just for convenience of the hearing, we also combined this hearing with the activities on the surface of water, which is a relatively minor chapter, but just this about water bodies. So the in terms of the recommendations, sorry, I haven't got a summary of what's in the plan at the moment. You've had in your operative plans, you have rules about activities and riparian areas next to waterways. So this wasn't something that was sort of a very new thing. It's one of those areas where we were updating the plan rather than introducing something new. The key recommendations that have come through from the commissioners are to amend the definition of riparian margin to exclude wetlands that are outside of the coastal marine area. And I understand that from my colleagues that will have quite a big positive impact in terms of people who were being caught by these rules at the moment. And that's the reason why they're recommending that, is because there's a whole national environmental standard for fresh water, which deals with activities in and around wetlands. And so they see that as being a duplication of regulation. So don't need to do it. They also recommend providing some new definitions to help with interpretation, and just some, I guess, clarifying of objectives and policies. Quite a bit of restructuring of policy 5. And to send that, which is all about when we will let people not have public access, send that to the public access chapter. And then also in this chapter, originally in the notified plan, we had vegetation clearance rules, and those have recommended to move to the eco chapter. In terms of the permitted activities, again, probably the main submitters on this were the infrastructure providers, because obviously bridges and everything crosses waterways. So just better providing for infrastructure and permitted activity rules, and more, and particularly more of the kind of expected activities as permitted activities. Generally also try to align the rules better with the West Coast Regional Land and Water Plan, because they also have a lot of regulation around waterways, because that's primarily a regional function. And then, as I mentioned, in relation to landscape, this chapter as well, aligning the rules for natural hazard mitigation structures. So if you're talking about a new flood structure and all of the sets of rules that might regulate that, the ones constructed by the statutory agencies are permitted activity, but if they're privately, then they need a resource consent. So trying to align that. So that's the main.
So last, can I just, hang on.
Sorry.
No, just go to the next slide, because you may be answering it.
Oh, it's on activities on the service board. I just said the one on this top.
That's right. Go to that one, because that's
okay.
what I'm asking about.
Just before we go on to that,
okay.
just want to make sure that any other questions on this topic. Yes, councillor.
Oh, sorry, just one, like, is there a provision for natural disasters to go and do the private flood walls and stuff?
So if something is an emergency, so we say we have some emergency has an emergency event, then the Emergency Management Act provisions apply over the RMA. And so, I mean, because I come from where Cyclone Gabrielle savaged pretty majorly, we got all sorts of exceptions as a result of that. So that's the normal thing that the government does, is they say, okay, you've had a terrible natural disaster, but actually there's a whole bunch of rules that just apply.
Yeah, I just want to see the line between like a regional council flood wall and private.
So the differentiation is, if it's a private flood wall, it needs a resource consent. If it's a regional council flood wall, it's not.
But in a disaster, it doesn't matter.
It depends on what changes the government makes as a result of a disaster. But in all instances, one of the things that we the recommendations make clear is that maintenance and repair of lawfully established structures is permitted regardless of whose it is. So if it's an existing flood wall that's been privately built, it's lawfully established, then maintenance and repair of that, and that would include, if it's smashed in a disaster, repairing it, permitted activity.
Good.
Gee, how do you?
Not sure if this was where I read, but was there a restriction or bridging that came down to 3 meters, 6 foot away? Was that on this here?
So that is for new distribution line crossings over rivers. Is that what you're talking about?
I thought it was, came down from the produced. I thought I read, and I was trying to find it earlier in there. But anyway, could we just make a note of that, because I think that's quite relevant in there too, where it's actually wide enough.
I think I've read that too, which I
Yeah, 3 meters.
yeah, 3 meters.
Yep. And if that's to do with bridging or something on that, it's not practical. But anyway, maybe something that needs a appeal.
Question. Just
I'm not sure if it was in that chapter or not, but I just need to find it.
Sorry, can I ask a dumb question? What does this chapter actually do for you?
So this is about, it's another matter of national importance, the natural character of the margins of waterways. So it's kind of trying to, I think that my reading of the RMA is it's quite a big focus on that, rivers are still have a natural character, that they've got vegetation beside them, places that fish can spawn and all of that kind of thing. So it is an overlap with the kind of ecological things, but also has, as we know, a significant benefit in that it's about keeping structures and activities away from places that actually also erode and flood. So we get some, while the direction and requirement under the RMA is about the natural values, we get quite a lot of positive benefits in terms of people not putting things in what are often not a very clever place if we're thinking about the longevity. So
it's rivers and lakes.
it's rivers, lakes, and it was wetlands, but the recommendation is to exclude wetlands except for the coastal marine area.
Yeah. Thank you.
There was a comment on one of them about access around these water bodies and that, but then it also referred to the safety by allowing access. But I'm sort of wondering, like, I'm thinking of the situation, there's the safety around the actual water issues, but then there's the safety of it's a bordering property that might be industrial, commercial, or even a farm that it's that. So what's
waterways,
the definition of safety? It doesn't really.
So waterways have a kind of complicated management regime, and if subdivision occurs, then that's when esplanades, which people often think of the Queen's Chain, are created. And so that's the primary method that public access is given to waterways, is usually through the creation of esplanade reserves. And so that's and so if you have a piece of public land next to a waterway, people often want to go use it, go fishing or walking or kayaking or whatever it might be, launch their kayak. And public access is also a matter of national importance. We have a access commission, thank you. There's a big focus on public access. And so we had a policy there which was about recognising that while public access is obviously desirable from a national direction perspective, there are circumstances where for safety reasons it's not a good idea. So that might be because there's a natural hazard, or it might be because this is some of the amendment, that there's a safety hazard because of infrastructure being there. So for example, a power line might be, make it an unsafe area. So that's policies been amended to kind of recognise that.
Is there a planning definition of safety, or does that come under some other legislation? Safety means different things to different people, and
it's not defined, and it's not a recommendation to define it. I think, and the general way that it works in planning is if it's not defined, then you use the Oxford English Dictionary definition. So I think with safety, there's an element of common sense, but these things are always grey. Planning, unfortunately, is mostly it's all about the grey areas. Yeah. So moving to activities on the surface of water, this is quite a small chapter in the plan, but it's still important. So there weren't very many submissions on it, and mostly those are just around larger submissions from the councils to tidy things up, and submissions from the infrastructure people to clarify their significance. But the big change, or the big submission, was from the Mahinapua Aquatic Club. And so there's some specific recommendations around their activities on Lake Mahinapua, which obviously it's a site of significance to Māori. It is, the bed of the lake is owned by Poutini Ngāi Tahu. It's subject to an EV management plan, so it's quite a complex regulatory framework there. And the Mahinapua Aquatic Club operate there, so the changes would enable them to keep operating at their current scale, but if they wanted to expand their scale, that would trigger them into need to consult Poutini Ngāi Tahu. Other change, the Fish and Game, the other major submitter on this topic, so specifically providing for mai and clarifying the permitted rules around white bait stands. So those are the main kind of substantive things. There's also some standardisation of the rules with other parts of the plan in terms of matters of discretion. And then possibly the other big conversation in this topic was the zoning maps. So what we had wanted to do when we produced the zoning maps was show all of the rivers on the west coast as a water body. That became technically challenging because quite a lot of the rivers are within a larger land parcel, particularly when we were on the dockland, but not just that. Okay, so there's not been a lot of active survey work of rivers on the coast. So what we have is what are called hydro parcels that have been surveyed as being river. At the moment, they're shown in the planning maps as water bodies. And that confused people. Because it's like, well, what rules apply? And so the recommendation is that all of those agree with the general rule zone. So it's clear that if there is an activity that might trigger a kind of need to look at the district plan, then the general rule zone. And the only activities I could really think of that might do that is gravel extraction. So the complicated split of rivers between regional and district functions is district councils manage the activities on the water, but the regional council manages the bed. And then both councils are responsible for the margins. So there's definitely some room for simplification of the RMA here, but that's the current statutory framework. And so if someone is doing gravel extraction in the bed of a river, then they're going to go and talking to the regional council, and we wanted to make sure that they didn't end up being caught accidentally by our plan. And so that's why we recommended general rule zone, because that would just be an activity.
Does it include alluvial mining?
So alluvial mining is mineral extraction. So
it's different, it's still in the river.
Yeah, but that's critical that that's not undermined, that gravel extraction. Sorry, Lois, so just three things. Provide from online, clarify permitted rules for whiteback stands. So that's clarification, not rewriting a new set of rules.
Yeah, so we didn't have my in the plan. So provide for as we stuck them into the permitted rules.
Yep.
So that was, whereas the whiteback stands, it was a bit unclear that they're permitted. So it's making it clear.
Right, okay, that's fine. Just a spelling thing, it's rather than having the police involved with the first sentence, I think it's policies.
Lisa, here we are.
That's right, John. So one thing I just want to have clarified is because in Westland in particular, we've got a lot of water-based businesses, rivers, lakes, etc. So there's nothing in there that's going to impose or restrict or rule them out at a time when they're
in the proposed plan, commercial activities on certain waterways, not be on all water bodies, require resource consent.
Yes.
So that's the current situation, and there's no recommendation to change what's in the plan of that.
Okay, because I know from a lot of them that we've got, and we've just got another business that's just, I think, putting in for a consent for a kayaking business with the rivers. So we've got waterways, we've got jet boats, we've got a multitude and every bit of water stretch that we've got. But it's, yeah, they're a little bit concerned that this primarily down the track, 5-10 years time could actually close them more on their ability to have their businesses still functioning.
Probably the main thing that your planners would be looking at through the consent process is making sure you don't end up with one stretch of waterway having everything going on.
Yes, that's got to be managed. Yes, yep. Not over congested. Yep, yep. And that's part of protecting the natural environment room as well. So, yeah.
Paul. Thank you. So in actual fact, we were rather sideswiped with this one. We were very much on board with the putting in the rules for activities on the surface of water to restrict motorised boating on our sensitive waterways. And that then I read this and find out that it's been given an exclusion for whitebaiting because that it's not commercial, it's regarded as recreational. Now, we were talking about this for our other tapas. But now there is just a permitted a blanket permission for whitebaiting, which is not what we had talked about in the first instance about we're only talking about the nominated rivers and creeks that are in the plan. Arahura River, Kawhara River, and a few other smaller tributaries you like. And then so whitebait stands were given an exemption, it seems, following the hearing. On account that that it's recreation rather than commercial. But again, the whole the whole tenor of this, when we first were discussing it, was these recreational boaties, for instance, that roar up and down the rivers. And that's why we were excluding that, and that's recreational. And they're roaring up and down and just for a bit of fun. And some of these really very, very sensitive waterways, this doesn't hit it. It's missed the mark.
It's actually an interesting comment because I'm just thinking of Waitini River in South Westland where
That's one.
historically the White Heron Sanctuary Tours used a jet boat to go up and down, and now they are land based on that site. But the damage to the river and the banks and the vegetation was actually quite extreme by the wake of the boat. So they're agreed to land use, but it doesn't exclude all the boats that go down there for joy, still doing the same sort of damage. So in some ways, we're not doing anything to actually protect those rivers in that respect. We're controlling one factor, but not something that actually we've got another activity that undermines the good we're trying to do.
So there are restrictions on some rivers for motorised boating in the proposed plan, and there's no proposals to amend that. I do just want to look at that White River, and I'm sure that I'm completely on top of the detail of that, and so I'll be confirm what exact grant is. But in terms of the most of this chapter is recommended to remain as per the proposed plan. So I think the Waitoto Lagoon is one of the rivers that has got controls on motorised recreational, just motorised boats.
What no,
I know it's Waitangi Rural.
Yeah, Waitangi. Yes.
Is it got a restriction?
Waitangi Rural.
Oh, the Roto Reserve, yes, you can't go up there at all.
Yeah, so in the plan, there is a list of rivers where motorised access is not allowed for.
That's one.
And the submissions we did get a submission from the Jet Boating Association around the Kaimata River, the Kaimata New River. And so there's a amendment there that I understand they met with Naitaku agreed something. But there is still, that's the only change in relation to motorised access. Everything else is as per the proposed plan.
Through the chair, that's below the State Highway Bridge, including the saltwater lagoon. That's the one here, so that's banned. Yep.
Yes, so we met on that. We compromised and said we've got no problem with jet boating upstream of the bridge, but not Tahua, which is the lagoon, not along there. Yes, so that downstream of the bridge was no, but upstream was no problem. But the wider than that was these in particular the Aotearoa and the Makafu white baiting stand. I've tried to get some clarity from us this morning or overnight from our planners.
Well, I've got to put it on the wall because I will look at that, and I'll just, as part of the things that I bring back to you, I'll just clarify exactly what rules I think apply in as a result of the recommendations and what that would mean, just so we're all on the same page as understanding what the standards would do.
So just a question for Chair Paul is, I know you said about Carpio and the Arahura River pipe baiting, but does that extend out to the New River?
New River?
Yeah. Or is it just the Macarpio and the Arahura? Yes.
No.
Or the white baiting part?
Oh, the white baiting part? No, it was just for those rivers.
Arahura and yeah.
No.
So they can cut.
Thank you.
No.
You can't understand.
No. This is about the activity on the surface of the water, so it's the boat.
Yeah. It's kind of tricky with the stands because the stands are partly in the margin. You don't I mean, this is the artificiality of planning, splitting a waterway up into the water, the bed of the bags.
However, I think it'll be interesting when you come back to the clarity on this because on both of these rivers, on both sides of the river is Māori reserve.
Yes.
And that changed the SASMs. And therefore they had to get the permission of the Runa. But I'm just going to
come back to that one.
I was just going to ask about the Crooked River in the Grey District. The only reason I'm asking is because it's only a couple of times a year I think people be able to take a boat up there. So restrictions are in place for that now? Be with what?
That's got a 5 kilometre an hour restriction on the Crooked, but it's got an uplifting for I think two weekends a year.
Yeah, well, just
then we're fishing game.
plan take that into account.
So this plan only looks at rivers where motorised boating is inappropriate from a cultural perspective.
See.
So, and because mostly, and actually regulation of inland waterways legally, well, we've got the water state who does it at a national level, but the regional council has that function. So the regional council, if it wanted to, it doesn't have a bylaw, but could have a bylaw to regulate motorised boats on, and non-motorised, could regulate boating activities on waterways. So it's mostly a function that sits with the regional council. So, is it Maritime New Zealand?
Maritime
Yes,
New Zealand.
it does the.
I was just trying to
inland
figure out
waterways.
what reaches it had and what might change.
So the focus is very much on where setting impacts on cultural values.
Correct. But there's no shortage of waterways that they can go hooning up and down. But there are some that they shouldn't. It's
Very clear.
So I think this was just my summary across these two topics, that they're mostly about clarification, tidying up, being consistent with the rest of the plan, better providing for infrastructure and lawfully established activities, and that alignment with other parts of the plan. And also just bearing in mind that we didn't want to end up with lots of duplication with the West Coast Regional Policy, West Coast Council, so it should be WCRC. So better aligning with that. Just want to ask my colleagues on the cheap seats if there's anything they want to add.
I had one question.
Yes.
The infrastructure is vegetation, planting and or removal of vegetation for flood control or removal to assist trout fishermen. Is that regarded as?
So removal would probably fall under our vegetation clearance rules. So that's the planting.
Removal of willow.
Oh, indigenous. Only removal of indigenous. So
Yes.
removal of willows doesn't trigger anything.
Hmm.
I mean, there were submissions asking for it too, but that's well and truly a step too far. So.
Pardon. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Andy. Okay, I have to change PowerPoints. So just bear with me for a moment. I'll share my screen.
We're talking about figures for 20 years. It's for 1 year. Yeah. I think that's just everyone else. It's a lot. Yeah.
Subdivision.
No.
Hey?
Everything on top.
Okay.
Yes, yes. That's page 89 of the report on, what am I into? What are we on?
1500.
Natural features and landscapes.
Right, so we now move in, still in matters that cross the whole Auckland region, but we're into the sort of general topics. So these are smaller parts of the plan. The first one of these, gosh, going for controversy today, is noise. So maybe just in terms of what's in the plan at the moment. So we have noise standards and we have a rule which requires acoustic installation to be installed in certain locations. So that's what they were working with. And what their changes that they've recommended, mostly the sort of standard things that we're seeing right through the objectives and policies. But I think some quite significant changes here in terms of noise standards. So again, this was a part of the plan that when we drafted it, we took the shoestring approach. So we didn't contract extra noise expertise. We just largely copied stuff from other plans and we were trying to update the standards because there's been quite a, from when the operative plans were developed, there's been a whole change in how you measure noise and how you describe the measurements of noise. So we updated all of that to be in line with the current measurements. But we didn't do any kind of detailed analysis with a noise expert about what our rules should be. We just kind of really just kind of updated and rolled over what we already had, checked what other councils, okay, that looks good enough. So anyway, we had quite detailed submissions from the, what were they? I want to call them the DHB, but there's something else now. The public health people, the public health people. Taumata Arawai, the heck, no, is it the water people? I'm sorry. My apologies. I've just called them public health. So we had some detailed submissions from public health about noise, and you can see because noise primarily is a health issue, and they had a noise expert who presented their evidence. And so he presented a lot of very detailed technical evidence. So we had to engage a noise expert ourselves to look at the detailed noise evidence. And those two noise experts focused and came up with agreed recommendations on the noise standards, which are similar to what are found in other parts of the country. And so the main effect that I can see of that is to increase the noisy times, or the times at which the higher noise levels are allowed in some locations, but to make the rules more standardised so that they're simpler and easier to understand and to monitor. The significant change that I've highlighted is the change to the acoustic insulation requirements. So we had also very significant involvement again from the key noisy infrastructure providers in this topic. So that was NZTA and Rail. And then also we had a little issue that we support rifle range as well. And so NZTA had said to us when we were preparing the plan, we're doing this wonderful piece of work where we're modelling noise from all of the state highways, and we'll be able to give you this layer and you can use that. Anyway, they didn't have it in time for us to notify the plan. So our plan has a standard requirement that when you're set back from a state highway that speeds less than 70 kilometres an hour, within 40 metres of the state highway, you're required to install acoustic insulation or meet the acoustic standards for any new sensitive activity. So that's residential, visitor accommodation, schools, that kind of thing. And then when you're at a state highway where the speed limit is greater than 70 k's per hour, then it's 80 metre setback from the state highway, but this is acoustic treatments required. So that was what was in our proposed plan. NZTA came to the hearing and said, we've done it, we've finished the modelling, we've got the model, and we'd like you to replace these standard setbacks with our model. And their model takes into account the topography and the number of vehicles that are using the stretch of road. And so it's more fine-tuned. I have got some maps here if you want to go through the detail. I can't recall if I included them, maybe not, but I've got some detailed maps for you to look at. And I've looked right across the West Coast, and in almost every instance, it's a reduction in the width that's affected. And particularly in the areas that where the speed is less than 70 k's per hour, so that's all your towns, it's quite a significant reduction. So it's more like 20 to 25 metre width that is affected by this noise overlay compared with the standard 40 metres we put in the plan. It's a bit more variable, and I will show you in some locations which have got very wiggly topography because the noise presumably bounces around a bit more. And I think that the noisiest area we're pretty much in actually, because there's a lot of traffic goes down the state highway here, and it's reasonably fast. So as a combination, probably this is one of the areas where there's the widest noise contours, but there's still less than what was in the notified plan. So that is probably, I think, largely a positive. To counter that, there is a recommendation to increase the setback from the rail corridor. So we had a number, let's say 40 metres, 60 metre setback from the rail corridor, and it's recommended that actually it moved to 100 metres. However, the Hokitika line is excluded from that. And so that's the Hokitika line is the railway line from the Greymouth railway station down through to Hokitika. So the impact of that is mainly felt on rural land, but also where the railway goes through some of the settlements. But overall, it again reduces the fewer people are affected by this, but those who are, it's over a wide area. Then the third significant change is the introduction of a Westport rifle range noise overlay. And so this was in response to some zoning issues in Westport up at Alma Road, where the council is very keen to see the area developed for housing, to allow people to have some choices and options about where to go to. And the rifle range are very opposed to that. So there were some meetings held. I don't know quite what they're called. They weren't pre-hearing meetings because we'd had the hearing, but we did have a pre-hearing meeting, and then we had further meetings which were facilitated by Councillor Nayland with the submitters on this topic to try and kind of work out what to do. And it was agreed through that between all of the submitters, which included the Buller District Council, that the solution was to put in place a rifle range noise overlay, and the Buller District Council funded a noise expert to develop the noise contours for that. And there's some rules that refer to that rifle range noise overlay. The big change, sorry, is there a question?
Well, just around that, as part of the considerations, like this is a new subdivisions haven't been developed yet. I would have thought the obvious thing first was why not just screen the boundary of the whole subdivision? Was that part of the consideration rather than require every house to have its own?
So the plan doesn't tell you how to do it. It tells you the outcome that's got to be achieved. So so definitely there are things that you could do at a subdivision level with funding and things like that that actually make it very much easier to achieve the outcome at an individual site level. So those are possible, but they're not specified in the plan. That would be something that we worked out at the time of subdivision.
So this could be the proper way of addressing this will be at the subdivision stage. So then would that require a plan change to say, well, then it's no longer on the house because you've mitigated it?
No, because there's also going to change the subdivision report to try and reflect that. So the consequence of putting the rifle range noise overlay in has been some change. There's also sits with that some changes to the subdivision rules to say, in the first instance, try and sort out the problem at the subdivision scale, and then any kind of what they call the residual so do it at the house level. Yeah. So it's sort of a two-pronged approach. So, and that was agreed to through the negotiations that went on between the parties.
The other comment on the noise was around the 100-metre setback from the rail. To go from 40 to 100, I'd suggest, I've looked at the overlay maps, and that's a bigger effect through Westport now in the Buller. There's still very few train movements, really. It's more than Hokitika, but surely the Buller line could be exempt. Those people that are now affected didn't have the ability to input into this plan because they didn't realise that they'd be affected at the stage it was notified. I sort of feel a little bit of injustice there.
Runanga and Dobson, they're going to be severely affected, and it's extensions. It's not just subdivisions. Isn't it? So if they want to extend, and they're not in the high decile areas where if they want to do something to their property, it's going to be very costly. And again, the government are trying to make things easier for building and building codes, but again, and Joe's right, they haven't.
It's not a big problem on new build. I think you can come down easily, but these are existing buildings there. Somebody in a new build is probably going to build further away from the railway line anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I felt this was the big change because when the notified plan just talks about new build, and it is reasonably easy to address acoustic issues with new buildings because our insulation standards already, and we've got insulation and double glazing, they're actually very effective at reducing noise volumes. It's much harder, and this was something the committee discussed at the time the rules were developed, and why the plan was notified to only address new build. And so this, I feel like the combination of changes in the noise chapter, I don't think, back to the earlier comment about section 32AA, one wasn't done for the noise chapter, and I think that's because the consultants who did that topic, it wasn't one that I didn't appreciate the impact that it might have on the West Coast, and so they didn't alert the commissioners to that, and so they didn't appreciate the impact it might have. Having said that, I'm not sure how much impact it will have, and I've kind of been trying to, thinking through scenarios and all of that kind of thing, and it's not something that's easily assessed. I feel like it will have an impact, but the scale is something that's quite hard to judge. So they have recommended to provide some guidance and schedule on how to achieve the acoustic requirements, but they're mostly focused on new builds, not additional additions.
So
It's not just additions, it's alterations.
Yeah.
Oh, as well.
Yeah, well, it says alterations, I mean, it's likely.
Sorry, just the wording of the rule, I might have.
Ah, no.
Might have.
So if it's addition, and so someone's adding a bedroom, say, to a house, do they then have to apply the acoustic to the whole house, or is it only the addition?
Please to the addition.
The addition. So it achieves nothing.
No. Well, it doesn't make anything better for the existing situation. It's just if you're building a new bedroom, that would then need to meet the acoustic requirements.
But then it's an end cost when it's not bringing any gain to the rest of the house, isn't it? Yeah.
Sorry, councillor Gibson.
Oh, I was just going to say the costs seem to be increasing. So
Yes.
now most people living by a railway line haven't got a big flat house. What if they want to put a conservatory in the front?
Well, that's not a sensitive activity. So sensitive activity is residentials, you're sleeping.
No, well, yeah, you just get a permit to put a conservatory on the front of your house, don't you? But add to the lounge, glass one, extra costs.
So you'd need a building consent for that, I think, but I don't think it would trigger this rule.
So, but the costs seem to be going.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Because for the amount of movements a day anywhere here is not huge, is it? And it's not like it's at, 11 o'clock at night or 5 in the morning. The train movements.
I know it is.
Eh?
Well, for us, it is. It's all night.
Is it?
Yeah, flying is it all night. If there's a train at night, it's that night.
If there's train at night.
They do run in the middle of the night.
Do they?
Yeah.
It's always to get used to, within a month of living near a railway line, you don't.
You do switch off for it. Yeah.
Because you're deaf. Just refocus the discussion, what are we dealing with?
Noise.
Yeah.
So, I'm highlighting quite a few changes.
You were checking the wording.
So you need to check wording. Yeah.
Alteration. versus-
All right, don't put that in front, so I can just read as operation. Sleep.
Just to ask, what proven relevant impact on human health?
So I'm not a noise expert, but there were two exceedingly qualified national scale noise experts in this hearing, and they were the ones who advised the commissioners. And I guess the commissioners are taking a view, they're not always noise experts either. So they're not going to argue with technical experts. Technical experts for both parties agree. They think, okay, you guys are the experts. We can go.
Their hospitals very close to that,
Look, I can see what the idea of putting this in, because what you're trying to do is avoid people actually complaining about permitted activities like the railway line. I'm just building a new house, the railway line's driving me crazy and on the train. And, the noise is too much and the lights, but I do note in this report here that the commissioners and staff note that for a new building to meet the building code requirements, thermal insulation and glazing will generally meet most of the acoustic requirements, and therefore in practice the additional cost to landowners to meet the standards may be negligible. So
that is true for new build.
the new build, so
They've got to keep all their windows shut and have a mechanical ventilation system.
yeah. So what we're actually saying in here, but is like it's for new builds and for alterations that are to do with sleeping quarters. Is that what the staff said?
Habitable room used for sensitive activity and or space used for sleeping.
I thought planes and trains were exempt from the noise around the country.
Certainly not, no. And so these acoustic requirements apply in our airport noise contours as well. So, for example, all of Franz Joseph, most of Franz Joseph,
And parts of the background.
Serious.
that doesn't affect Hope because the noise contour is quite tight around the airport because it's not high. But it has so it doesn't cover land outside the airport and or
Yes, all additional comments?
I'm sure that I read through, Chair, I'm sure that I read that where the commissioners had said that they recognise that this was an imposition on the on homeowners.
Yep.
but they still went ahead with the recommendation for this, and that was for alterations. So they did acknowledge that it's going to be a burden on financial burden on homeowners. And I don't have any issue with like other members about new builds, fine. But alterations, I mean, it's and on existing homes is like, you know, isn't that a matter of caveat emptor, you know, buying a property, you know, you just keep your eyes open.
Didn't know there's a train next door.
So I wasn't at that hearing. Actually, I was, but I wasn't listening. Sorry, I was helping out because I was there for signs and I didn't do this topic. But there was a lot going on that I wasn't aware of, and I think that probably the arguments that the commission's persuaded around are health ones.
Public health.
So they will be saying that even though you might get used to it, it doesn't mean it's good for you. So I guess that's what, I mean, I'm assuming that's because it was the public health people who made these submissions. And so I imagine the evidence that they presented in their submissions and that their noise expert talked about was about the health impacts of noise.
Okay. With respect on that one, I mean, those public health submissions come up at the councils every year, and some of them are just beyond pale. You know, they're never practical. So I don't know why they should get all, you know, get the ear of the commissioners over our practical proposed plan. I'd say this is one part of the plan we could reject.
Yeah, true. If I can, you know, like, and Paul's right. I mean, sweets aren't good for you either. We're not ruling that they can't be sold, you know. And I look at this and I sort of think, well, how is this going to be transferable into Christchurch, for example, where the train goes right through the city and motels and houses and everything else?
So definitely Christchurch has these rules. And I guess that's one of the things that the rest of the country regulates. When we drafted our plan, we were unusual again, the West Coast way, and we didn't regulate additions. We said, even though other parts of the country do, we said, no, that's unreasonable. We just think that if we address it at the new build, we've largely addressed the problem. So that was the rationale that the committee had at the time, but the rest of the country does regulate additions. So in Christchurch, if you were building a bedroom next to a railway line, you're doing the acoustic stuff.
And I can understand that because I had a sister-in-law that lived sort of within the minimal distance that you can be from a railway. And you did eventually get to the stage where you slept through that 5 o'clock train going past. But yes, that close proximity and the continuity of those trains, I can understand having an impact. But where you might have several, 2 or 3 movements a day or one in the night, I mean, we've got to still be rational about this too, don't we? And I just sort of see that it's simply.
And we're extending one line over another.
With respect, this committee appointed experts. The experts heard from the public health people. They made a judgment. That's where we are.
With respect to the chair, I mean, we're also here to represent the community, and the community won't thank us for something like this.
Right.
And I think this is one point that should be rejected. And if we have to rehear it, put it out there.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just reminding people of how we got to here.
One question. Was this in the district plans before?
Yes.
It was?
Oh, sorry, acoustic insulation requirements only in a little place in the Grey District Plan, I think, around Coyote Park. So this is something that over time there's been more and more.
By Coyote Park, the railway line's been a mile away.
Sorry, not the railways. No, that wasn't in the, I don't think it was in the district plans. Sorry,
It just seems new to me. That's all I'm asking. Has this just been created, or is it a revamp of the old rule?
So I think this probably was a new rule in the notified plan.
Yes. Just to reiterate my point is that the public got to submit on a distance of 40 metres and new builds, and now this is quite a different picture, bringing in additions and also the 100 original.
We've got this, sorry, we've got it up as an action point, so.
We actually also, new builds, I think, have to comply with the new building regulations for to do with insulation and windows. If you put a new room on, you've got to have double glazing and the triple glazing as it is now, and you've got to have the insulation, so you still got to have that in. I don't think you can get away with an addition on the house using old materials.
But we're not arguing against that.
Point here.
Okay, so just quick, don't know if you want to, I'll just show a couple of pictures, just this is the road. So, up on here on the left, it's a bit blurry. So this is currently 40 metres.
Yep.
That's where it would extend to this house, whereas the overlay is about half the width, that's the green sheet, and that's this pink line. So it's really hard for you to see. I won't go through all of that, but I guess I've just, I've done some comparisons right across the West Coast, and it looks to me that the road one is a significant improvement in terms of the distance. Here's just an example of how when you get the traffic speed change or something's going on with the topography, if you look on the right here, this is in Westport, you can see coming up to the interchange, the overlay gets wider because the traffic's got busier or its topography's changed, but it's reasonably narrow as it goes along the main street. And then I'll just show you, here we are, Kororo is an example of where it's very wiggly, and that's to do with the topography. So the model is taking into account the topography and the sort of the rolling nature of those hills there, whereas our blanket straight line wasn't doing that. And so Kororo is one of the areas where this overlay is probably at its widest, but it still looks like it, to me, it affects fewer properties. But as we've talked about, it's now applied to alterations, additions, I should say.
Isn't that on the Hokitika line though, so it's exempt?
And this is the State Highway one.
Oh, it's the State Highway one, sorry.
Yeah. So I won't go through all of that. That's hard to really see.
Sorry,
So
just before we go on to signs,
sorry,
you're going to finish that topic?
that is finished. My apologies.
I'm just going to mention the reverse sensitivity matter in that NZTA installs these lumps down the middle of the road, which leads to significant noise interruptions. When people have been happily living there, putting up with the ordinary traffic for many years, and because there's little lumps, there must be a technical name.
You're not supposed to drive on the rumble strip.
Rumble strip.
Do keep off those, Chair?
It's the passing, the overtaking traffic, crossing the rumble strip. So that I'm familiar with, I won't go into the detail, but there's a particular stretch on the highway where a householder has spoken to me because it's the only passing opportunity for 10K, and there are rumble strips put there, and it's creating difficulty. So it's a reverse sensitivity issue for NZTA. Don't put rumble strips.
We don't have a rumble strip rule, Chair.
No, but we need to, I will talk to NZTA. Okay, sorry to come up with an anecdote.
Look, I think it's a bit bigger too than this, because under the, if you, I don't think it's in that brief summary, but if you look at the regulations in the northeast, what's happened here, the actual decibels had dropped quite significantly from what was actually in the notified plan.
In terms of the acoustic requirements.
Well,
To meet.
well, I don't know, like I'm just looking at on the actual report here, and I thought that in the different zones, general rural zones, it was 75 and it's dropped down to 65. You know, some of
That's
those.
the DBL max.
Yeah. Yeah. So I know, you know, that the commissioners have actually grouped a lot of that stuff all into one, whereas they were quite separate in the
They were.
notified plan. So they grouped them in. We're just got to be a bit careful here. Like I see the mineral extraction zone has dropped down to 55 decibels. You know, that's actually really low.
Yes,
And
it
it
is.
was up at 65. Like there's a huge difference between 65 and 55. So, you know, like you'll get a on a mineral extraction zone, if you've got one of those new lines with a fan going and the likes, But it won't be 55 decibels, I can tell you, it'll be at the boundary, a lot bigger than that.
So those
don't
are
be-
measurements at the boundary, so it's important to recognise that they're managing the effect on adjacent properties.
Yes.
Yeah,
I just see we've actually sort of they've grouped a whole lot of those that were in separate decibel readings down into one big group, sort of, you know, so you pulled a whole lot. I just have a concern, I'd just like to have a bit of time to have a look at those, or Joe, if we could just have it, you know, be really clear before we make a decision on this, what the effect is and what the decibels, so we're a bit more clear on that, you know, because it's not on that,
Not on the recommendation
here, it's just like that when you read it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Cummings, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that in Christchurch, it's 80 decibels at the boundary.
Right. Right. It's between 80 and 55.
This is 35 and 2.
Moving on
35.
to the signs. Councillor, thank you.
Sorry, signs.
Sorry.
Just before I finish that, thank you, my colleagues over to my right would like to just make a few comments.
If we're under the restrictions, that's going to be drafted to be standalone. I don't know. Who said it was? No restriction.
In relation to,
Everything else.
so noise, the national planning standards say that all noise rules have to be in the noise chapter.
Okay.
So that's why they're all in the noise chapter.
So that's why it covers minimum restriction.
That's right, yes. So it's just one of those things where. So signs, okay, so our main objective when we drafted these rules was to make them simpler because the current plans have quite high complexity. Very few submissions on this, mostly around the issue of movable signs and signs that, you know, have flashing things and that kind of stuff. So that's led to the commissioners recommending a new policy for off-site signs for rural and residential areas to make it clearer why we regulate those. The same sort of suite of changes to kind of make the rules clearer and the objectives and policies. But probably the main thing I wanted to highlight is the significant change was reducing the permitted sign height from 4 metres to 2.5 metres. And that was based on a submission from Buller District Council. And then there are some additional matters of discretion and rules around the sign content and traffic safety and resource consent is required. So I know that there is a question on that somehow.
Through the chair, I when I read that 2.5 metre one, I thought that's a bit, I do realise the Buller District Council staff will have put that up, but it is a wee bit of a nonsense because if you get a vehicle parked in front of it, and that's like an SUV, that's like 2 metres high, so you won't see the sign. Yes. And I took time this morning because I actually made a mistake and come at 10 to 8 instead of 10 to 9. But anyway, so I'll drive home because I've had that sign one. So I went down the main road, and if anyone goes out there today, I just get them to look at the motel sign along here, the downstyle sign along there, all the signs along there, and they are more than 2.5 metres because you can't see them. And I notice all the road signs, I know they're probably under a different rule, but all the road signs are way above 2.5 metres because if you get a vehicle parking, you can't see them. So
Benham Road.
maybe, and also they're subject to vandalism when they're down low, and I think that's what people see them up, so they're more practical. Some of them are actually up 4 o'clock. I'm not sure, and I know that, but I don't know if Buller District Council, if like in part of that, it's a minor change, whether if the submitter actually withdrew or changed it, can you make a change or not?
It would be too late now at this point, I think.
So it would be changed on that ruling because Buller opposed.
I need
Sorry,
to
Jamie.
reply. Gina might need to help me get.
I mean, technically, if Buller District Council withdrew their submission now, that probably would be something that could then, but what we would have to do is we'd have to say it's been withdrawn and send it back to the commissioners to review their decision.
Because Peter's quite right, you can't see them.
So I think the rationale behind the EC submission, and again, I wasn't aware of it, we were the only ones that submitted on this till now, but was to do with
When you get above that height, you need to have a certain level of engineering. to ensure it's not going to fall on cars or pedestrians or whatever. So I think that's the trigger point, is that it creates an opportunity to then actually have a conversation about, well, what are you building that's that big and is it strong enough and whatever. But Gina, maybe.
Yeah, I am not over that one either, but I understand that it was a health and safety issue, and that's why we're trying to control it, regulate it. Yeah, I'd have to read back and see why we put that in there.
If I can on that one, I mean, surely to goodness, if it's health and safety, you look at the rules around the structure of the sign. I mean, shortening them down to me is not the right answer.
So it's shortening them down without having to get any permission from anyone. All it's saying is that permitted is up to this level because it's pretty low risk, because no one will get killed by a sign that's only 2.5 meters off the ground. But if you want to build something bigger, then you've got to come to council and get a permission.
Right. Yeah, right. Okay. It's not, that wasn't very clear. Can I just ask a question then, Lois? Because I mean, these signs affect us. Do they affect NZTA? Or do they have their own rules?
Some specific rules, I'd have to pull up the chapter, for NZTA signs. So we have, there's specific rules, signs in their own corridor. And lots of rules about the size of the letters and all of that kind of thing. So all of those traffic safety things. So we have a special rule for that. We have another rule for council signs. So we've got rules for different types of signs.
Okay. I've got one example, and it is serious here. It's an NZTA sign going down the straight as you go left around the bend into Wharewa. It's on a concrete abutment. And it's the concrete is honestly, it's about that far off the side of the road, and it's a big sign with poles, but it's concrete. If a car hit that, there wouldn't be a lot left because you're a 100k area. And I just cannot understand how the heck they've been able to put a sign like that when nobody else would be able to.
Yes, so I mean, I guess it's a bit like the earlier question from me, Klein, about letting infrastructure agencies do things permitted. So that sometimes they don't do it perfectly. So that will be an example. I mean, NZTA pretty much have all the say on road safety sign or road signs in the road corridor. And our plan continues that approach, but it does mean there's no oversight from the councils on that. So,
and that's disappointing because they should be the leaders of responsible advertising or interference on road movement and traffic and risk. And that's a really poor example of not actually presenting themselves well.
So they do have, I'm going to say, 80-page kind of document on signs in the road corridor. That's their code of practice for that. So I'm assuming that these specifications that all these signs must meet that and that it addresses those issues. But there's no, as the plan is proposed, there's no oversight of that. We're assuming that represents good practice and that they follow that code.
Okay.
Councillor Howard.
Question, no.
Going back to, and this is just another one of those items that Councillor Howard brought up earlier on, you know, like if I had known that someone was going to submit to reduce from 4 metres to 2.5, I would have actually put a submission in to actually say that's not right. And I think it should have kept it 4 metres and had the wording in there that said it shall be structurally engineered to you know, or safe, rather than actually reduce the height. That's just the way, but anyway.
As I understand, just a clarification though, below 2.4, you can just put the sign up. Above that, you need approval.
Well, that's
the
question, that's my understanding.
Yeah.
So what would that involve then? If I want to put a sign up then, or do I have to go for resource consent then? Or is it just a simple matter of approaching the council?
It would be a resource consent, and you'd probably, with your resource consent, you'd lodge some information about the structure, that how you were making sure that sign didn't fall down. And probably, given the matters of discretion, you'd probably also say why if it was near a road, why it was safe for traffic and not going to, you know, next to land on something.
Okay, it might be worth checking with the technical teams, but our team in our workshop earlier in the week said signage is one of their biggest pains in the butt, where they, like the most inquiry complaints, all of that comes from signs, people painting up one another's signs and that aren't appropriate in the wrong place. Whether that's across all council or not, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we get on that one, Jamie.
Yeah, we want to get it right. Whatever it is.
Okay. So it might seem like a small and insignificant chapter, but it's a very, actually, quite important. Yeah,
Well, I think so, you know, like a little community group or a school, like want to put a sign on Dixon Park fence. It's always the biggest bloody drama in the world, you know, like, and it's just ridiculous. But, you know, it's what battles do we fight here? But it always is. Jamie obviously has the opposite problem. We always have people that are complaining because they get told off for putting their signs up. And, you know, the youth trust wanted to put some over at Cal Hotel. They have to have a blooming youth, you know, to tidy it up and make it look better. Like it's an art sort of installation as well. And I think we have the opposite problem where people, you know, put them up and then NZTA chase them around here and take your sign, you know, and they're not obtrusive. It just seems ridiculous and petty. But as I said, well, they have a different issue there. But I think, you know, we put a sign up advertising your gala, you're in trouble. You know, how do people fundraise in community groups? And most of that is I see where the problems are, and it's stupid.
So through you, Mr. Chair, that was one of the things we tried to fix in my plan. So we have a specific rule, committed rule for community signs because of that very issue that we were just kind of getting people that the signs rules in your current plans are quite old and they're really, really tough. So these rules were a substantial watering down of the requirements, and we were really trying hard to kind of not over-regulate signs, but still recognising exactly that matter, that this is one of the areas, unlike dog control, where it's generating all your kind of complaints and traffic through the councils. So it's kind of trying to find a balance between trying to not have unintended catching of community groups, but also not end up with safety issues and that kind of thing.
okay, thank you. Just, sorry, Paul, on this one?
On the signs,
Yes.
footpath signs.
Footpath sign.
Sandwich boards.
Yes, well, R8, well, it talks about, you know, one sign. I'm aware that, in some towns, shops are only allowed one sign. Be that, a sandwich board or on the footpath, probably, be it a sandwich board or one of those flags. But there are many instances where the businesses have multiple sandwich boards and flags, and there's certainly not a 2 metre wide clear footpath. So does this? It says in the singular that thus sign, but is it clear enough that is actually this is going to restrict businesses to one sign per business and footpath?
So through you, Mr. Chair, a few points there. Firstly, the district plan only applies to new things happening. So if someone's got a lawful under your old plan sign approach, they have existing use rights or they have their resource consents. And so this doesn't affect them because they've got those existing use rights. It's only if it's a new activity. So I sell my business and it turns from being an ice cream shop to being a furniture shop and I want to stick up a bunch of new signs, then I'll be subject to these rules. Having said that, my observation right across the West Coast is that large areas of the West Coast are places that people are not complying with your current signs rules, and I don't think there's much enforcement going on. Could be wrong, but I can think of several, many places I've seen with 20 signs, and that's not provided that sign. But we're not trying to solve every problem. We're just trying to sort of say, going forward, this is kind of the framework. But I would suggest that if signs were an issue in that location, for example, I think there were or just like unbelievable quantities of signs, it definitely wouldn't meet the current plan. And I doubt if they've got resource consent. Could be wrong, but it seems unlikely that someone had a consent to put up 20 signs or just sort of adding them in a desperate hope to get more attention. But those are matters that this plan doesn't deal with. You existing. So we're talking about new signs or development of a new business where they're wanting to put up their signage that doesn't affect existing use rights. And so I guess when you've got a problem like that property there, if someone raised that issue, that there would be an onus on them to demonstrate that they were lawfully established signs. So produce their resource consent saying that they had permission to have up 20 signs. But otherwise, it's really about going forward.
So through the chair, so that means that you could have an existing business that is authorised under the current rules, And they can have 20 signs,
Seems unlikely, but if they got a consent to do
up
so.
to 20 signs. They can have, a mixture of these flags and sandwich boards and little tables and chairs out there as well on the footpath. But if I opened a shop next door, I'd be subject to this new rule, no being allowed one.
Yes, but I would have to say this new rule is not more restrictive than the old plans. In fact, these rules are considerably less complex and generally less restrictive than the old plans. There are some differences because, again, marrying the three councils had slightly different approaches to signs, and Grey's is probably the simplest. But if your business was in Buller, for example, they've got very strict sign rules. So there's no way someone could have 20 signs without a resource consent to say so, and it seems to me unlikely. So I guess, yeah.
So wasn't this an opportunity for us to kind of clean it up?
It was, and that's what we tried to do.
Until Buller decided to put one in.
Sorry. Gina, you had a comment, Gina? I'll come back to you.
Yes, I've just looked at Buller District Council's submission on the reduction of 4 metres to 2.5. And it says council considers this as a significant height and not necessarily compatible with amenity values, and suggested 2.5 metres is a reasonable height. So rather it was about the amenity values, and that's probably more about, I'm thinking it was about larger signs in town and versus larger signs in the rural area, perhaps. So, yeah.
That's good. That's helpful. Thanks.
Michael.
Fighting with cords. The 2.5 metre rule is only for community and temporary signs. So if you're a business like Downs, council, Chair had referred to as a business. So it doesn't, that rule, those rules don't apply to it. They have their own rule, yeah. Temporary and community signs has 2.5. Right.
Thank you.
And then on top of all the sign rules, don't forget about bylaws.
Bylaws. Paul, you had a further comment. Just remember that the 20 signs, 19 of them may be unconsented. I mean, that's so if you establish a business next door, you simply say to the council, get rid of all these unconsented signs.
It's just that we've been rather restrictive in all sorts of other areas of the plan, but it's pretty loose around this. Whereas I think we should clean it up for the sight impaired and the disabled in particular. They shouldn't have to play dodgem to get down the footpath, and you do.
I mean, my view, because when I did this chapter, when we were developing the plan, was there is a lot of non-compliance on the signs issue across the region. So there would be plenty of scope, I would suggest, if this was a matter that your councils wanted to take some action, particularly in places where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic, that you've already got the ability we'll stick and say get rid of all of the flags. I think it's really good that I've noticed. So there is definitely scope in the framework.
Rose Jacket says bylaws.
And yes, you also have
the bylaws control that.
There's no consent in the bylaws.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we've done enough on this one. Before we carry on, I suggest a 3-minute 7th inning stretch, and we'll come back and have another burst through till 4 o'clock, at which time we'll decide how long to carry on. Let's take 3 minutes now.
3 minutes.
I'll get you here in 3 minutes.
No, there's not. It's a bit busy in places, isn't it, this one?
I have no idea that
Yeah, probably you. What a stuff. I know. But I was telling you the other day. I was telling you the other day, and there was. No. I know, because the guys, oh, no, because they.
To see that. Thank you. We will abandon the matter.
So sorry. So I've moved on. Oh, goodness gracious me.
You're a great taxi driver.
Should have had it on that, should have had it. Yeah.
So.
Choose the middle sign on. 2.5 should have said temporary sign on it. It is. Yeah. Goodness. Paul, when you're reading, that's very. That sign just says a permitted sign, it should have said a temporary sign. Because it's only a temporary sign that's 2.5. A permitted sign is high. And the book park signs, four on page 32, it's consistent 2 metre wide clear space pedestrian for the book park sign between the sign and the boundary.
Yeah.
So it's actually in there.
But we will get a lift in with you.
And that brings us down.
Yeah, we'll be able to go.
That's only a temporary sign. Yeah.
Yeah, but our guys actually, I was said about.
Yes.
The other day, and I thought that was. While they've got.
How long are you waiting here? Time here.
Oh, okay, so I'll leave our lives. No, that actually was the record.
Yeah. Here we have buildings.
Yeah. You shouldn't have it inside the. I've got it inside. Yes, you do. Because that's not.
Clear the soul, you know.
Yes. Yeah. Not good. We'll go and sort them out.
Every sign.
No, to me, that makes sense. To me, that's the way to do it. Shut those out. Yes, yes, I think so too. I agree.
That should be part of the discussion on CPD.
Yes, yes, yes.
Sun's shining now. It's supposed to be heavy.
That we got last night, I want more today, we've got more coming.
Thank you.
So I think what I was gonna say, and it's having that thing about something,
Oh, you're in the
stewardship. Stewardship, like, so, all these bits and pieces, you know, state, stewardship land would surely would be having. No, because that's what I thought, well, one of the said, that's the thing to be clear about, because he a lot of stewardship land.
It's mostly the old Elvis, mostly, you know, it's like the bush areas.
Yes, I saw a little bit of it, because I'm with, New Zealand, so I know that thing, but yeah, it's that one all over the end, so about the, archaeological sites things,
Yeah.
I know the thing that here in New Zealand's big about pushing that thing that heritage is a national switch.
Tell you. Fully charged.
I know people like that.
It's interesting to see what's going
So, yeah. Now both of us know.
In Wellington,
Oh, and one thing I want to tell you was, the implementation plans are about doing.
Just a swap to get out, like I get out of the least.
She has said, I haven't really heard from the folks on this, but we need to, I haven't read it.
They've been up here.
That's very true.
We don't have it.
It's a pretty way. A lot of these places, like you'll get here. They use a classification, like say, like.
I think it wasn't.
Okay, yep, so do not. Don't. When you see that podcast anyway, it's filmed. It's a tough one.
Getting back now, but.
He's going to talk about.
But we have not seen. Well, that's what we said to us.
Okay, thanks. So,
Yeah, it has been.
thanks, George. Just reconvene. So we'll spend another, say 40 minutes just completing the district-wide chapters, which is the last one is subdivision. And that would be a natural place to stop anyway, I think. So without actually asking, I'm suggesting we go through to say 4 o'clock or whenever we finish this next chapter. And then there'll be a formal resolution to adjourn the meeting. And we're making such good progress that instead of starting at 8 tomorrow, we'll start at 9 tomorrow. And that's at the Mariah. So depending on how we get on in the next little while, that'll be the plan. If you've got any objections or comments, we can pick that up at the adjournment.
Could you please have milk at the Mariah? You said comments.
We've just got.
Well, what do you want at
We've
the
got a bit
Mariah?
to go through yet.
Milk.
We
No.
have, you'd like
Yeah,
to carry
it's not
on?
there.
Well, I
Oh.
don't know, I just, sometimes you might get tied up, might be late tomorrow night, so it's not Friday night tomorrow, but the other things.
We'll talk about that at 4
It's the 27th.
Well,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Right,
Did you
so
say
back
you want
to-
alcohol at the
Let's
Mariah? Did you
just
say you
have
want
some
alcohol at the Mariah?
Subdivision.
Yes.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just during the break, someone reminded me that I just need to remind you that what I'm doing is, firstly, I'm not talking about all of the things that are in the plan. I'm just highlighting the key recommendations. And mostly I've focused on what changes in permitted activities. But if something isn't permitted, it doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means that the next step is a resource consent. And so just important to remember that as I said, I think I'm now lost in relation to what topic it was. The commissioners have made no recommendations to make anything prohibited. So it's about, what is the permitted level? That's you're all good, just go off and do your thing versus, you need to come and talk to the council and potentially. So moving now to earthworks.
Sorry, can I just ask you a question? I mean, in the recommendations for us, there was nothing that Peter talked about with the noise level and industrial stuff. Is that
So what I've done.
mining? Does that go to the mining thing?
So what I have done in preparing the summary reports is they're a summary that you've seen the hearings with the recommendation reports. Many of them are 200 pages long.
Yeah.
And then they will have 50-page appendices. So I've read them and I've tried to identify the things that I've noticed are being significantly different and highlight this to you. So
That's what I was going to ask.
done my best.
That means it was the same as before.
So I can, we've got that down as have we got that down as an issue? Sorry. Yes, we have. So I'm going to look for these matters where you're going, oh, hang on, have you
Yeah, that's what
have you
I'm
caught
asking,
everything?
yeah.
I'm going to come back to you in more detail and I'll really look at that. And I'll write another report that will just be, I'll try not to make it too long. And just sort of go, okay, this is what we had previously. This is what we've got. They're recommending now. This is where the main areas of difference.
For some of those things, I
So
think
just
quite-
give you a bit more clarity. So I guess with what I've tried to do is give you essentially, it's not quite a once over lightly, but appreciating we've asked you to read 2,000 pages or something like that. But I had to read 2,000 pages too. So like you, I'm a bit overwhelmed. And try to capture the essence of what's in the recommendations.
The appendices, it makes it easier.
Yes.
That's capture the detail, doesn't it?
Yes. So we're still in general district-wide matters, but we're moving now to earthworks. And so again, just highlighting the key changes from the notified plan. And I guess the really significant one is actually, it's just a clarification, but it's just making it really clear this chapter doesn't apply to mineral extraction, mineral prospecting, or mineral exploration. There's specific rules around those in the minerals sections. So earthworks applies to general earthworks. I haven't put it here, but just to remind you that earthworks are largely permitted in the general rule zone. So where we've put in place earthworks standards is in areas where people are living, and it's mostly around managing things like neighbours building up their residential property, and so all the stormwater coming onto the neighbour, or the traffic defects of someone bringing in lots of trucks of fill onto their site, or the noise and dust from someone doing a whole lot of earthworks. So the way the plan manages that is volume and area limits, and there are volume and area limits for each zone. But the general rule zone, anything that you're doing that's permitted activity, there's no restriction on the amount of earthworks, so it doesn't affect all of the normal things that go on in the general rule zone. And those are the kind of the key adverse effects that are managed for earthworks are managed in the regional plan. So there are rules in the regional plan around, you can only do a certain amount hectare of earthworks to flip land or that kind of thing. But that's all through the regional plan. We're not regulating them in this plan. We've said that's a regional function. So we've focused the earthworks rules in this plan are mostly about amenity issues and impacts on neighbours. So clarifying that the mineral extraction stuff, these rules don't apply to that. And then the usual suite, minor amendments to objectives and policies, clarity and consistency across the plan, and amendments that, in my view, just make the rules a bit clearer. There was a zone that we didn't have an earthworks volume set, and so that's the natural open space zone. And so there were submitters seeking that we have a maximum permitted volume of earthworks in that zone, and so they've proposed that. I think it's 250 square metres off the top of my head. And the other thing is having a specific role for the national grid. So earthworks around the national grid were regulated in, I think actually only the Grey plan previously, but we introduced regulation in this plan for earthworks around the pylons, and also we regulate earthworks around the west powerable electricity lines, so that people don't do earthworks and then undermine the stability of the distribution line. We had them in the same rule, and Transpower said, no, we must be consistent with the plan, we must have our separate national grid law. So the commissioners have recommended that. So I don't think that there were anything really significant that I've identified in this chapter, but I will just pass over to my colleagues just to see if there's anything that they want to add.
There was just one question I had. I noted one of the things was when you got to a residential property and the permitted, you weren't allowed to alter the height of your section plus or minus a metre. It's probably catched under your resource consent of your building anyway, so it's probably catched elsewhere. But with our building floor heights now for the sport area, is that going to affect it in any way, or is it just captured because you're obviously going to need consent to build a house or do something on that site anyway? But just
just have to check that rule. But my recollection is that it's within a certain distance of the boundary. Yes. So it's not the whole site. It's that within a certain distance of the boundary, you can't alter the height more than a metre. And so that's back to that issue about if I build my site up and all the stormwater drains off to my neighbour, or I build my site up, then they're forced to have a retaining wall in their property because I've just built it up. So that's what it's about managing. It's about managing the boundary. It's not across the whole site.
It was at the boundary.
It's at the boundary. Any other? Right, light. So we did talk about this some months ago, so then it was really useful because it made me look very carefully about it this time. So what we have now for this topic is we have the usual suite of objectives and policies. Probably the big thing is that when we developed the light rules, they were probably a bit lacking when it came to responding to national direction around biodiversity. And so protection of wildlife, which is much strong and natural character, which are all big issues in the national direction. So that's something where there are some amendments of the objectives and policies recommended to just better address that. Mostly, again, I'm not a technical lighting expert, but my reading of it is that most of the amendments are to simplify the rules and make them better aligned to the specific zones. And they are based on recommendations from a technical lighting expert. So again, it's another one of those topics where the commissioners have said, this is what the lighting expert advice was. We're not lighting experts, so we largely have to take his view. There are specific lighting standards to protect wildlife from glare and confusion in areas of high natural value and within 15 kilometres of the coast. But my understanding is that to meet these requirements is relatively easy. You just have to be aware of it. So it's a case of there are lights around that meet all of your lighting needs that will meet these requirements around it's the colour of the light, I think. So there's some sort of measurement level, and when you buy a light, it'll tell you on it what colour it is. And so it is a relatively easy and simple thing to meet. So that's my understanding, is that particular change, which the committee did discuss but when we last talked about this topic.
So like when you're building a new house, obviously, you know, you're putting in lighting and different things around it. So will that have to be a specification within the building or whatever you're building for consents? Because that could actually be a big thing rather than just going to buying a light.
So I would actually maybe defer to my colleagues here, but my thinking would be that, to be honest, the light rules and to some extent the noise rules, the way you manage them is on a complaints basis. So there might be an advice note in someone's building consent saying, "Oh, just note that you need to comply with the lighting standard district plan," but no one is checking the lights. But if there is a problem that arises, then the light will be checked. So if there's a complaint. That be fair?
No, it'd need to be reflected in a PIM.
Oh, okay.
Planning information memorandum, because if we don't disclose it, then we are stuck with liability if we're not disclosing. You should have this done. So it will need to be cited on a building documents.
I'm building a house right now. Do I have to go and get a lighting plan person at an extra cost to go and do my lighting plan?
There's no stipulation around who around an expert having to provide the report. Designer or architect would probably be fine, but it's yet to be tested, I guess.
Another cost.
Sorry, Councillor Paul, you have a question?
In relation to the light rules, the Westland black petrels, where did I can't find it in this this 2,000 pages of documents. Where did the commissioners end up on that?
So that's what this specification is, that there is in the rule, whereas if you're within 15 kilometres of the coast or within one of these zones, then you need to meet a standard around the lights need to be directed down, and they need to also meet this, I think it's 3,000. So it's just outdoor lighting, but the 3,000, whatever the measurement is, in terms of the colour. So it's written in the permitted activity rule.
Yeah. So this is specifically in relation to the black petrel.
My understanding is it's not just black petrel; it's more widely wildlife that are confused and affected by light. But particularly I think it's the blue bright LEDs that are the problem. Which unfortunately for a while the NZT was busy installing all around the country, and they've created quite a problem. But I mean, you'd have to say when you look at those blue LEDs, I know I myself using them as a lighting choice around my home because they're not a very nice colour, but they're very effective for the.
I said at the last meeting, when we talked about this, that the jury's out as to what the effect of lighting is on disorienting of the petrels. It's just a theory. It has no science behind it that I've seen yet.
So there was a technical report commissioned by the hearings panel in relation to this, and that's available on the website produced by Wildlands, which talks about the effect of light on wildlife. So the commissions have used that as additional information to inform the recommendations.
Okay, I'm sceptical.
I find this rule ridiculous. Sorry.
Yes, you.
You go.
Oh, ridiculous. I mean, what about motor vehicles and planes and helicopters and everything else? I mean,
Helicopters don't fly at night.
yes, they do.
Ask you.
But I mean, even when there was the submissions on the Tiga mining, the doc report on the petrols was terrible, and the woman admitted that more were killed by the bycatch from boats and lights.
Okay. Now
My concerns around the airport, less than 15K as profiles. So there's got to be some protection there for that, but also too, if CAA require lighting requirements to be upgraded or changed or whatever, we've got to comply with that. So is that recognised in this?
So I don't think they've looked specifically at that issue, but as I say, my understanding is that the type of light we're talking about is a kind of fairly normal light. It's the blue lights that are the problem. That's the colour. And this type of specification is popping up through district plans right around the country. So I would expect that NZ, I've forgotten who the regulator is, CAA are very live to this issue.
Francois, thank you. Francois Tumahi, you had a question?
Yeah. I'm just trying to turn my camera on. Hold on. Just did anybody consider what I said the other day about running some recently granted consents through these processes? Because this could cause this lighting one. I mean, where did 15Ks come from? That's halfway to bloody Christchurch. Well, it's not, but it's like, what the hell flies 15Ks in there? Why can we not run a current consent that's been granted through this process? A building one, or I don't know. It'll put some of our concerns to rest, won't it?
I wasn't sure whether that was a question or a statement. Francois, are you looking for a response?
Yeah, well, can we do that, or? Well, we can't do that. Because what I'm concerned about is we're actually probably digging a bigger hole for ourselves.
This question is,
just get someone to run a consent through and see where it comes out the other end of this shit.
pick a couple of consents that have been done in the last wee while and run them through this thing and see what.
Yes, good idea.
Misunderstood. Yes. Okay. We'll pick that up as on the list of things to do. Thank you.
Cool.
Councillor Howard.
I was thinking that pick up on the depth. I was sort of thinking it's sort of in sensitive areas. So does this include all our 3 main urban areas? Because you look at the multitude, does the street lighting comply? Certainly all the advertising lighting around petrol stations and everything like that, that probably would.
So we need to again think about going forward, not existing lighting. So we're talking about new activity.
So what's the commercial premise that can't light its entrance or its sign or the expectation in an urban centre, which is quite different from sensitive area, rural.
So if the lights are already established, these rules don't apply. So we're talking about new lighting, whatever time the plan is adopted. So it's going forward, not looking back.
What was the electricity department's input? Because I didn't think all these street lighting complied with the right temperature for help.
So there's a different rule that addresses street lighting. But I can come back, and that's all the list to come back on.
So I did have some concerns too, and I think it'd be good to have a table, because I know when we look in the commissioner's reports here, which I've got here, and it really concerned me because I don't understand, just what one lux is and all this, just how bright it is. But my concern is we're promoting a whole lot of industry here on the coast, and like you said, the 15 Ks almost takes us into Reefton and the mineral extraction zones up and there, whether they're exempted from this. But you've just got to be careful, because I'm looking at the report here, and it's artificial lighting in the general rural zone, which includes the mineral extraction zone, and between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. it's 1 lux. Now, it seems very low to me, and these mines are going to be in activities, which is mine, mill, or whatever, they're going to be required to actually have safe lighting for their staff, so what we don't want is to be having something here that's actually being unsafe, and then it affects the activity can't take place, and we're going to, stop that economical development. And I've been very conscious about this here. I note that that in here too, somewhere next to these 2,000 pages, that the one where the petrols, black petrols are, I'm pretty sure it's 15 Ks each side of that zone where they are. So that would almost take in the Barrytown sort of.
Yep.
Where, it's almost as if, and then you've got to be really careful here that you're not.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just once again reminding you, this is not, you can't do it. It's the trigger point. It's the permitted resource consent. But I would suggest, Barrytown mine needed a resource consent.
Yes, I did. Yes.
And so when you apply for resource consent, you're triggering one thing. All of the rules that you trigger, you deal with in the one resource consent. So I suspect that if a mining activity was triggering the mineral extraction rules, for example, then any application would address any noise issues, light issues, traffic generation, all of those things in one go. So it's not necessarily catching things that might not already need to present. The one to look at there, and I will when I come back, would probably be more likely the dairy operations, that, to make sure that but the lighting standards are at the boundary, so they're not. So you could have I could have a big dairy farm, and I've got my milking shed, and it's got lights, and that's all good, because at the boundary is where the lighting standard has to be met. It doesn't have to be met at the light; it's at the boundary. So it's about your effect of your light on adjacent properties. And
thank you for that clarification, because that does make a difference to the boundary. So, but you could actually screen that from the road.
Absolutely.
Downward facing.
Yes, yes, and that downward facing thing makes a huge difference, the amount of light spill that happens. If you've got your light pointed at your work site, then actually, which is what you want, your lighting the work site, then you actually get, but particularly with modern lighting that has always got this on site, then actually you don't get a lot of light spilled to the side.
I will ask one question further. What would the staff think, given that they would have dealt with a lot of this type of thing posed? Is it okay, or is it because you guys are dealing with it and we're only layperson? We're kind of, you guys are dealing with it all the time. What honest opinion?
I just looked up 15 kilometers from Greymouth and it gets me to school water. So that's fine.
Yeah.
It's a hell of an area. And I can safely say in the 10 years that I've been planning the Greater District Council, I've never issued a consent for lighting alone. Doesn't mean there's,
And that was 2.5 lux.
doesn't mean that there's not non-compliant activities out there, but yeah, it's not desirable. Yeah. What it actually means on the ground, I really don't know.
I can tell you, I'll tell you what Google says. 100 lux is a very dark, overcast day. 320 lux, 500 lux is office lighting, and sunrise on a clear day is 1,000 lux. So 1 lux isn't much.
Low
Is today.
When you look at the likes of Crofts and all those people, you can see those lights for miles.
Thanks, Brett. Gina, do you have a comment or an explanation, please?
Yeah, I was just going to, so what Lois said before is, and we're talking about practicalities of implementing the rules, enforcing the rules. We do rely on a complaints basis normally. And then for Buller District Council, another way of catching it is through building consents and asking some questions when we have to, when we know, for example, in the Paparoa character area at the moment. So we do have catches and ways of enforcing the rule, but primarily it's related to complaints.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
I just wanted to touch on what Lois said before about the NZTA and automotive lights. By issue warranted fitnesses, we tell them to take them out, so they do, and they go around the corner and put them back in. So we're absolutely wasting our time chasing lights when all the trucks and cars up that West Coast Road, up hills, pointing out there all over the place, don't comply.
Thank you. Any other? Oh, yes.
If this only applies to new lighting, so it won't affect the lights of William Park.
It won't affect any existing lighting that is out there at the moment. But if, for example, they want to upgrade their lighting at William Park and put in a new light standard that's taller or something like that, then that need to.
Because William Park, anyone who's gone past William Park at night time when they've got training, those lights are brighter than downtown Christchurch. And that's right in the zone where these petrels supposedly are crash landing and blah, blah, blah. I'm not suggesting turn the lights out in the park at all, but so this won't affect that at all.
I guess that probably, I imagine that they're probably quite old and not very energy efficient lighting. So when they ever get the money to upgrade their lighting in the next 10 or 20 years, then I would expect that probably they could get better lighting that meets these standards, that's more energy efficient, that lights their fields. I mean, that's certainly my experience. I used to be a parks manager and we do lighting upgrades. It's like, wow, they get huge cuts to their power bills. And also you can meet these other things. I mean, it's just recognising that old lights are often, they're not hooded, they're lighting a very large area, whereas now we've got technology which enables us to be much more accurate about where we're lighting.
You should just have more efficient light rules.
And more efficient lighting.
One lacks headlamps.
We're back to candle power next.
Thanks, guys. Rolling, please.
Okay, so the last of these general district-wide matters is temporary activities. So this is, I do think it's a small chapter. And the main changes are, there is a reference to TICO in temporary rule 1, which affects temporary military training activities. So there is a requirement not to blast them during the breeding season. But other changes, deleting the requirement that temporary buildings that are ancillary to construction, so like the little huts that they have tea in or toilet facilities, that they be located on the same site, so they could be on the next door site, so that requirement's been changed. And then there are, in addition of the temporary activities associated with Māori purpose activities on Māori purpose owned land, and then there's a few additional matters of control that have been added to one rule. So it seemed quite minor to me, but just want to check with my colleagues. Is there anything you wanted to raise in relation to temporary activities? So temporary activities, there were no substantive changes made, but this part of the plan regulates freedom camping on the state highway because your bylaws aren't able to. So that's one of the things. It's the sort of events, it's the construction huts and things like that. So just kind of stuff that's there for a short period of time.
Is it like putting marquees up for a function?
I'd have to check the rule to see.
Because I think at present.
Well, it'll just be the permitted activities. Yes, they do. And so there'll be, what they mainly say is for things like that is there's a maximum length of time that you can have them up. So they're focused around the length of time that these things are going on. Because if you're putting your marquee up and actually it's not for an event, it turns out that you're turning it into an Airbnb, then you should be moving into meeting that part of the plan.
It's just, I know some of the activities in the Grey District, they've had to get a building consent for the
well, and we can't help that because that's
you'll still need to get a building consent for it.
Still no different.
Yep.
All two votes.
So for that.
Anything else?
Over a set size and triggering a whole lot of different things, Alan, you'll still need the building consent regardless of what this plan says, unfortunately.
Okay, that's why I asked.
Anything else on temporary activities?
No. Okay, subdivision. So this is the last recommendation report, hopefully for today. Obviously quite a big one. Subdivision is kind of the cornerstone of development. I'm sorry, again, I didn't do this topic, so it's my understanding from reading it that I'm not aware of the detail. And I've need to process the subdivision consent that my colleagues have, so they may well be able to answer questions that I can't. So my reading of it is that there's been a change the objectives to more strongly emphasise this whole issue of regionally significant infrastructure, protecting highly productive land. So that's a change to the objectives. The policies are much more talking about what are you doing when you've got subdivision in significant areas, and strengthening that link between the policies and what's in the rules. A lot more emphasis on infrastructure. I mean, in actual fact, subdivision consents are a lot about infrastructure and what sort of infrastructure is provided. So the policies need to spell that out in more detail. A change to talk about how structure plans work for the future urban zone. So with the future urban zone, we've written the rules for that zone to mean that it is possible for it to be used for a future urban use without us needing to do a plan change. And that was quite conscious to sort of try and not end up with having to make another process. And so that process that's relied on is a structure plan. And so the subdivision rules need to talk to how do you, okay, you're in a future urban zone, but we've just done a structure plan, it's been approved by the council, people are going to be doing development, what does that mean for the subdivision rules? So it's just sort of bridging that gap and outlining how that works. And then of course, as is a theme through the plan, addressing reverse sensitivity in the policies, and then specifically also referencing highly productive land and the policies. In terms of the rules, we do have 2 permitted rules for subdivision. And so just clarifying the circumstances, that is very unusual actually to have permitted rules. It's one of those West Coast things to have anything permitted in subdivision, but we have 2. And so just being really clear about what is permitted and particularly that a permitted activity shouldn't result in a non-compliant building platform. So and then a lot of our sort of what I would call run-of-the-mill expected subdivision in this plan is a controlled activity, which was quite a significant change from the existing plans. And that means consent must be granted. So it's trying to give people certainty. And so there's been an amendment to again make sure that those, if it's going to be granted, it has to be granted with a compliant building platform that someone can actually build a house on, build a dwelling on. And there are some additional matters of control and discretion that are recommended to be added for what's assessed when a consent's required. Again, we've got this national grid corridor separated out into its own rule, other infrastructure. And then there's a bit of change to the subdivision standards for infrastructure, making those a bit clearer. But there wasn't anything that I identified of specific concern, but I am just aware that I am colleagues to add.
I've got a question. Just regarding number point 85, that's the removal of the provisions at the operative policy and rule level for offsetting and compensation
So that's
for financial.
That's my next slide.
Oh, right.
So you're ahead of the game.
Cool. Right.
Okay, well, I'll move to financial contributions, and that's my top hat. So that was the big change that I could see. So just to remind you, financial contributions are how you get the money to pay for infrastructure, specifically for your parks, community facilities, roads, wastewater, stormwater, water supply. Anything else? So it's pretty important. And I'm going to say it again, even though I say it every time to you, we are really skating on thin ice using the district plan to do this. So we are one of only a handful of councils in the country that do this. Everyone else uses development contributions, which are taken under the Local Government Act and set in your long-term plans. And this is, when I first started working on TTPP, you couldn't do this. So the government had moved financial contributions out of the RMA and said you can't do it. And so my first conversation with your staff was, oh, by the way, financial contributions have moved out of the RMA, so there won't be a chapter in the plan on this. You need to get on with doing your development contributions. The government changed and that the new government moved them back in. So this is legal to have this, but it is risky for you to continue to go down this track of collecting all your money for infrastructure using the financial contributions rules. Having said that, I wouldn't rush off to developing new provisions because this government has said they want to change the way you collect development contributions. And I don't know exactly how, but it's probably worth waiting to find out. But just you need to have it in your work program. So those CEs here, just don't lose that side of this because it would be awful if you did get another change where they just ditch it from the RMA and then you're really stuffed because you've got no way of getting money. So at the moment, they're in here, and the key recommendation is this removal of all of the bits that we had put in there around offsetting and compensation. And I have read all the reports and I don't particularly understand the rationale, but I think that it's about the fact that this is largely addressed in the ecosystems and biodiversity rules, where offsetting and compensation is specifically talked about. And so because financial contributions are about money paid to you, the view was that actually offsetting and compensation might be not money paid to the council, it might be money paid to DOC to do pest control, or it might be something else that involves a different agency. So therefore it shouldn't sit in this chapter. So that's my understanding of the rationale, but I did find it a little bit hard to understand. The other thing that they've recommended is some amendments to the policies and rules to make it clearer how the financial contributions are assessed and calculated and when they are able to be taken. And so that's really because of all the people who submitted and said, oh, what sort of money are you going to make us pay? Be really clear, you absolutely need to read it to use it. And I guess this is another reason why the RMA is not a great place to take your financial contributions, because someone can appeal it. So I'm a developer, I'm going to do a 20-lot subdivision. I don't like the financial contributions you're charging me. I can appeal and contest that consent condition. Whereas if you take it under the Local Government Act, provided it's been through your long-term plan process, it's like, well, you know, tough luck, you just got to pay. But taking it through the RMA gives them a way of appealing that provision. So just something to be aware of. So because these rules are in an RMA plan, there was a lot of kind of, is it really clear what criteria are, when are they going to be taken, what are the, you know, all of that has had to be spelled out in a lot more detail. And Chair had a question about financial conditions.
Well, that was, I think you actually sort of halfway answered that really what, you know, that was, yeah.
So there's quite a lot of noise about the new government bringing in new value cap, which could be quite different, couldn't it?
They could be. So that's why I say, if we were having this discussion 6 months ago, I'd have just said, please get on with your development contributions under the Local Government Act. But now I'm kind of like, you probably need to look at that carefully for yourself about what path you should take. But please don't rely on this being here forever, because it's quite likely it won't be.
Because I think at present there's a percentage of what the value of it is the financial contribution or something.
So your current plans have various ways of calculating it. So it's often for reserves contribution, it's a percentage of the value of the land, but it will vary. And this plan has calculations based on, if we take roading contributions, it's the length of road, it's the number of vehicles that are expected to use it. There's a whole formula there.
So that could be removed.
So
the new rules, like.
So the new rules and the recommendations from the commissioners are some amendments to that.
Yeah.
In terms of making it clearer the base of that calculation. But I'm saying the whole idea of taking financial contributions through a district plan is something that's a bit tenuous.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of asking. Yeah.
Yes.
Because I know what the rules are now, but in the future, that's a bit scary.
It is a bit scary. And I mean, your staff are well aware of this because we
councils need it for the.
They do. And what happened is 20 years ago, all councils took their financial contributions through the RMA, through their district plans. But I worked in Auckland at that time, and we routinely had appeals to resource consents on the basis of financial contributions. that we were charging, and it was awful. And so local government lobbied the government at the time and said, this is terrible. We're building infrastructure and planning infrastructure, and you're making us go to the Environment Court to justify the money to build a road. We can't do it this way. So the government of the day said, fair enough, we'll move it out of the RMA and we'll give you a mechanism through the Local Government Act so that when you do your long-term plans, you work out your infrastructure, and you do an infrastructure strategy as well.
Yep.
When you do that, you work out how much infrastructure you need, you cost it all up, and you take your money through that mechanism. Every 3 years, you review your long-term plan, you make submissions. So it's sort of pathway for public input, but it takes it out of the kind of litigious resource consenting regime. And so almost every council in the country at that time moved their taking their money under that mechanism, under the Local Government Act. But the West Coast councils, Portaki District, another one, there's a handful of councils around the country who didn't. But it's a risky thing.
So wouldn't that be though, because we had relatively low growth? I mean, surely that mechanism relies on knowing you're going to have a fairly good whack of development happening in any given year. If you've only got a big development every 2 or 3 years, this doesn't really work, does it?
That's exactly right, and it is probably why you didn't, because if you're in a council area which has got growth going on, all your infrastructure guys always planning on this next bit of road, and we've got to upgrade this wastewater thing and all of that kind of thing. But if you're in an area where you don't have a lot of growth, then it's impossible to predict, because you'll be just thinking everything's trucking along, and then suddenly someone comes in and has decided they want to do a development. So there's good reasons why you kept it in there, but so it's tenuous now because the government's not in favour of it.
Through the chair, there's a formula on page 198. Pretty easy, really. CP equals LG by D1 by RC.
I'm glad you think it was pretty easy. I've read that 3 times.
D1's the length of the road, RC is the cost. Yes.
Thanks, Peter. Perhaps also an error like one. There's discussion from the hearing commissioners about may and shall, and the difference between the council. What's all that about?
Okay, so, and there is actually also, I've noticed in at least one of the reports, the difference between them changing shall to must. Now, in my world, shall and must are pretty much the same thing, but shall has actually been, there's court cases been on shall. You have to do it. Shall is you have to do it. So it is the same as must. May, you could do it. So there's quite a difference between shall and may, or must and may. And so where have you picked that up, Mr. Chair?
Well, I see that Grey and Westland seem to have difference. One has may and one has shall.
Oh, and their current plans.
Current, yeah. I'm just trying to tease out.
So that's a big discussion when we're developing the rules, because I think that when the Westland District Plan was written, there was very little growth going on in Westland. And so there was a kind of a worldview at the time where, look, we should just make it easy for people to develop and we won't charge them a financial contribution. But of course, the downside of that is then the council still has to provide the infrastructure. And so developers built a development, not contributed anything to the financial contribution, and then the ratepayer is having to pay for new roads, wastewater, whatever it is. So there was a strong view expressed actually from all 3 councils that if this is the main way you're getting your money for new infrastructure, it's a shall, it's not a may.
You said a financial contribution. With the Grey District Council, we've had cases where we've had people do the work for us instead of the finance. Does that still apply?
It does. So financial contribution could be money, it could be land, or it could be works. And so in that case, there is a formula, I think, in the rule that talks about how you calculate the value of the works, an agreed value of the works. So if, for example, I want to do a development, there is going to be a sewer main connected in the future. In order for my development to come ahead, I'll do it now, and then the council will pay me back for. But it was their responsibility in the year that it comes up in the long-term plan that it was planned to do. So there's a whole sort of thing about infrastructure done in advance of your planning. So that gets around the problem that you might have budgeted to build the sewer main in 7 years' time, but as a developer, it needs to be built earlier. So there's a kind of a way in which those.
So is that in the recommendation?
That's in the formula.
Yeah, because it actually works for councils sometimes.
Yes.
It's a good system.
It is, because you don't have to go do all of the procurement process.
No, note there, the reserves contribution. It's 7.5, sorry. 7.5 of the value, so land, so that's probably fair.
Anything else on financial contributions?
Anything, you guys?
Speak and we'll shoot you.
Right, this is my last slide. It's for public access. So this is literally the smallest chapter of the plan. It at the moment has one objective. So you will remember from a few hours ago that it is recommended to move a policy from the natural character of water bodies chapter into the public access chapter so that it has an objective and a policy. And there is also a recommendation in the report to add a second policy to make it clear that while our other policy talks about the circumstances where public access might not be provided because of safety issues or concerns, that there's a policy that makes it clear that in general, it is intended to provide for public access to and along the coastal marine area and other water bodies, but for public safety.
What if there's private land up against it?
So public access is about public land.
Just public land. Yeah.
So just for completeness, I should remind you that paper roads are public land. So they might traverse someone's private property, but legally a paper road is land. So that's usually the one that tangles everybody up because
You know,
they don't go anywhere sensible and up.
The outdoors group yesterday released 55,000 kilometres of paper roads.
Yes, that's what's on my mind.
Right, any questions about public access? No. So Lois, in summary, we've traversed today all the general, all the
We've
wide.
traversed all of the district wide. We've actually gone
District-wide.
through literally half the plan. So the first two sections of the plan we covered today. Tomorrow we will go through the zone provisions and the kind of the bits that are attached to zones and the variations. Yes. Now we haven't received as yet coastal environment, mineral extraction or outstanding matters.
And I asked Joe to give us an update on that.
Sorry? Or natural hazards. Oh, and for natural hazards. And so I expect we'll talk about those on Monday because I need to give you the weekend to read. And I need the weekend to read it as well. I've got a fair idea what's in those, but
Let's just take one step at a time. So everyone up to speed with what we've traversed so far today and what lies in front of us. Now, unfortunately, as I understand it, there are still 4 papers to come from the hearing commissioners, which are due today, tomorrow.
By the weekend.
They were due 2 months ago. But, yeah. So over the weekend, they'll arrive over the weekend. Those will write up 2 comments about that. And we as a committee will receive that by midday Sunday.
we don't know
We don't know when we're going to get.
Sorry, that's out of my hand.
This is unbelievable, but anyway, that's what we've got. And so we'll deal with those 4 papers next week, Monday. So in the meantime, we've got, I don't know how many, 6 or 8 zones and things we can deal with tomorrow.
Yes, and I think that probably, I don't think that'll take all day, so I will try and go through some of this list to just address, probably can't do the more complex things, but try at least knock off some of the questions that you've got there or matters that we could come back to in relation to some of the things that you raised today.
Your tech friends might be able to help you with some of that. So we're okay with respect to process, we understand where we're up to. So I know Peter is keen to work through till it gets dark, but I suggest the rest of us have had enough for today. Would that be a summary of it? Yep. So we'll look to adjourn. There's the resolution that the meeting be adjourned until 9 o'clock Friday, the 19th of September.
Happy to move that.
Moved by, seconded by Mayor Gibson, all in favour? Aye. Location is at the Marae, 9 o'clock tomorrow.
9 o'clock sharp.
Rex, have you got an indication on how long you think tomorrow's going to go to? Will that be 5 o'clock as scheduled?
8 o'clock now, Francois.
I would guess 2 p.m, 3 p.m,
So,
Jeez.
we are here.
Best you can.
Cool, thanks for that, Rex.